dynamo model. So my point there again was, when you come in and saying, hey, you don't have a working
You're leading.
model. Hey, you
You're
can't tell me how the magnet that either.
Okay.
Yeah, so to claim that it's out of course. Secondly, here we're now claiming a magnetic the level. Yeah. So again, I say that this is just all an assumption.
Magnetism is produced on Earth, according to the globe theory, is not via
Magnetic
the
field.
actual metal. It's more so the flow of the metal, because whenever objects, and this is shown throughout basic electricity, you it is a current. It goes from the positive side of the battery, right? You need a positive and a negative to complete the circuit, and if you do not have a complete circuit, it electricity doesn't work, right?
That's not an instance of spinning molten metal.
Yes, I understand that, but I am trying to explain as to why that happened.
Dude, just acknowledge that it's not sufficient.
Dude, please shut the fuck up. I'm trying to
God
explain.
damn, dude. Like, that's obviously antithetical to your concluding
not
premise, dude.
He's saying
Why,
that the
why should we
earth
listen
is
to you
flowing
continue with a
like
woefully
electricity.
insufficient
Can you please be
example?
quiet? Can you please be
No,
quiet?
dude.
Okay,
You're doing the same
let
thing
me-
I was doing.
Address
I'm
the
trying to
critique,
now
dude.
show you respect, but I can't.
Gregory,
Tough.
did he said that the earth is like flowing through
Yeah.
like flowing
Hang
like
on.
electricity or something? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, so
Hang on, AJ.
I understand
please
what he's
let
saying.
me finish.
I know what you're saying. According to the globe model, you have an outer composition. You have the geodynamo process, which I just spoke to you about and told you about. There, so what happens is the geodynamo process is driven by the heat released from the solid inner core, and then by that process, the heat causes what would you say, currents in the molten outer core, right? But this is all purely reliant on rotation and Coriolis effect. Two things that you can't prove. So at the end of the day, again, it's purely based on assumptions and problematic assumptions with the geodynamo processes in the first place. So, first of all, you need to show us who and how we've proven rotation and Coriolis effect to generate this conductive current.
Please show.
I mean, I would say night and day, but you guys don't believe in that.
How does
Right.
night and day show a Coriolis effect and a rotation of the Earth?
That
What?
implies you believe the Earth is, or the sun is actually a celestial object instead of plasma, as well as the moon.
Well, no one here claimed plasma, and we don't claim it's not a celestial object. We use the sun for
God,
celestial
that's such a
navigation
weak
every day.
appeal. God damn, that logic sequence is so invalid.
Bro, he
you
said
mean?
that
I'm
we
just-
you guys don't believe in day and night. He said that. It's good, bro. You trolling?
Well, I mean,
Tark?
in the
Invalid
sense
logic
that I
sequence,
do.
dude. Appeal to something else.
Well, like,
Do you think that Tark, do you really believe people in here don't believe in day and night?
no, I was
So why do you say
making
that?
a joke.
I don't
Oh.
even care why he said it. Just invalid logic sequence appeal to something else.
Yeah, true.
Your
My bad.
joke wasn't funny at all. So keep
Huh?
going. Your joke
But then,
wasn't funny at all.
but Gregory, then he argued for the joke. He said, but you know, because
What?
you know,
So, who in history
what?
has ever proven Earth's rotation?
I mean, I don't know anyone specifically, but
So,
it
the
can
Earth's
be
rotating,
observed.
hang on, if the Earth's rotating, yeah, and we've got
Yeah.
this curvature, and this is what we're taught from the time we're born. We go through primary school, preschool, high school, whatever it is, and we're taught this. Shouldn't that be simple? Shouldn't we have learnt that this person in history actually was able to measure the rotation of this Earth, or was actually able to measure the drop over distance required for it to be a sphere? So,
I mean, they
first of
have.
all, with the Earth's electromagnetic properties, going back to that, yeah, you first would need to prove the rotation of the Earth and the Coriolis effect. So who in history has ever done this?
I'll tell you,
I had
no
the
one,
ability to
no
say
one
what.
has. No one has.
And to say that we see it, what I see is I see that the celestial bodies move overhead past me. They take a path across the sky. I don't feel that the Earth's rotating. I don't see the Earth
I gotta prove
rotating.
fucking
I
gravity.
see that.
You said it. You said it can be observed. Where can I go to observe it? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
Nonsense. That's nonsense.
It can be observed and explained through several different things. One,
The problem is, dude, we
Uh,
don't want an explanation. Hang on, Tark. We don't want an explanation. Yeah, we want
yeah,
some evidence here, because I can give you an
There you go,
explanation
Angela.
about anything. Yeah,
yeah.
my explanation doesn't make it real.
Yeah, where's the
I
data?
can give you.
Where's the
I
data?
can give you I can give you an explanation about farting unicorns creating
Yeah.
oxygen on
Well,
Earth. Yeah.
well, do we believe that the moon and the
Oh, so you
sun
think yourself to be
are
giving a deductive
objects?
argument? Do we believe what?
The moon and the
What's
sun
this
are
about?
actual objects.
We don't know.
Was there any doubt that they're concrete entities?
Observable phenomena. We can see them. It makes sense. Yeah, I look up. I observe the sun and the moon moving across the sky. There's no
This is a whole
denying it.
entire.
Is
There's,
anybody denying that in here?
I'm not.
So there's
No.
your answer.
What I would say is that I don't know what the composition is and what it's made of, because
Yeah,
I can't go and see that for myself.
AJ, the
Yeah,
problem he's
let's just
having. Hey,
concentrate the answers to the questions that he said. Are they concrete entities? Yes. What?
So they have their own properties, etc. Right?
Sure. Given that they're concrete entities, of course.
Okay, and so one of the entities is gravity, right? We can observe gravity due to the fact of
Where?
tidal forces.
What?
Back
What's
up.
gravity?
Back up. Back up. Look. Watch. What's gravity?
Lean back.
Like AJ just said.
What's
So
gravity?
what?
Gravity.
Ben
Do you want
falling
the
down.
equation, or do you want what it actually
No,
is as a
I would like to know
property?
what gravity.
Just say what it is. Gravity is fill in the blank.
Gravity
Gravity
is the
is when
force
you
of
drop a pen.
of an object exerted whenever it has like a certain mass.
So
Okay.
mass attracting mass.
Well, no, it's not
Yes.
attracting because it's a force.
Yeah, it's a
It's
force.
pushing. So gravity is pushing?
No, that's not what force means.
Of course it does.
A force, you can pull an object. You're still a force. You still pull.
Okay, good. You're paying attention. So the sheer existence of matter pulls things, correct?
See, there is sketchy. Yes. Honestly, yes. Matter.
Okay, but we
So
obviously see that there's existing matter that doesn't pull things, so that's empirically inadequate.
actually,
And furthermore, it implies absurdities. And it implies absurdities in three ways.
what matter?
We're not done because we've said this before. Just listen.
Well,
We've
no, I'm
heard
asking
this
what
before.
matter. No, you guys asked me.
Listen. You just refuse to let the reply be completed. Right? We've heard this before. Okay, so listen. So your idea is that the sheer existence of matter is the cause of matter being pulled to other matter. Okay, but there is matter in the world that we can clearly see without persevering to deceive ourselves that is not attracting or pulling other matter to it. That's empirically inadequate on that front. Secondly, it implies absurdities. You only have three options: moving away, moving toward, not moving at all. All right. So number one, moving away, every piece of matter down to the most simple, irreducibly complex particle would all be separate, disintegrating from one another. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. The next option, pulling toward, every single bit of matter would be clumped up together. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. Or nothing is moving whatsoever, but we obviously see motion. That's another false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. So in all three logical options concerning this doctrine, it implies falsehood. It cannot be true. And it's empirically inadequate.
So why are things falling towards the earth?
What matter does not attract matter?
A vast multitude of things, right? I'm not
Like
attracting
what?
all matter to me, for instance.
'Cause
I'm not
the
attracting
Earth's
any matter to
gravitational
me.
field.
My sheer existence
Well,
isn't
Because the
pulling
Earth,
anything
the
towards
Earth
me.
is the one.
actually, that's not true. I bet if you put yourself right between an object and did the, the little
Oh, you bet, huh?
experiment, I
You
forgot
know
what the
about my
fuck
experience
name
better
is.
than me.
The Cavendish
What?
experiment.
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment, exactly.
Yeah,
But
the
you
Cavendish
guys
experiment.
don't believe in
Yeah,
that.
you can't do the experiment because you have
You
to.
can.
No, you can't. Stop interrupting every reply said to you. Goddamn child. The
Vacuum.
experiment wouldn't necessarily be you manipulating the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter. But you can't cause matter to exist and not exist and exist again. So you can't do the experiment.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
your
move it.
hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to matter. That's the cause. And so the cause would be the independent variable in the experiment. So we'd have to manipulate the independent variable, that is to say, the very sheer existence of the matter. But you can't do that. So you can't do the experiment.
Why not?
Do you have the power to cause any bit of matter to stop existing?
You don't have to have the matter not to exist.
Yes, you do. That's the
gravity to
logical
not exist.
prerequisite to do the experiment. You're just refusing
What?
to follow along.
So
It's a
wait,
very
I have a
simple
question.
logic sequence. Your hypothesis is that matter, the sheer existence of matter, causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the cause, the sheer existence of it. So that would be
you're
the
saying that
independent
there
variable.
cannot
So
be
that
a
would be the
zero.
independent variable. So that you would have to manipulate the independent variable in order to see how it would affect the dependent variable in the experiment. But you don't have the power to cause matter to stop existing and then begin existing again.
Wait.
So you can't do the
Yeah,
experiment.
you do. I do. What you do
Wait,
is you pick it up and then you
wait.
move it away.
Can't wait. No, hold up. I think you're thinking you can use the independent variable to stay the independent variable while changing the dependent variable. You can change the mass of the other object while keeping a consistent size object, right? To test how bigger,
No, you're just
smaller
whistling
objects
past the
react.
critique again.
No, that's literally what you were
That doesn't
saying, and
address
I'm
the
disproving
critique,
it.
dude.
I'm disproving it right
No,
now.
that doesn't
So
address
please.
the critique, dude.
What do you
No,
mean?
it doesn't.
How does it not? You're saying that you can't
Right.
change the independent
No,
variable,
you
and I'm
didn't
not saying
address
you
the
change the
critique at
independent
all.
variable.
You're just supposing another alternative. You didn't
No, I'm
address the
saying that
critique.
you're fucking misinterpreting the damn
No, I'm not
fucking
misinterpreting
equation.
anything. I gave a simple syllogism that exposes the impossibility of the
Change the
experiment given your
independent variable.
hypothesis. You're just persevering to talk to everyone, dude. You're not actually
So
engaging the critique.
no, I am. So
No,
if
you're
you have
not.
an
So
object with
engage
a
the
mass,
critique then.
if you have an object with a mass of 10, just say 10, right? You change your x, which is your dependent, to 15, 7, whatever. Your 10 stays the same. You can see the different force of the dependent in the end.
No,
You can
that's
see the
not
different
logically
results.
consistent with your hypothesis, dude.
What do you mean? That's literally how the
Right, you keep forgetting
hypothesis
your own
works.
hypothesis.
That's
The
literally how
sheer
the scientific
existence of matter,
method works.
dude.
You change
The
the
sheer
dependent.
existence of matter, dude. Stop persevering to talk to everyone, dude. Be consistent with your
not.
own
I'm
hypothetical
not.
premise, dude.
I'm not.
Your
I'm literally.
hypothesis, matter exists, therefore it causes other objects to be pulled toward it. That's your hypothesis.
No,
The
it's
sheer
not.
existence
That's
of matter,
not my
not the size
hypothesis.
or quantity of matter.
If an object is at a certain size, right?
So just whistle past the critique again. You're not
No.
engaging it, dude. You're not saying, no, I don't need to manipulate the sheer existence of the matter because X, Y, Z. You're not saying that. You're just replying with some alternative that's distracting from the critique. You can't cause matter to exist and not exist by any means.
Well,
by your own supposed laws of thermodynamics, matter and energy
I'm not
cannot be
saying
created
that.
nor destroyed,
Well,
even in your own
no.
paradigm. So
Yes,
you can't do it.
Okay, you're doing a straw man, first off.
So I guess you don't believe the first law? Matter
No,
cannot be created or nor destroyed?
Please shut the fuck up for
Oh,
one
you're not going to dominate the voice channel with this fucking garbage, dude.
No,
It's
I'm
fucking
trying to
annoying.
explain to you.
It's such a simple logic sequence that I said to you. You're just persevering to distract from it, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you right now that you can have a controlled size of an object, right?
Dude, again, distracting from the point.
But that's
It's a red herring, dude.
How?
Right, because the point is about you manipulating the independent variable,
you're not.
which is the
You're not
sheer
manipulating it.
existence of matter.
If you have a plant, right? You have a fucking plant, right? And you fucking change what you put in the plant, whether Coke, water, or fucking syrup.
God, you're just
Your plant's
fucking
still a
annoying
goddamn
and
plant.
stupid, dude.
No,
Just
I'm
not even being
giving you.
consistent with his own hypothetical
It-
premise. He's
What do you
done.
mean?
He can't
No.
actually address the
Oh,
argument.
I am right now. I'm telling you.
No,
that
you're not. You're
you
replying
have
with
a.
some other shit other than your own hypothesis.
No,
You keep distracting from your own hypothesis. The matter is not about you manipulating the size or quantity of the matter. That's not the point. Your
That
point is
That is
that
the
the hypothesis is that the sheer existence, regardless of the
That's not the
quantity of matter
hypothesis.
and regardless of the size of the object, dude, that's
Wait.
irrelevant.
What?
The sheer existence of the matter, not the size, not the quantity. Pay attention to your own premise, dude.
But you don't
Doesn't
create the
this-
matter.
Hey, be respectful.
I'm not saying you're creating the matter. I'm saying you have the
Exactly. You can't do that.
Yeah,
So you
Why?
can't do the experiment. So there is no
Wait.
experiment that's been done that's actually
That doesn't make
logically
sense.
sufficient
Wait,
to
wait,
prove
wait,
the
wait, wait.
hypothesis true, dude.
So
It's
I
such a
can't do
simple point.
I can't do an experiment because I don't have something, right?
You can't do the experiment because you cannot cause matter to stop existing and then begin existing again.
Well, that's not how the experiment is performed.
Right? You can't do it. So you can't prove it.
No, I'm saying that that's not how.
Yeah, no, just persevere in your religious devotion to scientism. So was in the face of such a simple deductive argument that exposes this experiment to be impossible.
Yeah, sure, but like I was saying, you don't change the
Dude, you're done.
variable.
You're just persevering to reply.
Cognitive
No,
dissonance.
you're
Yo,
misunderstanding.
Gregory, I just heard,
Oh.
yeah, but at the end, no, yeah, he's done.
I'm not done.
Yeah,
just
but
won't
no,
fucking
yes,
listen.
maybe. See, no.
I'm not saying maybe at all. I'm saying yes or no. I'm just saying.
Can anybody
if
try
you-
to pull this guy to reality instead of going to this
No.
imaginary thing that he's trying to?
Yeah, you take a
invoke.
bowling ball and you string it up in the air and you put something else right next to it. It doesn't get attracted. It doesn't get pulled. It just stays there. That's
Didn't hear, like,
definitely
Yeah,
how
an
it works.
and if you add like
Wow.
water to the outside of this volleyball and gas pressure in the outside, it's just gonna poof away from it
So we observe something and
in
Right,
reality.
a poof. Like,
We're-
I
we're-
really don't really want to know what your reality is, dude. So
Yeah, and
Gregory
I
had
didn't
it
ask you,
spot
bitch.
on, and
I
you
didn't
know,
ask you,
I
bitch.
only wish that
I
I could
literally
actually
didn't
get
care.
on the level of your reality because it would make things a lot easier for everybody. But I can't, so bye.
Doing it on Earth would be useless.
So the experiment cannot be done even within their own paradigm, let alone reality. They cannot cause matter to exist and stop existing and back and forth. They can't do it. The hypothesis is the existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the hypothesis. It's not a matter of the quantity of matter. It's
It
not a
is a
matter
matter
of
of
the
the
size
quantity.
of the object. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Shut
Because
up.
the
No, it's
quantity.
not.
Yes, it is. The quantity
No, it
can be
isn't.
0, and therefore there's
Hush,
no.
hush,
there's
hush.
no
Stop
gravity.
talking. You're done. Thank you. These ridiculous, devoted sycophants to scientism. It's such a simple logic sequence. The hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter, regardless of the quantity or size thereof, causes other matter to be attracted to it. Of course, they like to add the caveat, the greater the mass, then the greater the pull, regardless. The hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be attracted to it. Okay?
Let me help out.
So they
Gregory.
cannot manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter. This experiment can't be done.
Clark, what he's saying is you can't get rid of the Earth in this equation, and you can't get rid of the Earth's magnetic pull. Good morning. So you're always going to have the independent variable of the Earth, which you can't change, as a problem in your experiment, unless you go into the middle of the galaxy, get far away.
Well, I don't know if they believe in space or not. I don't think they do, but
They don't.
No, I'm
Are you
joking.
speaking for other people?
Do you believe me?
I said I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah, no, it's alright, man. Leave him.
You did say I didn't know. Okay, so the experiment can't be done. Next page. It can't prove.
So
It can be.
Gregory. So in the Cavendish experiment, you have your pendulum. You have the two masses on one side of it. You put them one way. You spin the pendulum. It rotates towards the masses. You put the masses on the other side, and then it starts to rotate the other direction towards the masses again. What do you make of that?
Something
Why do you
else
think
other
the
than the supposed sheer
Why do you-
existence of matter. I'm answering you.
Okay.
It's some weird property.
Something else other than the sheer existence of matter moved the matter.
Something other than the sheer existence. So putting the matter on opposite ends of the pendulum causes it to spin in opposite directions.
I deliberately answer the questions like this. I deliberately answer questions like this with the worst possible answer to demonstrate how I don't need a substitute, right? Because people like to
Well, what you're
say
doing
this
is
two
denying the
quote
results of the experiment.
again, interrupting the answer. So
You're not
again,
giving an answer. You're just
so
fucking
again,
blabbering on.
so again, right? It's not going to work with me. Just stop trying. So the answer I'm trying to complete is this. I don't need to substitute it. I deliberately give the worst possible answer, right? I don't know, right? Because I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of trying to pull this tu quoque fallacy where they say, well, you don't know either, therefore my position is true. No, your position is not the default. Your position is not metaphysically necessary for objects to move or to fall down. No, it's not. So that's why I deliberately give the worst possible answer so that they can't pull the tu quoque switcheroo, as it were. So no,
Why do you deny
it's
they
something
just-
else other than the sheer existence of matter, which is not what was done in the Cavendish experiment, so called, which is not an experiment, not even being
Yes, it is.
consistent
You
with the
just denied it.
hypothesis.
Can you prove it's something other than matter?
Well, it's just gonna.
No, can't. It's
Do you
not
hear what he's?
electromagnetic.
Do you hear what Tark is trying to do right now? He's
magnetism.
desperately clawing for something to refute me on.
No,
That's what
I'm
the sound of
showing
that
you.
is.
I'm showing your fucking falsehoods. You're fucking
False
lying.
concerning what premise that I said. What premise
That-
did I say?
That you have no clue what property it is.
Right, that's not a
you can't-
premise that I affirmed.
and you can't
Right, that's not a
disprove it.
premise that I affirmed, right?
cannot
So you didn't refute anything that I affirmed, right?
And you cannot prove that it is
Right, because I didn't
magnetic.
affirm a premise, right? So you didn't refute anything that I affirmed to be true, right?
No, you actually did before. You said that
Right, so you didn't refute a premise that I affirmed to be true. Shut up lying. You're persevering to try and devastate me on a
Not
point. You're desperate to try and score a point. Right?
There's
You
one
didn't
that
refute
doesn't
any
even know how
premise
magnets
that I
work.
affirmed to be true.
So it's the
Because
one
if you
that
were, you would have simply identified. You would have simply identified the premise that I affirmed to be true, but you couldn't. You're
Sorry,
lying.
dude, there's a North and South Pole magnet.
Yeah, make a hard segue to something else because I just embarrassed you on that.
Nah, not really. You didn't. You're just fucking totally
Has this
denying.
kid ever
Yeah, so
heard of
persevere
water
to keep
before?
deceiving yourself.
Water? Yeah.
I wonder if he's heard of water.
Yeah, you mean water that bends? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean that.
Water bends. Shut the fuck up.
Can you show it?
Yeah, it's called
Like, I mean,
surface
outside of a
tension.
raindrop
It's called
or like
surface
a meniscus.
tension.
Like, can you show that on a larger body
But
of water?
that literally
on the
shows
surface?
water bending, does it not?
Yeah, that
Water's-
would be a red
wa-
herring because we're obviously not referring
No, it's
to a
not.
meniscus.
Water's literally bending.
Yeah, at this rate, he's just persevering to annoy everyone because he's been
I mean,
embarrassed
you
tonight.
can't really bend atoms, can you? So.
Then it's also a non sequitur.
But you can-
too. I mean,
but you
if
can
you're-
bend
if
a
you're
piece of
yeah,
paper.
okay, you're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to stop. So it's also a non sequitur because if your conclusion is globe, a meniscus doesn't get you there. It's also curving the wrong way, so it's just completely stupid on like as many levels as I can fathom.
It's like totally stupid because I'm too retarded to actually understand it.
Yeah, that's totally what I said. If that's your takeaway, you are probably too retarded to understand what I said.
Whatever.
Yeah, Tark is not adding anything worthwhile listening to. So moving on.
Yeah, sure. That's why you couldn't explain why fucking magnets work the way they do in a flat Earth theory. You can't explain magnets. You can't explain gravity. Half the time, you can't even explain why you can see fucking mountains.
The
but not half
sounds of a sycophant of scientism
the other
ranting and
shit in
raving,
between it. You can
screaming
see a
against the
mountain
dying of the
taller than
light.
Other fucking mountains.
The light of scientism is flickering.
It's
It's
just fine.
disintegrating,
It's just really
Zach,
fun.
for
dimming
your
away.
alternative, you got. I'll allow you to segue just to get out of it, like to squirm out of it. Have you got another segue?
Huh?
Real quick, Turquoise or Gregory, he's saying you guys must have another explanation for magnets besides the way it just works. Like in a flat Earth, it should be a different way. Like, what is this? Like, is
Yeah,
he?
always. You must
No.
have an entirely different set of laws of physics.
Incorrect. No, I'm asking flat Earth where the North and South Pole
The
are.
light of
but you guys-
scientism is dimming away.
but
It's
you
flicking
guys,
away.
but you guys don't even know where the North and South
Its voice
Pole
is fading.
You know, we're just
Huh.
bitches, right? So it's
Yeah,
cool,
you
right?
are.
You don't know
Shut
what
the
it
fuck
is.
up, cunt.
So fuck it.
All right, he's done.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. I don't want to wake up to that shit. What the fuck?
It's alright. He's a sad little Glober Guido, am I right? Little alone in the wilderness motherfucker, right? Not our problem.
I mean, he's been training for what,
For
14
nothing. Well, he
years
needs
to
to go
be
back to
like
class. This
he's
was
been
not
watching the.
convincing whatsoever. Go shoot something else that wasn't that shit on your fucking picture. Fuck
Hey,
it. Sorry,
hey,
Tank.
he's
Call
been
me a
watching
bitch
all
again.
those
Anyway,
globe superhero
good to see you,
movies.
Gemsy.
and-
Bye.
Bye.
Sydney.
You know, how does the shape of the
Thanks,
Earth change your
bro.
day? I'm just
Sydney.
curious.
She's
I'm
amazing.
just curious. How does the shape of the Earth change your day to day?
I see it on the TV every time I turn it on, and it gives
Okay.
me the news.
I
Look,
warn you, Jemsy, you are
it's
replying to a
globe.
user whose name is Sponge Boobies.
Yeah,
It's just a question. It's a question. It shouldn't have to worry about my character.
Yeah, when
My
they show
character.
me the shape of the Earth as a globe, it changes my day because I see it globe this, globe that, globe everything, right?
Okay.
Everything happening on the globe. So why
Okay.
I don't know why they push it so much, but they just push it.
Well, let's assume that
I don't know
irregardless
why.
of
It's
whether
like a
or not
drug.
it's
I
okay.
want to see the globe movies. You know, the superheroes. I want the superhero to save the globe, right?
Well, hold on.
Just-
Let's disregard
Look. For example,
the
look, we have
issue of whether or
Targ.
not.
Hold on, we have Targ as an example. He's been like 14 years of his life watching the globe on the TV, the superhero saving the planet, and now he wants to save it against the evil flat earthers.
Yeah.
Okay, but listen, but that still doesn't
That's
necessarily.
how the shape of the globe changes people's minds
Gypsy.
into retardation.
Right, but does it change your day to day? Like, does it
Yeah,
change like what you do in your life?
because people like Tar can go out and vote and have driver licenses and gun licenses. It does
Okay.
change my day.
So if the Earth was flat, people wouldn't have gun licenses.
No, but at least they will have filters based in a realist level instead of being operating in this fantasy realm of impossibles and operating from there as cartoon characters of a cartoon fantasy globe-tard.
Sponge, are you asking this out of sincerity, or is this
Yes.
actually a critique in
Yes.
the form of a question?
No, it's
I'm being serious.
No, it's a genuine question because I'd like to understand like why like the passion for flat Earth is so strong.
Okay, consider this. Number one, the fact that it isn't patently conspicuous to the average person as to why the truth about the very nature of the Earth is profoundly important is patently indicative that the masses are idiotized into thinking that that which is profound is negligible and doesn't make any difference, and that the vanity that they concern themselves with every day actually matters. Secondly,
Well, even in regards to like the rest of the.
obviously I'm not done. I mean, I thought you wanted to hear the entire answer.
Pardon?
I thought you wanted to hear the entire answer.
I mean, I think I have like another thing to add, which kind of like escalate.
But the thing is, I like Gregory to finish, so I'm listening as well. So
Yeah,
go
sure.
ahead and finish, Gregory.
Sure.
So the second part is that the nature of the Earth, there's a reason why even in the highest echelons of academia and in the government world order, whatever type and whatever era, are so concerned with facts about the Earth, because they have far-reaching, profound philosophical implications concerning what caused it to exist and be what it is and function the way it does, which also has implications on what is the ultimate cause of all things, not just the Earth, but also humans and all other non-human living entities that live on it, and the cosmos in which it fits in, which operates in the cohesive and cogent, harmonious way that it does, etc., etc. So this has far-reaching, profound philosophical implications. Cosmology is categorically a metaphysical concern, which is one of the basic subcategories of philosophy. That's why it matters. I mean, that's why these persons in history, generation after generation through the centuries, persevered to promulgate a particular type of doctrine. I mean, we could say the same thing with the best attitude or the worst attitude, but what does it matter that the earth is a globe? But people at the time, in the early 1600s, in the early 16th century, the 1500s, they knew full and well. It doesn't need to be explained to anyone who's persevering to think well why facts about the earth, especially on the most macroscopic scale, are profoundly important.
Mm. But what I meant earlier is most, like the average citizen, right? The average person who doesn't necessarily indulge themselves in philosophy isn't necessarily concerned with the shape of the earth as they are concerned with their, fulfilling their basic needs first. Like for instance, animals, they have no worry for the shape of the earth or what it's made of. They
Don't birds follow the magnetic fields, and
So
they
let him finish.
actually
Let him
have to
finish.
take into account the nature of
Well,
reality? Animals do
Yeah, let
take
him
into
finish.
account
Let
the
him
nature of
finish.
reality.
Well, they don't understand it on a higher level concept like we do. They understand their own instincts, And it's the same thing with like the average like working class person. Like they're not necessarily concerned with the geometries associated with the earth. They're more or less concerned with fulfilling their basic needs. You know what I mean? So for an individual who does decide to, think about the concept, it might be important to them, but it's not necessarily important to everybody else. Do you get what I'm saying?
We know this truism. Why'd you mention it?
Well, do you? Do you know it's true?
I said we know this truism you just said. So why'd you mention it?
Because it's because of the matter of why you would go through such lengths to try to convince everyone.
Who said I was doing that?
Well, maybe not.
Who's convincing who?
Maybe not in the. Maybe not you individually.
You mean the globe? You mean why will the Globers push the globe in every movie, every TV show, all news, all national, international? Why they push it so much? That they pushing it too much, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Sponge.
Do you think that? I agree with you too, SpongeBob. Well, what do you mean by pushing? What do you mean by pushing?
In the same sense you just said it.
Convincing
Persevering to convince
that it's a
others.
globe. Yeah, convincing.
Convincing, like, as opposed to a flat Earth?
What is that follow-up question? The Globers, for centuries, have persevered to convince the masses to the tune of billions to believe the Earth is a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum.
What is the Earth then? A square?
You see? So when you ask, why are you persevering to convince others? First of all, I don't persevere to convince others. I may engage in discourse. I may engage in debate. I may engage in the Q&A, but I'm not trying to be the determining cause of someone changing their mind to acknowledge and accept and adhere to the truth. I don't do that. Only the Holy Spirit can do that. What I do is what I do persevere doing is engaging in discourse and being edifying, etc., to say the truth well. And whoever wants to hear it, whoever wants to know it, I don't have to strain myself to cause someone to be curious and thirst for knowledge. They are or they aren't.
Okay. So you argue out of good faith.
At least I persevere to do so. And let my track record show.
And you don't argue to impose your will onto others.
I don't argue to impose my will onto others, whatever that means.
Well, is your goal to convince people or merely give them information they can use to make judgments based on their own interpretation of the information?
I persevere to convey the information. I persevere to demonstrate that I know what I'm talking about optimally in the effort to influence them to come to the truth, but I'm not persevering, straining myself, gurring and grunting. Believe me, believe me, believe me. No.
Mm-hmm.
The way I persevere to be influential is just to optimally convey the truth. I want others to come to a knowledge of the truth, but not persevering to shove them and grab them by the throat into the truth.
And do you have methods of objectively verifying the truth?
Sure, depending on the concluding premise. Just like with any other category of argumentation in the concluding premise.
Exactly. Right. So when it comes to determining the premises and conclusions of flat Earth, how do you usually go about that?
Some type of empirical appeal, some type of inductive or deductive appeal.
Okay. Could you give an example?
Yeah. Every object has a surface. Every physical object has a surface. Every surface is either flat or curving. The seas and the earth are objects with a surface. They're either flat or curving. We empirically detect, measure, and utilize the earth and the seas to be topographically planar with its surface. We don't detect any curvature. Therefore, the surface of the earth and the seas is planar.
Well, what do you mean we don't detect curvature?
What else could I possibly mean by that sentence
Well,
in the context of what you said?
who's doing the detecting, and how are we detecting what is then determined to not be curvature?
Okay, a multitude of persons, including those who did the observations and measurements, like what you see with the black swan and other operations and measurements like that. Like I'm sure you've perhaps seen multiple times in here.
Well, I don't frequent here, so.
Okay. Well, someone in here has it on the hip, so someone would post a couple of these measurements that we talk about frequently here.
Okay. But do you have like a specific model for the Earth aside, just it being flat? Do you have a specific model for the Earth and the rest of the phenomena in the sky?
Not in some high detailed minutia kind of way like that. I mean, not even the globe has that, but no, I don't have a replica that I have sitting on my desk or some sort of animated GIF or anything like that.
Right. Well, I mean like a theoretical model, like if you were to describe a model to me.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Like if you could like even like making like a map, for instance, like if there exists like a real map of
Google Maps.
Google Maps.
The second dimension.
Yeah, Google Maps use a planar surface, and then when you zoom out far enough, it all of a sudden morphs into a ball, which is at the impractical level. But at the practical level, it stays a planar surface.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is with the planar surface, right, is because, well, it's not. Never mind, because I'm going to say something that relies on something else being true, which we haven't necessarily gotten to yet. But regardless, right, like, do you yourself, or not maybe necessarily you yourself, or you or flat earthers, right, do they have a specific map that is agreed upon?
I would say no, to my knowledge.
No,
I might be unaware of something that's been progressed on. I don't know.
So flat earthers do not have a unified like map of what they deem to be they don't have a consensus on a map.
Besides what's on Google Maps, I don't think so.
Really? Is it anybody else? Or
when you say map, you mean a projection of the whole of existence? That's what you're asking for?
Of Earth.
Because when people use a map, they use it locally. They have maps for this county or this town or this shore.
Well, what about
the North Shore? They have maps that are practically, when you utilizing a map, it has to be specific to the region that you're using it at, right?
Well, what if that region is the entirety of Earth?
You can't use that practically, can you?
Well, what if you want to fly from?
That's a projection. You're talking you want a globe, but flatten it out, like a flat out globe.
Well, what if you want to travel from the United States to China, for instance?
You go to an airport, you buy a ticket, you get in the airplane, and it goes from airport to airport.
Right.
Yeah.
But the question is, right, is like whether or not, because in that sense, if you need to look at a map that describes your location, right, you're going to have to encompass a large portion of the Earth, right?
On a map?
Yes.
Yeah, in a map, if
Like the
you
plane
go
would
by
have to, the
section by
plane has to know
section,
where
you're
it's
gonna
going.
have, yeah, the plane wants to know where it's going, and it's gonna go section by section, using coordinates, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and they
Or
go through that, and they reach it to the destination. They go up, straight, and down.
sure. But so in that sense, right, they have to have a system for the rest of the Earth rather than just a localized region, correct?
Not necessarily. Do you think they see when the
what is the limit?
pilot in the Caribbean is traveling from San Juan to Boston? Do you think they're looking at a map of Antarctica?
I mean, what about a map of what if you want to group in these locations relative to each other? Like, where do you draw the line at the
No,
largest
the map.
possible map?
The map is not the terrain. We know this. Everybody knows this.
Okay,
The
but where do
map
you
is not.
draw?
You don't travel on the map. You travel on the terrain.
Right, but the map describes the terrain. But regardless, right, where do you draw the line at the largest map that could be drawn of Earth?
The
Like what?
largest map.
Yeah,
I mean,
because you
Google
say
Earth. I guess Google Earth will be one of the biggest that is publicly available, right?
well, I'm saying like in regard because you were saying that you can't have a map bigger than a
Google
country.
Earth.
Okay, so you think that Google Earth is a good representation of the flat Earth
I
model?
mean, no flatter model. There's no model for that because flat is a description. You can't just make a map of a description.
A description. Well, the description describes the geometry of the Earth, doesn't it?
No, but it's an
He meant to say
aspect
flat
of.
as a particular property of a shape.
Yeah. Well, see when when you're talking about yes, you're right, but you wouldn't necessarily say that like some other like polyhedra, like some three-dimensional polyhedra would be flat, right? You would say their faces are flat.
No, because you're traveling across the field, or you travel. The maps that you're talking about use Cartesian coordinates, and they use horizontal lines, right? And horizontal lines have zero slope of zero, so they're not curving. The maps are not curving.
Well, you're also trying to apply Cartesian. Well, see, that's the thing. When you try to apply like Cartesian math to 3D math, it starts to get a little different.
But still, when you go to certain regions of the world, the latitudes start converging into the north pole of the map, right? And then they converge into the south pole of the map. So that's on a map. That's not happening in reality.
Well, even if you took some other arbitrary sphere, right, and you tried to draw lines across it vertically, right, you would eventually come to the same thing, right?
Yeah, but that's on the map, right? Because in reality, it's not curving, and you don't do this that you're doing on that globe in reality. Nobody uses a globe to travel anywhere.
You mean using like latitude and longitude?
No, like adjusting for the curvature that implies that is at the surface of the globe. Like you would, given for example, airplanes. Airplanes don't adjust for any curvature or movement of the ground when they take off or land or travel across. They don't take into account the globe for anything. They have to assume that the ground is stationary and they're traveling across a horizontal frame of reference.
Well, see, there's
which
a lot.
is not curving. Horizon, not curving. Zero slope. Horizontal, not curving. The opposite of curving, the way we operate in reality. And we build, like when you build in a structure, the structure that you're standing right now, it uses the same principle on the horizontal frame of reference, that you establish the first brick of your building on the foundation. You establish it with a level, plumb up, right? And then you establish the horizontal
Well,
at the
here's
90 degrees. and
Well,
then
here's the
you put
question,
the
right?
next brick and the next brick, and you at the end of the day you put all the bricks together, and you can put a table on top of that structure, and that table is going to be horizontal, and you're going to put water on top, and the water is not going to fall from the table.
Well, listen. So in theory, right? So you would say, right, if you're standing on a completely flat planar surface, right, two-dimensional surface, you could in theory see any like erected object at any distance, right?
Well, given that you have like nothing in the air, there's no particles in the air, no dust, no water, no humidity, no darkness. You have a like a Superman vision. You can see forever.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But in reality, even if you're looking across a horizontal, your vision is gonna converge to a point where there's gonna be a vanishing point, right? And even if a structure might be, pretty tall, and you might be able to see it, many times you're gonna have visibility issues within the medium itself. Light attenuates. There might be, there's many variables like
Okay.
the
You
the
think it has to
medium
do with
between the
the
observer
fog?
and the object, and the how things converge into a point of that you can't see them anymore. The
I
vanishing point.
never had this inference pattern. I don't understand why it's so common. I really don't understand. I don't remember that line of propaganda when I was growing up where they were supposedly refuting the flat earth, and the teacher stood up in front of the classroom with the TV or the projector on the whiteboard screen and said, well, if the earth was flat, then we would see everything on the surface, especially if we increase our height. I never heard that point, so I don't know why this inference pattern is so common. I mean, I guess it's a anti-flat earth point of propaganda recently, but I don't remember growing up hearing that. I don't know why that is such a common inference pattern.
Well, it's just a thought experiment, right? Because also, yes, you're right. You might be right in the sense that that humidity and fog might cause visibility to be obscured. But would you also be able to say that that should happen at much further than it would, given the same conclusion to be drawn from curvature instead?
What sense does that question make? Let me just
Like,
say this.
which would better explain the fact that something can't be seen, the curvature or fog and humidity?
Multiple variables.
It's not a matter of what is better. It's not a matter of that. Especially when we don't see curvature, we don't see the Earth curving, and we don't see, especially extremely tall objects in the distance, leaning away from us as we look forward away to the curvature, which is what we would see if we lived upon a surface of a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, whose slope increases 8 inches every mile, 8 inches per mile squared.
So then what about
we don't see what would be seen on a curved surface, and we do see what would be seen on a curved surface, also acknowledging the fact of the limits of the extent of light rays, the attenuation of light through a given medium, and the limits of our field of view. Our line of sight, our field of view does not stretch forever.
So does this also explain the sunsets?
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I mean, the instantiation of the uniformity of nature.
It explains the sunsets to the extent of what we can see, that vanishing point where things are converging. But since we don't know, because Gregory, I don't know if you agree with this, but the sun, it's in its medium of itself that we don't know of, right? So those variables are unknown.
Yeah, another bad inference habit that people have is to think that we're sheerly substituting a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum with a disk flying around in a cosmic vacuum. No, because we don't empirically detect that either, in spite of all the deceptive propaganda that's been promulgated to the public to the tune of billions. We don't live in a cosmic vacuum.
So you believe there are the things outside of the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Well, like, what's an example of the extent of the universe in your opinion? Like, how would you describe the universe?
Do we have to get into that? Because I really don't want to hear other people's mouths.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
That's a
like,
tough one, dude. That's a tough one because we have the immediate
I can
experience.
answer the question. I just don't want to be bothered with other people's mouths right now.
Go ahead.
Specifically
Go ahead.
regarding space. Specifically regarding space.
So rather than existing in a cosmic vacuum, we exist in the midst of the cosmic waters. Hence why the sky is blue. So as it were, it's an underwater terrarium.
Okay.
You see, rather than this convoluted, backward, incoherent, appeal to refraction or reflection of some sort of distortion of light.
Does that explain the stars at night?
Yeah.
How so?
I mean, you keep following up with that quip of a question. Why or how so? I mean,
well, I mean, I'm just asking
celestial
you to elaborate.
bodies.
I'm just asking you to elaborate.
The celestial bodies rotate in their circular orbit above the face of the planar surface of the Earth. It stands to reason that the surface of the Earth is circular, given that there's always nighttime in one area and daytime in another area. So it isn't as though the sun is not is not over the face of the Earth at any time. Same with the stars and the moon.
Gary, can I add something to the stars? An important point that a lot of people miss is that the luminaries look like they are converging and diverging towards and away from the observer. So it's like gears. It's not if you're sitting on a spinning on a table on a chair that you can spin and you look up, you can kind of see that effect that if you're spinning on the chair, you're gonna see this circle of everything above you, right, or below you. But when you look at the stars, they're not doing that. The ground is not spinning, and they look like gears, like converging and diverging towards and away from you. So that's a different phenomena that people saying that the stars look like they're going in circles because the ground is spinning. It's a different perspective. It completely debunks the ground spinning when you actually look at the stars. Their conversion and diversion. And not just the stars, the sun, the moon, the radiance, all of the phenomena in the sky is moving in a manner that is converging and diverging from positions and around a center point in the sky, like clockwork.
Why is it being dismissed that we would like explanations to certain things?
What did he say?
I don't know. I said, why is it being dismissed that we would like explanations to certain things?
What's being dismissed?
I never heard the dismissal.
No,
I never heard that dismissal.
Gregory
Are you just making stuff up?
No, can I talk? Gregory said.
You can talk.
So another question is.
Okay, I can't talk then.
Well, hang on. Yeah, Brandon.
My bad.
You're right.
Okay, Gregory said that the sky is blue because there's water up there. And the other guy, there was another guy that said why he wanted Gregory to explain it, and Gregory just dismissed that as I don't.
Why you dismisses me talking about the luminaries converging and diverging like gears in the sky, and you just why you denying that, Brandon?
Neither did I dismiss that. He didn't ask me about the cosmic waters. He asked me about the stars, and I
exactly. And now we're talking to Gregory that is not paying attention to the conversation. I mean, Brandon, not Gregory. My bad, Gregory. Brandon, you're not paying attention and you're asking questions. What are you doing?
About I was stuck on the whole sky being blue thing, and Gregory was saying rather than it being a refraction or reflection. So is he denying that there is a refraction or reflection?
No.
Okay. So it happens. So it's possible that that's the cause for the sky being blue.
Sure, anything is possible. That is possible. That's a truism.
Okay.
So, the stars,
Well, why
the
isn't
celestial
it then?
bodies. Oh my goodness. The stars, the celestial bodies. They don't disappear in the distance only because of curvature. We've been thoroughly trained to presume that it's wrong. We never seen the curvature. We never seen that happen in the first place. And secondly, that's not even a logical prerequisite or metaphysical necessity to obscure something. We see planes taking off, right? And there's nothing non-transparent between our eyes and the plane as it ascends into the sky on a clear day. Let that plane go far away enough, it will become so small that it becomes invisible. The angular acuity to resolve that object at that distance becomes too small to resolve. And so we don't see it. But there's nothing non-transparent. It's not like a solid or a liquid between us and the plane on a clear day, right? So that's a clear example that you don't need curvature for an object of a given size to be obscured at a sufficient distance so that its angular acuity is unresolvable in your optics, aided or unaided.
Well, speaking of airplanes, what about the routes that they take? Like, why do they take non-linear routes?
For a number of reasons, and none of them include being on a sphere.
Well, wouldn't
Airplanes go
they?
from
Well,
airport
if it
to
were to
airport.
be on a flat surface, right? Wouldn't the most optimal way to get from point A to point B be a straight line?
It depends on the obstacles that they may or may not have to fly around.
Well, if you're in the air, there's no obstacles.
Really? There's no obstacles at all?
Well,
There's no
maybe besides
meteorological
some,
activity? There's no issues with mechanics, and I mean, come on.
well, despite assuming well, even without storms, right? Even without storms, they still would take a nonlinear path.
Okay, so ideally, should there be no obstacles, all right? Yeah, you can make a straight shot to your destination should you have everything sufficient to make that flight.
Well, so then why don't they?
They have sometimes.
Well, a lot of the time they don't.
For a number of reasons, none of which include flying around a sphere.
Right, but I'm saying, like, if you were to trace the path of a plane flying, right? If you were to trace the path that it takes, say, from America to Europe, right? Why does it take the path that it takes?
What exactly flight are you looking at? I mean, I've already addressed the critique, right?
Well, let's.
It isn't as though the appeal to these flights necessitate that it's flying around a sphere. It's not a
Well,
logical and a metaphysical prerequisite. So they're not taking a straight shot or some type of disruption to the effort to complete the flight. If they have what is sufficient without any obstacles, they'll make a straight shot.
Let me find an image.
Maybe he means that they're curving left and right. Is that what you mean?
Well, for instance, like for planes that fly from America to Europe, right? They fly closer to the northern side of the Earth, and they fly kind of in a like here. Let me just show you the website.
Like they arc from left to right?
I mean, we're hearing you, but you're kind of like not receiving the argument. Whatever the issue is, if they have what is sufficient to make the flight, then they'll make the straight shot. If there's obstacles, then they're going to make some adjustments. None of the reasons for which they are not flying in that straight line to their destination include that they're flying around a sphere. It's not a logical prerequisite nor metaphysical necessity.
So then do you see the website I give?
Well, Gregory, like curved paths are still planar. So I don't know what this guy's point is.
The point is,
yeah, I mean, the curve doesn't necessarily equal up-down curvature. It could be horizontal, vertical. It's not necessarily vertical; it's horizontal also. But the website.
Yes, the one I gave. Because you can see like the planes from the U.S. to Europe take an arc. Like just as an example.
They don't go in a straight shot though from A to B. They fly in flight corridors, which are like basically freeways in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't see what you're talking about. I just see a whole bunch of yellow planes.
Well, you can see
Icons.
like look over the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
Right. Are you able to see like the arced shape?
I don't see an arc shape. I see a vast multitude of yellow plane icons.
So like you don't see like the general like path that they're all taking?
I don't see an arc shape. I see flights going to and from Europe and the US like you appealed to.
So you're saying you don't see, so I'll post a
Alright.
screen. Let me post it.
So I got a question. Do you guys genuinely believe in a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Some folks in here, yes.
I want to know what makes you believe in it then.
It's not so much of a belief.
Did you just
it's
get
more
here?
of a knowledge of it not being
Yeah,
a globe.
I just got here.
Knowing that it's flat.
This image
Okay,
here.
what makes you know that it's flat?
Hang on, you're about to make us restart a dialogue we just began, so just follow along.
This is just a genuine thing. If you
I heard you. I heard you. Listen to us. Listen to me. We heard you. You're about to make us restart a dialogue we just began, so just follow along.
all I hear is you guys talk about flights.
Water.
Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at that. Where's the arc?
The arc, you can see like from the like if you look at the direction all the planes are facing, they slowly arc towards.
No.
Yeah, you're really having to strain to see an arc. Like it's not like this conspicuous arc. And even
I'm
if it was
saying,
an
like-
arc, it doesn't necessarily
saying look
equate to vertical curvature of a flight path.
Yeah, that's not the best image to look at, but
No,
the
no.
geodesics, there's
Yeah, what's
plenty
up?
of images of
These
geodesics.
guys do look at these profile pictures. They do look like fucking flat earthers, bro.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I don't care.
Add on check.
Yeah.
All flat earthers are trolls.
Yay for bad humor. Yeah.
Okay, regardless.
Anyways.
Okay, whatever. This isn't necessarily getting anywhere. But
water.
So what about
You ever heard of water?
So your explanation for the sun dipping below the horizon is what again?
Dipping below the horizon.
What's the
It
horizon?
becomes invisible at a given distance beyond the horizon because its light rays are finite. They don't extend forever or throughout the entire world. All right. So the extent of the light is limited. It's going further away so that it's not covering whatever it's not extending to.
Okay,
The
then how
light
will
is
we see
attenuated through the atmosphere.
But you
and
can
the
see
limits of your field of view.
How can we see
It's
stars
like
then?
every time the sentence ends, someone wants to talk.
Explain everything, Gregory.
Yeah, no kidding.
And
Is
the
it going
last
down?
sentence,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
know,
Sorry.
yeah, the last sentence being the limits of our field of view. There you have it.
Our field of view?
What about stars then?
Well, because if you're saying that the sun would, well, then what about the sun that never sets, like in the northern areas of the Earth?
What about it?
Therefore, the Earth is a ball, or therefore, the extent of the sun is sufficiently long enough to touch that area. In principle.
I have a question. Do you guys think the moon landing was fake then?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
How so? How so? $1 billion.
Is that a question?
Yeah, like how?
Are we going to segue to him, or are we still talking to Sponge?
No, go
Well, I would still like to discern like the models you have for the Earth and what's around the Earth.
Stay with Sponge. She's being reasonable.
Yeah, the
In this
lunar
voice channel, we
mission-
concentrate on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the moon mission isn't even a flat Earth topic. That's all
Yeah.
within the globe paradigm. There's people
Yeah.
who think globe, who think
to be
they
round.
faked
How
it.
is that not in the topic?
Well, speaking of Well, speaking of the moon and other things, do you believe that the moon is flat or the sun is flat?
I think Creed was
No.
like in the middle of his sentence, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'll post a flat Earth
Yeah,
model
no,
for y'all. Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, it's okay. You guys see, if you really want to talk about the moon mission, you don't need flat Earth for that. You just go talk to globe people who think the moon mission was fake.
Wait, wait. This, if you think it's flat, then what happens if you dig down to the center? Why does it get hotter then?
Center hotter.
Can I take
When
this?
we dug 8 miles down, did it get hotter then? What are you talking about?
When you
Well, we
dig
haven't
down
really-
in Earth, the further you get down, the more pressure there is, as there's more gravity affecting you. As
You
more
saw
gravity
that in a
affecting you-
cartoon. You saw that in a cartoon or in a movie.
Why do you say that
That's
so
not what happens in
confidently? Like, have
reality.
you done that?
What's gravity?
No, there's like plenty of mines in the world.
Mines?
So why
Yeah,
are you
there's a
so
lot of
confidently
mines,
saying
yes.
that?
Okay, it's hot down there. Okay, good.
He's saying he
Can
has
you
to
give me-
dig for himself to know.
Can you give-
I
Of course,
just
he
want to
knows
follow the
about
train of
these.
thought. Sorry, my friends.
No, I'm just
sorry, I
wondering
wanna
why he's
follow-
saying that so confidently.
Clearly want to follow
Because
the train of
because
My
when you
friends,
think
let me
about
try
it,
and follow you.
when you go down, there's gravity. Gravity is affecting the Earth. The closer you get down to the center of the Earth, there is more gravity as the pressure eyes of the. So think of it like this:
Oh, dear.
you hold a fucking
Hold it
cup.
in, Jedi. You're about to talk.
Yeah,
any minute
you hold a
now.
cup.
Just give him a minute, Jedi.
The bigger the mass
Okay.
of the
Fish
cup,
breathe on the water.
the less distance between the
And
water
humans
and you
don't.
there is.
What's gravity?
That's how the gravity affects. The
What's
closer you are,
gravity?
the closer you are to the more gravity almost.
Okay, I was with you with dig down gets hot. I was with you dig down lots of pressure. What's gravity?
Gravity?
Mm,
It is the pull of the Earth.
the pull of the Earth. So what? The force?
Yeah.
The mass attracting mass?
Yes.
No, that's not your current scientific rhetoric for what gravity. It hasn't been for 100 years. Mass attracting mass superseded Einstein, general relativity, bending and warping of space time, not mass attracting mass, not magic at a distance.
So wait,
Right?
do you guys think
Wait.
the moon is round, right?
No, dude, we're not going to get off to moon is round. I want this guy
Stay
to.
on the topic, man.
Some
Round,
days of the
round.
month it is, other days of the month is not round. Go ahead.
There we go.
Answer.
So,
So
did you
flat,
not
flat
know this
Earth is
about?
you can. So go ahead, Jedi. I'm just trying to clear the moon thing up so we don't have to talk about it.
All right, if you quickly want to do that, then that's fine.
I'm going to
Um,
say don't do that actually, because every time you indulge one of their like ADD tangents, you're just going to encourage them to keep doing that, and then we'll never get to the end of anything.
Wow,
What did you call it, Heretic?
You're
What did you
using
call
your, you're
Focus
using
on
your
gravity.
big boy
Everyone
words,
here,
bro.
focus on gravity.
Damn,
Yeah,
okay.
focus on gravity.
Wait, is
Jedi.
Antarctica a big ice wall like around the whole world?
Okay, this
or
person is
it
doing
a
that
small
deliberately. He's
continent?
doing that deliberately.
Antarctica's gravity. Brilliant.
Jedi,
So
as you were.
gravity. Yeah, gravity, not a force. Hasn't been a force for over 100 years. Einstein, not a force. Bending of space-time. All right? Not magic at a distance. Not this mass over here attracting
gonna
that
fact
mass
check
over
you.
there. Yeah, okay. So not that then.
Okay.
Mister.
Well, it can be conceived as a force.
But it isn't a force.
But you left the
You
part
can
out where
conceive
Einstein
anything the
said
way you
mass.
want to. What the hell does that matter?
You left
Well, it
out what
depends on the
Einstein said.
depends on the scale you're trying to. I'm sorry, I interrupted
Okay,
someone.
then
Einstein
why?
said that mass is the thing that bends the fabric of space and time. You
Yeah, but that's not
include
mass
that part.
attracting
Okay,
mass, is it?
Yeah,
if you
that's
guys say it's flat,
that's
then
what it
how
looks
can
like.
you go
No.
straight north
No.
and
Well, wait
end
a minute.
up going back the same spot after going completely through?
Okay, that's something else. Again, we're off the subject. Is going round in circles gravity?
Okay, so
We're still talking about gravity.
reason like Newton said that
Hey, what does
gravity was a
cladistically
force
mean?
is because it's just like an oversimplification of the bigger picture. We could say the complex answer, which is okay, well, mass, warp space time, whatnot. But for the uses that we can use gravity, like in our frame of reference, like on
Does it
Earth,
throw darts?
I think it's
Not
we can use
interested
it
about
as a
using
force.
it. No, not interested about using it and thinking of it as a force. I asked this gentleman when he said it gets hot down there and there's lots of pressure when you dig down. That's because of gravity, that is. That's because of the mass attracting the mass. That's not what Einstein is. That's not mass attracting mass, magic at a distance. The mass is sitting in the fabric of space-time and bending and warping it. So not the same thing.
Yeah, but he has a point that it can only be caused by gravity. All we have to do is change the phrasing a little bit. Instead of saying that it's mass attracting mass, we're saying that the curvature of space-time becomes more pronounced as you get closer
Okay,
to the center of the Earth.
that's brilliant, but that's just a coordinate system, three-dimensional space as time. It's a reification of those two things, space and time, turning them into a fabric and bending that fabric because your mathematical concept says mass can do that. That's not gravity, that's a concept.
Okay, these concepts. Well, that's the theory of how gravity is explained, but
Concepts,
the
sorry.
phenomenon of gravity, the observations of the effects of gravity are not what we're making up, right?
Okay.
These are not
Concept you
concepts.
are.
We're just saying how it behaves.
Yeah, you're
The cons-
correlating
the
a
cons- the
reification
concept.
fallacy to the phenomena that we observe. That's not valid.
The
Oh no,
concept
here
of
So,
comes the
do you think there's a
fallacies.
phenomenon? Do you think there's a phenomenon behind why things fall?
Do you think there's a phenomena
Things
as
falling
to
is
why
the
gas?
phenomenon.
Do you think there's a
Well,
No, it is
phenomenon
regardless
not
as
a
of the
phenomenon.
phenomena of gravity, is there even like I still
There
ask the
wasn't one.
question again, which is like, how does the flat Earth model explain gravity?
We don't. Gravity's your idea that's only associated with a ball. One idea, mass attracting mass, that's
Oh,
superseded, and the other idea always needs a ball. We don't need to explain something from your paradigm.
So
So you can't
gravity doesn't
explain how
exist.
things fall down?
Things
That's
fall
Then
not
why
the
down.
can I
implication of
jump
what he
up
just said.
and
That's
then why do
not
I
the
come back
implication of
down?
what he just said to you.
So why do
So
things fall down then?
What you guys are failing to realize is that both so-called universal gravitation theories are empirically inadequate and implying absurdities, rendering them impossible.
Okay, I think that's a bit of a leap. There is no absurdities implied with gravity. You haven't shown
Oh, there
any.
isn't? You want me to prove
All
it?
you've said, all that's been established is that these are concepts, and we're working with, things that we haven't really
Are you
observed yet,
sure?
like fabrics and space time.
Are you sure?
Yo,
You sure
totally.
I'm sure.
you sure there's no
nothing
implied
absurd.
absurdities? Are you sure?
Yo, totally.
There's
Speak
nothing
to the choir,
contradictory.
bro.
There's no absurdities.
Wrong.
Okay, so listen. With
Poe
mass attracting mass,
really just said fucking wrong and muted himself.
Yo.
I never muted him. He's wrong, and you're interrupting. Be quiet.
I don't give a shit, bro.
You will
Okay.
do when it gets removed.
Who is it that doesn't give a shit? Come again. Okay, somebody got him. Good. Go ahead.
okay. So, number one, mass attracting mass. The hypothesis is that sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the cause, the sheer existence of it. So if you want to verify that by the causation inquiry method, aka so-called scientific method, then the independent variable to see how it would affect the dependent variable in the experiment would be manipulating the sheer existence of matter. But even in your own paradigm, with the first law of thermodynamics, that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, you cannot do that. You cannot manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter. So you can't do the experiment. So it can't be verified by the causation inquiry method. Furthermore, like I've already said earlier, people are going to hear me repeating myself again, but you're new here, at least for tonight. It implies there's only three options logically that you have concerning motion. The object is moving away or toward or not moving at all. So if matter, with this hypothesis, is the cause of other matter, the sheer existence thereof causing other matter to be pulled toward it, it's pulling everything toward it. And so everything would be pulled into a humongous clump. All matter would just be clumped together because all matter is pulling all matter. Well, of course, we don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. Or everything is being moved away from one another, and everything would be disintegrating. We wouldn't have the world that we have here to get today. That's another false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. Or everything is not moving. But of course, there are plenty of things that are moving. That which implies falsehood is false. So in all three logical possibilities, all three options that you have with this, they imply falsehood, absurdities altogether. So you can't do the experiment. and this hypothesis implies falsehood altogether. So yes. And then lastly, concerning Einstein, is this stupid reification of space and time, which means the fallacious, misplaced concreteness upon space and time. Space and time are not concrete entities. They don't have substance. You can't bend them. You can't walk across them. You can't fall along them. None of that. That's stupid.
Are we all falling along the path of time?
To respond, okay. To respond to that, right? The cause and effect relationship we're concerned with gravity is not the existence of the matter itself affecting the existence of matter, right? The cause is matter, right? And the effect is motion. Those are the two things we're looking at. Oh,
Say that
what's
again.
so funny?
Say it again for us.
I don't know. Sorry, maybe say that
In
again
matter.
slower and listen to what you said.
Okay, so it's matter, and the effect is a specific type of motion.
Not all of it.
Let's clarify. Here we are. Let's clarify. Is the hypothesis the existence of matter causes matter to be pulled to other matter, yes or no?
Yes, in a way that's predictable.
That doesn't
So
have
yes.
anything to do with the Earth.
So I didn't get the hypothesis wrong. I got it correct.
No,
Yes.
you said it's about the existence of matter. We're not talking about effect. The cause and effect of relationship isn't concerned with the existence of matter. It's concerned with the motion of the matter and how we can model it.
Alright, so I just found out.
Okay,
you guys
let's
banned
clarify again. Hang on.
You
Let's clarify again, because I already asked him a clarifying question. I asked him, is the hypothesis that the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to move towards other matter? He said, yes. And then in the next breath, said, no, it's not concerned with the sheer existence, it's concerned with the motion. Which one is it?
Can you repeat what the absurdity is then? Because I'm missing something.
Oh my word.
Okay, we're gonna whistle past that scrutinizing question. Okay, the absurdity is implied in three ways.
I want to address it.
Okay. What do you want to talk about, my guy?
Okay, I'm not trying to avoid anything. I just don't want to be mischaracterized that way. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation, right? I just don't remember what the absurdity is, and I want to address the earlier point you made when I
That's fair.
up.
That's fair. You have three logical options. You have an absolute trichotomy of options as it concerns motion, right? The hypothesis being that the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to move, to be attracted, to be pulled towards other matter. So everything is either moving away from one another or toward one another or not moving, right? So once again, number one, if everything is moving away from one another, then everything would be disintegrated down to the most fundamental, irreducibly complex particles. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication, that which implies falsehood is false. Or everything is moving toward one another. Everything would be one humongous clump mass. We don't live in that world either, nor could we. That which implies that's a false implication, that which implies falsehood is false. And lastly, nothing is moving. But obviously there are plenty of things that are moving, especially hearing me talk with this breakdown. So that's another false implication, that which implies falsehood is false. So in all three possibilities, in this trichotomy of options, it implies absurdities.
I think I understand now. And I think you would be right if... So, okay, I think I can see that motion is what we're talking about. It's not merely just motion. I think we have to start from the standpoint that gravity can cause motion, but it acts as a force. And for gravity to be able to cause motion, it needs to overpower other forces.
Okay.
So it acts as a force. That's the standpoint that I had to come from. You can't cause motion just like that.
So is that your hypothesis, your prediction? Gravity causes motion?
Not exactly. It acts as a force, which can cause motion if it overpowers other forces.
Okay. Does gravity cause motion?
Go ahead, Jedi. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't want to interrupt you, Gregory, but it's kind of on point to where I think we're going. You said hypothesis, which is a prediction. You said the cause is gravity, which acts as a force to cause motion, right?
Yes.
Cool. So that's a hypothesis that we can test in an experiment, isn't it?
Yes.
Awesome. So can we vary and manipulate gravity to cause motion?
You could observe celestial bodies.
No, we're not going to be
You
observing.
can't.
Hold on. We're doing natural science here, physics, which requires the hypothesis to be tested in a physical experiment. We've done the observation. That's where we got the dependent variable from. We've got the prediction of cause of the dependent variable. You said gravity. So experiment, we must vary and manipulate our presupposition of cause to see if it causes the motion, whatever that motion is. Right? Natural science?
You could. Okay, there is one experiment I'm aware of, the Cavendish experiment, in which you have masses like on I think it's masses on two rods, I believe, and like you're trying to test like the torsion that gravity causes, like pulling something is pulling big ball experiment. I forgot what it was. Let me search this up because I'm sounding like a retard.
With that being mentioned, the question is this: what was the hypothesis? Now, you're trying your best. I will give you credit where credit is due. But the problem is that you haven't been consistent with the concluding premise in the first instance. That's why I repeatedly asked the clarifying question: what is the hypothesis? Is it not mass attracting mass? Which is a very short way of saying the existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to matter. That's the definition of Newtonian, Cavendishian, if I may so say, universal gravitation. That's the hypothesis.
Right. And under that
Okay.
simplistic terms, I could be like, okay, you can pull on something, but it doesn't move towards you. And that happens when the force of what you're pulling at is overdone by other forces against it. So I mean, that's what I'm trying to insert into the context here.
Okay, so
You can
canceling
say that
out
gravity
the
pulls.
hypothesis to where it's undetectable.
No,
Sorry.
Right? If
here's
it
where the
is the
Cavendish
case that there's
experiment.
other forces at work, logically, if there is other forces at work to where it makes seeing this particular mass attracting mass universal gravitation undetectable, then you can't know it that it's happening. It's just an idea.
Sure. And here's where the Cavendish experiment comes in, where we've manipulated. Okay, so let me state the hypothesis. Okay, so okay, so if you have, never mind, I have to look at the experiment again.
Okay. Just to remind
Okay,
you.
so you have.
No, go on, carry on. You're fine.
Okay, so you have two large masses, and then you have a rod with two small masses on either end of it, right? And then it's held up by a torsion wire. The hypothesis is, if you manipulate the mass of the big balls, you'll get a different angle of turning or torsion, I guess, depending on the mass of the big ball, because the force of gravity is larger and causes more turning. So I guess in simplistic terms, mass and turning angle would be the cause and effect, respectively. We can infer gravity from that. Or we can at least infer that gravity is about masses, and the more mass you have, the more force you have.
Okay, so again, this is not. Yeah, so again, this is not being consistent. That operation is not consistent with the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to it. right?
I just want to add real quick on
Supposedly,
that point. Well, he's trying to infer a force. He says pull, right? That doesn't even exist in his paradigm. But go ahead. I know that you got more to say. Go ahead.
and so the idea is that everything that is not in contact, direct contact, and latched onto the surface of the earth is being pulled to the center of the mass of the earth, which is why the oceans stay around the ball, the sedimentary rock, which is why the gases stay near the rock, which is why we all stay on the rock, right? That's the idea, right? It's not that there's a humongous or it's not as though there's a metal bar or a chain attached to everything to keep it on the earth, right? It's moving around in free space, but in spite of moving around in free space, the sheer existence of this humongous object that is the rock ball surrounded by gas and water and other little items like us are being pulled by its gravitational pull. And there's a gravitational pull just by the sheer existence of it, especially given its mass, the quantity of matter that it subsists of. That's the idea. And so the independent variable in the experiment is the sheer existence of the matter. The matter exists, therefore it pulls things. That's the idea. So what you have to do is manipulate the independent variable to see how it affects the dependent variable. That is to say, manipulate the existence of the matter to exist and then not exist, exist and then not exist. But that's impossible given this worldview, especially with the first law of thermodynamics. Matter and energy can neither be created nor destroyed, at least by a creature. So you can't do the experiment.
Sorry, Gregory.
Would be
And the
the
second law of
issue-
thermodynamics.
Okay. So what would be the issue? I mean, I get that you can't manipulate the existence of matter itself, but like you can sort of do an analog for this by manipulating the presence of how much matter there is. Right? You can manipulate if there's a large amount of matter or a small amount of matter and see the effects and how those change. You can
It's
still
begging the
perform an
question. It's not
experiment in that
logically
way.
sufficient. It's begging the
How's that not
question.
logically-
It could be something else in the world that's moving the matter. We've seen other things in the world move matter, right? I can pull things to me with my arm. It's not necessarily because of gravity. The wind can push things along. It could be something else, visible or invisible. It doesn't necessarily indicate, nor even strongly indicate, because this is an inductive issue, that the matter in the Cavendish operation, because it's not an experiment, is moved by so-called universal gravitation. It could be moved by something else that's actually visible. We never actually seen gravitational pull. It's just an idea that is trying to be a rescuing device for a glaring, irreconcilable discrepancy in the cosmic paradigm. How the hell does everything stay around the ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum? No one's ever seen mass attracting mass. It's just a strong devotion to the idea.
And what's even worse is it doesn't even exist in his paradigm.
Especially given the Einstein update, as it were.
Yeah, exactly.
So you never seen mass attracting mass. It implies absurdities in all three ways concerning motion. And you can't do the scientific experiment. This is utterly, abysmally, empirically inadequate.
I mean, okay, work with me here though, right? Okay, so you mentioned that the Cavendish experiment doesn't establish that gravity is the cause of the motion or the turning that we're seeing, but if we isolate and we're only changing the presence of matter, and what else could it be? It seems to affirm our hypothesis, even though we can't be completely certain. You know, there
You
could be
can't
some
isolate
mysterious
it.
other force.
You can't
Yeah,
isolate it. What do you mean?
Just
Listen. You can't isolate it. You're going to leave the earth, you're going to leave all matter, go into an absolute vacuum? No, you can't isolate it.
Well, just we have a fair idea that there's no just random forces coming from nowhere, right? And also the change in how much the angle of the turning of the torsion wire is consistent and it can be calculated from mass alone.
Well,
Right? So that
again, you're
means
going to the same thing I've already refuted. You're going to the same thing already refuted. So number one, congratulations, you have ideas. So does everyone else. And number two,
Children
you're
of
going back to the same thing I've already refuted.
What you're doing isn't reasonable doubt, though.
You are
Like this is
welcome
just
here.
far beyond reasonable doubt.
No, what's irrational about it? Number one, I'll say it again. Right, the hypothesis is not verifiable by the causation inquiry method, given that it requires logically that you manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of the matter. You can't do that, so you can't do the experiment, and it implies absurdities in all three ways in the absolute trichotomy concerning motion. What's irrational?
But I address this by saying, okay, maybe we can't, look at gravity when there's no mass or, manipulate the existence of matter itself. We could say that, okay, if we imagine gravity acting like a force, then if
You
we
can say and
manipulate
imagine
something
whatsoever you want to. That's not demonstration.
I'm not saying that this is the proof of it. I'm just saying that, okay,
Okay, well, if it's not proof, why are you bothering to say it?
I'm saying if we imagine as if this is our
We
hypothesis.
heard you, dude. You're beginning your rebuttal with "I imagine." That's not proof. That's not an argument.
I'm not saying that's my argument. I'm saying this is our hypothesis. Just
We,
hear me
we,
out.
we already established the hypothesis. Your replies are not an argument. I imagine, we can imagine, we have an idea. These aren't arguments. These are just your
You got
ideas.
the hypothesis wrong. I'm saying that you're saying that, okay, the existence of matter pulling other matter has to be the cause and effect relationship we're looking at. But I'm saying that
Is that not a more elaborate way of saying mass attracting mass?
it's
So
not.
I didn't get the hypothesis wrong.
Yours adds a qualification that you're okay. Let me gather myself here. You're adding a quantifier that doesn't need to be there, which is the
What
sheer existence.
quantifier? What are you talking about? I didn't quantify anything in the proposition.
You're saying that we can only look at the existence of matter or the absence of matter. I'm saying that we can look at the presence of matter. We can add more matter and we can subtract matter and see how.
Okay,
this
that's
affects.
begging the question. That is
that
not
begging the
logically consistent with the hypothesis. It's not just a matter. I just had to talk with someone else just about this very same thing. I don't know why you people keep taking refuge to this appeal to, well, we can increase the quantity of matter. Right? That's not logically sufficient. It's not a logically sufficient appeal to refute the critique. Right? The hypothesis is the sheer existence thereof. It's not a matter of the quantity of matter or the volume which the object occupies. That's not the matter. That's not the point of focus. You're begging the question as to the sheer existence of the matter causing other matter to attract other matter to it. Mass attracting mass. It is not
can I ask you
only
something,
because the matter exists that the mass is moving towards that matter.
Can I ask you a question, Greg?
You just did.
Okay, so I got one for you. As far as the gravity and existing and matter existing, so we've controlled for everything else, and the only thing that is here to create that gravity is the matter. And so why would we come up with? Why would we ignore that when it's right there in front of us?
What do you mean controlled for everything else? You separated the objects in the experiment. You can hear me replying.
Yeah. Well, you asked a question.
What do you mean isolated it or controlled for everything? You separated the operation from every other reach of gravitational pull from every other matter? Is that what you did? Because that's what you have to
keep
do.
saying the sheer existence of matter is the thing that creates gravity, right? You keep acting like that's a problem, but that's exactly what we're saying is the point. That's the point.
I know.
There's matter.
Thank you for the truism.
And it's creating gravity. So is that what you have a problem with?
I
just want to be clear.
I know. I'm clear. Let me clarify for you.
So you're clear that gravity is because of the matter that.
I get it.
Okay.
I'm not unfamiliar with the idea. I'm not unfamiliar with this debate. What I've been saying the entire time is the same thing that I've been saying every time the first time I've opened my mouth to say this critique. So yes, I get the idea. I get the hypothesis. The other gentleman was struggling to grasp what exactly is the hypothesis. I was clarifying
What's the
for him.
critique? What is the critique,
Right.
though? That's what I want to
So
know.
I'm going to have
I
to
wanna
say
know
it again. So I'm going to say it again. I think perhaps you're new, but I don't think you are new, regardless. So once again, as it concerns that hypothesis, that logically requires that you manipulate the independent variable, which means the existence of matter. But you can't do that even in your own paradigm. With the first law of thermodynamics, matter and energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So you can't do the manipulation of the independent variable to verify that the sheer existence of matter would cause other matter to be pulled toward it. So you can't do the causation inquiry method to verify the hypothesis. And also, it implies absurdity in all three logical options in the trichotomy concerning the nature of motion, moving away, moving toward, or not moving at all. So once again, either everything is moving away from one another, therefore every single bulk matter is disintegrating into most irreducibly complex particles. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. Secondly, either everything is moving toward one another into one humongous clump. That's another false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. And lastly, nothing is moving. But there are plenty of things that are moving, especially as you can hear right now over the microphone. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false.
I mean, you just keep saying false implication implies that falsehood is false. Like that's
totally
like way too many
circular.
words, dude. You can't
say
say
it's
false implication. That which implies falsehood is false.
That's like way too many falses in a row. You got to cut your words per point down.
So
you've got serious issues.
Yeah.
So
it
is
was
it
a
false
thorough.
or is it not false? Can we just like stick to one false per sentence?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It was hang on. Yeah. It was a thorough refutation. Yeah, it was a thorough refutation.
He's an
I
intellectual
said it
guy.
exactly the way I
Hold
needed to.
Okay, so that's kind of my issue right now. Is you're using way too many falses. And
Yeah,
you're using
it's
way
not
too many words
too
per
many
sentence.
falses. It's exactly the way it should be said. That which implies falsehood is false. It's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false.
But that's you're implying that. That's
Yeah, no, it's not me implying that. That's the logical
You are
implication.
implied.
Those implications are false. So they're false implications.
Who's implying?
Right. So again, the premise of the hypothesis. I know you're getting your feelings troubled right now. I know how dare the flat earther actually
which
be
one?
able to
Say that.
articulate it.
Say the premise.
How dare the flat earther actually be able to articulate an argument that refutes my precious scientism dogma? Yeah, get over it. So once again,
you're
as
using
I've already
fancy
said
words.
very
Use plain
clearly,
English.
as I've already said very clearly in this voice channel, and you can wind back the tape if your memory is so feeble that you have the memory worse than Dory in Finding Nemo. Once again, it implies absurdity in all three ways in the logical absolute trichotomy concerning motion. Either everything is moving away or toward or not moving at all. So everything is moving away, being disintegrated. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. Number two, if everything is moving toward one another into one humongous clump, all matter is being attracted together into one humongous clump. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. And lastly, nothing is moving, but there are plenty of things that are obviously moving. That's another false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. It's thoroughly refuted.
Can we work on just that first premise?
What's the claim here? I just joined.
Yeah, what are we even talking about? I'm so lost in the sauce.
That's
right
well, I mean the issue. He doesn't want us to know that.
Yeah, he's obfuscating and persevering to make it seem as though I'm the one trying to obfuscate when I'm the only one asking sufficient clarifying questions and thoroughly refuting this as he continues to interrupt me.
Can both sides?
What are you
please,
arguing
can both
against?
sides please reiterate their central thesis?
Yeah, it's very simple. All this obfuscation because someone refuses to just humble himself. It's very simple. I just thoroughly refuted the hypothesis of mass attracting mass universal gravitation, which is to say that the sheer existence of matter, as he confirmed that I well know, is the cause for things being pulled to other matter. Okay, so I just thoroughly refuted that. That's
So
what happened.
matter, it retracts other matter without gravity. That's your contention, correct?
Oh my goodness.
No.
These
No,
people are
he's
You
saying
need to
that
restate it in such a way that people understand you.
Oh,
Otherwise,
God.
you're failing
Yeah,
to speak.
I'll restate it in the way that I've been
Exactly the same
restating
way
it all
matter
night,
isn't the
which is
cause?
entirely understandable, rather than the obfuscation from all these wannabe sophists. I just thoroughly refuted the hypothesis
I don't care.
that universal gravitation, that Newtonian Cavendish universal gravitation of mass attracting mass, the sheer existence of matter attracting other matter, as to why things don't fall off the ball in the cosmic vacuum, this cosmic paradigm that's in controversy right now. Yes, I thoroughly refuted that.
I'm disagreeing, Greg. I disagree with you.
I still
And
don't
it
know the
doesn't
central
refute a
thesis.
goddamn
This is so
thing.
dumb.
Well, you're saying you're making a claim that you're thoroughly refuting the existence of gravity, but I disagree with that claim.
And that doesn't refute a goddamn thing. The refutation still stands.
So you don't
No, it doesn't.
agree with the theory of gravity?
I disagree with it.
Is that correct?
Okay, that doesn't refute
Talon,
anything. That doesn't refute anything. That's simply a repeal to incredulity. Jedi, please, yes.
Yeah, you need to tell him how. You can't just claim that you're gonna. Tell him
Yeah,
how
you just keep
specifically.
saying that you refuted it, but how have you refuted it? I don't know what's going on. I just got here.
Yeah, good. So shush. We're trying to sort it out. It doesn't help with you jumping in. So Talon, how are you going to refute this then?
How do I refute his refutation?
Yeah, could you? You said you.
Okay, well, I would.
You said it twice,
So I would provide the existence of the evidence of gravity and the theory of special relativity that shows that matter bends the fabric of space-time in a way that creates a gravitational field, and that gravitational field creates motion and forces everything towards the center of the mass, and so all of the other mass would appear to attract mass because of that gravitational field, and that is what we perceive as gravity.
Okay, so which one of the 3 points is that specifically refuting?
Well, I don't have to what do you mean refute? I don't have to refute.
Yeah, you didn't refute the refutation that I just said. You just failed to refute my refutation, distracting to a red herring. Congratulations.
Okay, well, I said I would provide evidence that there is gravity.
Right, you failed to answer Jedi's question, so we can move on to Einstein like you just did now. So
that's
appealing to
started.
Einstein.
You wanted me to refute.
No, that's not where we started. No, that's not where we started. We started with the other gentleman. I forgot his username. Okay. We were talking about mass attracting mass, not bendy space time. You need to pay attention better.
Those are the same thing. That's my point.
They're not the same thing.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not the same thing. That's why Einstein superseded and was substituting mass attracting mass in the early 20th century. No, they're not.
One of them's got time in it.
You're misconstruing the
No,
relationship
we're not.
between the two.
No, we're not. You are.
You're a clown.
No, I'm correct. I'm not because
You're
show
not. You're
the
not
appearance
correct.
of mass
One of them is
attracting mass
3D.
is still
One of
correct.
them is 3D Euclidean geometry. The other one is in 4 dimensions, including time. They're not the same at all, dude.
Right, and so that falls perfectly within our
So
dimension.
obviously, two different hypotheses, two different concluding premises. No, they're not. You're just lying.
We've been through the conversation before about what mass is. We've had this conversation. Now, the Newton idea, mass attracting mass. Magic at a distance, right? The mass is attracting the other mass towards it. Right? Einstein's idea, mass is sitting in the fabric of space-time and causing things caught in that gravitational world to appear to be attracted, right? Decrease in distance from each other. They are two different things.
Right, but you just said the appearance of them two is the same.
You don't quite get this, do you? Do I have
That's
to
what
do
I
it?
said,
Do I have to do it slower for you, Mez?
But that's
Okay,
what
do
I
it slower.
said.
Do it slower.
Yeah, good. So mass attracting mass. Two things of matter attracting each other, doing the work without any physical mediation between the two.
So from my point of view, if that's what's going on, if I have two masses near each other and we're in a universe dictated by Newtonian physics, what happens to these two masses? From my point of view.
I don't know, mate. You tell me. You seem to have joined the conversation late.
Okay. Well, they move towards each other, right?
No.
If we're also in
no, that's incorrect.
Oh, red herring from the point, right?
Sorry, 2 seconds. No gas. There you go. That's not
What?
moving towards each other. That's dispersing away from each
Right,
other.
I said
Gas
if we were in a
flows-
universe
Shut up.
that was dictated
Shut
by
up.
Newtonian
No,
physics.
Shut up.
Okay.
Shut up. Just shut up. I'd rather talk to
All right.
Talon than you.
Okay. Well,
Please
Talon's
help
quite
me.
stupid. Talk to me.
No. No, you just don't
Anyways,
fucking like it.
back to the point.
All right. Jedi runs away. Fair enough.
No, just don't like you. You jumped into a conversation that we were having with Talon and someone else.
Yeah, you were saying some
fucking
silly things, so I thought I would,
No,
educate.
Yeah, that doesn't
Not
give you the
silly.
right to destroy the decorum of the voice channel. Exercise some self-discipline.
Yeah, it does.
Not
doesn't.
silly. Newton's idea, the force. Einstein's idea, not a force. Not the same thing.
There is absolutely no reason to keep insisting that they're the same thing. They're obviously two different sentences, for fuck's sake.
It's self-defeating for them to claim that, because if they're the same thing, then the Einsteinian version will have the same problems that the Newtonian one did, which didn't work out with their solar system. So what a dumb thing for them to argue.
Thank you.
I do want to hear. So, Greg, I do want to hear your first premise, and not in like a troll way, but I just want to take it one step at a time and kind of ask you see if I could ask you some questions and understand what you mean on that first premise, because I kind of hear like the second parts, but it's so complicated. I just want to work on the very first thing that you were saying about that refutation of refutations.
What are you talking about?
Just like what was the opening premise on that syllogism you were throwing at me?
Concerning what?
Gravity. So you got
The
massive.
three absurdities you were talking about. Yeah,
there's three absurdities. Yeah,
I'm
that's
sick and tired of
exactly
repeating that over and over again. Wind the tape back, dude.
No, not the whole. Well, that's what I'm saying. Don't repeat the whole thing. Just pick that. You said three absurdities, so I want you to please explain one of those absurdities.
Just choose any out of the three, or do you want a particular
any,
one?
Just pick one. Pick your favorite one.
Yeah, okay. Motion. Nothing is moving. The third one. How about that one? There are things
So
moving.
Is nothing moving, or are things moving? Like we have to we can make a decision.
What did I just say?
Are things that's well okay? So when you said three absurdities, that one of the absurdities is that we are not moving, and so I'm not necessarily on board with that. So I need you to clarify what that means.
What is obscure or confusing about it?
So is that a
the
claim
only
that you're
option we
making?
have left. The only option we have left after the previous two is either everything is moving toward one another or away from one another, or not moving. Obviously, there things are moving, so we're not entirely motionless. The world is not motionless. So that's a false implication.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You see, no, that's too many. What was that very first thing that you said? Just stick to the one thing. You said we're not moving.
This is fucking dumb.
I'm sorry. Like, don't just assume that it's dumb. Please just let me go through the line of questioning.
It's not
so that
that
way
difficult.
We can better understand.
If you're so
what you mean by-
analytical,
we're talking
then you
about
should
one
keep
of three
up in such a
absurdities.
simple logic sequence. If you're
We're
so
talking about-
analytical, then you should be able to keep up.
Well, that's a should.
It's my God.
Again, we don't want to make
Out of
these
the
assumptions.
three, we have one left. Nothing is moving. That's a false implication because there obviously things are moving.
Okay. So I would agree that things are moving. So that it means that that third absurdity doesn't sound absurd because we agree on it. So let's just agree that things are moving.
So the absurdity doesn't sound absurd.
No. So let's kind of set that aside because I want to talk about the other two absurdities. What's the very first?
Okay, I thought you only wanted to talk about one. Now you want to talk about more than one.
Right. So we've got three. I just wanted to hear about one. You picked a random one. So now let me
So
just
you
pick.
don't have any problem with inconsistency?
Let's
Is that
just
it?
pick about the first. Let's just pick the very.
So you don't have
first
any
one.
problem
You
with
said there are first
inconsistency?
two
Is that it?
absurdities.
Right?
We don't. I just want to know about the first two
So
absurdities.
you don't have any problem with inconsistency? Is that it?
Do I whether or not I have problems with inconsistency is irrelevant. We just want
It's
to talk
entirely
about
relevant because if you don't
just
have
wanna-
problems with inconsistency, I'm not gonna fucking bother.
Okay, well I do have problems with inconsistency, so let's move on to the first two absurdities.
Okay, so then we're not gonna go on to another one because you just said only one. right?
No, I said you can just pick
No,
one.
To contradict what you just said, more inconsistency.
Okay, so the
Wait a
second
minute,
one,
okay.
everything moves away from each other.
Let's not like get caught in a loop of one of your
Moves away
questions.
from each
We can
other.
just talk about the one of
Everything moves away from
all
each
three of
other.
the absurdities one at a time.
Oh, now you want to talk about all three, not just one out of the three. This
That's
dude.
literally okay. So yes, you repeated what I just said, and I agree.
Everything
Yes, that is
away
what I want to
from
do.
each other.
Right, wind the tape back.
Let's talk about all three. Yes, I'm
wind the tape back. I'm not going to say it again.
And we're not going to just stop at one.
I'm not going to say it again. Do you hear me?
Yes,
I'm
I
not
can
going to
hear you.
repeat them. Wind the tape back.
Oh my god, I don't have tape. I'm on a computer.
Alan, can you not remember?
So the topic is on how
I don't feel like debating Dory.
went
That's
over
boring.
too many things at once, and we're going to go over
No.
all three absurdities just individually.
No,
and then we
we're
can start
not. You're
breaking
gonna
down what his
look
point
at
is.
the video on YouTube, or you're not gonna hear it again tonight.
So
I'm not going to be able to ask you a follow up question if we have to sit and go back.
Right. So you're gonna look at the video, or you're not gonna hear it again tonight.
You can't just tell me the two absurdities.
Until I'm in the mood to say it again. I'm not gonna say it again. So we're done.
So much faster.
We're done, dude. We're done.
Did it.
We're done. Moving forward.
Generally, fuck's sake, can you generally?
Okay. What about? Is there another point that you would like to make, or you just want to give up?
Can you generally not remember them?
Genuinely, there was a ton of stuff that he said that I don't remember.
Yeah, we're moving forward.
Hold on, he said it like 5-6 times, and you complained that he said it so often. Have you generally?
No, he said the whole thing over and over again.
Okay. Yeah, he did. He repeated the three things a lot of times. Have you forgotten?
Said motion, not in motion, or those individual absurdities. That's kind of the issue, is that he won't clear up his points. I'm trying to help him make it a better point with
This
less
is the
words.
problem with these people. They have no discernment. None.
Okay, because again, I just asked you what were those 3 points.
Can you remember or not?
Yes, I can remember if you would answer my question clearly.
What's the first one?
I can remember.
It's good. So what's the first one?
Okay, so let's go over the 3 absurdities by themselves right now.
Cool. So the first one is where Talon jumps in and tells us what the first one is.
Talon, tell us what it
Because it
is,
was-
mate.
Oh my god, that's literally what I asked you. Please, just answer the question.
No, we're testing your memory.
Holy
Obviously,
fuck.
you couldn't remember that either.
Would I be? Why are we wasting so much time here when I can just get the answer to the question? I don't remember. I keep asking because I don't remember.
We're not
I already
engaging,
went over
Dory.
this. Do you remember like 20 seconds ago when I said I don't
Yeah,
remember?
we're not
everything
engaging,
you said?
Dory. Improve your memory, then come back.
And then
Holy
you
shit,
said
dude.
and then you said you remembered.
What? Oh my god! You guys need to just stay to the
Yeah,
topic.
you need to improve your memory, and then you can engage.
Okay.
See how
Yeah,
liars
Talon.
get caught out.
If you
telling
wanna
lies?
address the
So
three
great,
They
absurdities,
can't remember their lies. Like it's absurd,
No,
man.
I mean,
I've
I'm
just
totally
been sitting
open.
back. Shut up! Don't talk over the top of me. I've been sitting back listening, and it sounds fucking ridiculous, man.
I would like to
Talon,
hear
if you
what
wanna
the 3
address the three
absurdities are.
absurdities,
Yeah,
listen,
3
listen,
absurdities.
Talon.
We have got to
Listen,
move the fuck
he
on. This
repeated
is
it.
just inane.
Well, yeah, but you won't answer the fucking question. What
Yeah,
are the 3
moving
absurdities
on.
that you bring up? This is
Moving
the issue.
on.
That like I don't get to you give a huge
Oh my
dish
God,
gallop, and then I don't get
moderation.
to
What the fuck?
answer.
This
You
is
don't
so
ever
stupid.
follow up.
This
on
is
what
just
you say.
idiotic.
And then now you're attacking
Dory
me.
idiot has the memory of a fruit
Do
fly.
you not remember?
Thinks that we're going to keep engaging this
Just because that
garbage.
one guy.
Talon,
Yeah, I can hear you.
He's
I
not
can
going
hear
to
you
answer
yelling.
your question. He's not going to answer your question. He doesn't
Hear
want to
that.
answer your question. So just move on. That's it. Simple.
Okay,
We're
so
just
what was the very first premise, right?
This is
Like,
this is a sort of asinine shot as
trying to
behavior
break
that you
down
get popped in the mouth for.
Gregory's premise, but his point, but he won't do it.
Talon,
You're
if
not
you
ready.
want to address the 3 absurdities, right, what you have to do is remember the context in which he stated it. Remember remember what he said, right? And you don't make him
Do you
repeat
remember?
what he said.
Do you
Remember what he
remember?
said and
Do
state
you
your
remember?
I remember
Because
what
literally
he said.
anybody.
You see how he's repaying your effort to try and help
Gregory,
him?
do you think
You
anybody
see how he
remembers?
repays your effort to try and help him?
I do.
He is persevering to score a point. He knows he can't refute the argument. He knows he can't refute the refutation. So he's desperately trying to make it seem as though I'm the one that didn't actually get it correct. I'm the one that's refusing to actually withstand scrutiny, even though I repeated the argument and addressed the critiques to the argument, at least, like Jedi said, more than 5 fucking times. We're done. We're not talking to Dory anymore.
Yeah, good. I muted him, so We can move on to someone
Gregory,
else.
That's the
He's
type
not-
of churlish,
he's just
stupid
gonna-
garbage that children get popped in the mouth for. I said
gonna
no.
have
You
to-
keep
Really,
asking.
they should. That should. Well, they should. That's the thing. They should get popped. You know.
Gregory,
Anyway.
he does this. He does this every time he's in here.
Every time.
So you're not going to get anywhere with him, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Either
You're
way,
right.
I'm always impressed by Gregory's intellectual honesty and assertiveness. You know, it's great. It's always tactful. It's always on point, man. Sorry, Greg, not to be a fanboy. Sitting here like,
I think
damn, that was more than 5 times though.
we should just all take a big deep breath and that's it.
Who's up? Who was the other guy that they were talking to?
Or is he a flat earther?
Oh, there you go. That's him. Who's that? Who's that talking now?
Oh, you know who I am.
Who are you?
You remember
Who are you?
me. You remember me.
No, I
You know
fucking
who I am.
Remember, you're not that.
They all have
it's
this
been a few months.
self-inflated ego. It's amazing.
Remember me and Ricky?
No idea who you are, man.
That sounds
Yes,
like a
you
party.
do, Timbo. What the fuck?
Red Pill Revolution.
It's been a couple months. I've been away. I've been doing shit. Been dealing with shit.
Oh, Timbo, you didn't remember our name. What the fuck?
Yeah, I have
Did
a
you have
different
another name?
I had another name. Yeah.
In our other server?
Yeah, I think
Or
it was
in
a
here?
different server, and then I got muted or banned. I got banned for, and then but I joined this one. This one let me back in.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, friends. So it's nice to be back. You remember Ricky though, don't you? The girl.
Yeah. Oh, hey. How are you?
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell. Yeah.
Me.
Hey.
She's
Ricky,
gone
the
though.
blabberer. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of the obnoxious girl I was dating for a
Yeah,
little
that
bit.
was in 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. Sorry, man. Took a while to remember.
I remember Sydney too. Yeah. Yeah, I remember a few of you guys. I think I remember Jedi. I think Jedi was one of those people, and this dude, what's his name? Heretic.
Oh, what was your other name? No,
I forget. I don't
mean to dox
remember.
anybody, right? That's TOS, right?
Yeah, I don't remember. I could probably figure it out. I think it was Eban or something.
Yeah, that's it. Eban.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, that's what my mom calls me because I'm half Japanese and she's Japanese, so it sounds weird. Sounds like
As long as it's not racist, I suppose that's good.
No, because I'm Japanese.
I know.
Can't be
Yeah, I know. Until I filled that bit in, I thought your mum was just being mean to you, but I get it now.
No, she's just very Japanese. She can't help herself.
Best cuisine, one of the best cuisines ever. One of the best cuisines in culture ever. Can't hate on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love sushi and I'm just happy to be Japanese, but I'm trying to get her into the flat earth shit. She's not having it. And she believes in the Bible.
You know, that's okay. I mean, you're not the only one. We have we have multiple people in this server at this moment, and in the past, you know, home-based server goers that are, you know, implicitly or blood related to Japanese or married to. So, right on, man.
Absolutely. Anyway, it's good to be back. I got banned before. I don't know what I did. I got banned though.
Hey, the best of us always get banned. Am I right?
Yeah, well, I pocket shit sometimes, so I just can't help myself. But whatever. It's all good now.
Hey, it's better than online poker for not real winnings, you know? So, it's all good.
Did I tell you about that? I do play poker. Like, that's my job.
I play solitaire, and I actually filled out a W-2 for it. Like, you're not alone, man. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I play live for real, for like a job. Been doing it for a long time.
Is there any Globers that we can get back to arguing with? Did we mute Talon in the end?
I swear, Gregory, that was one of the best things I've ever seen ever by you. And I've seen a lot by you. That was one of the best performances ever, man. Way to keep your cool, man. I always geek out at just like the intellectual honesty of that guy. Gregory is so tactful with his words. I'm just like pwned every time. And I'm just like, gotta give him props. Sorry, I'll shut up.
You're right. You can unmute him if you want, Jedi. I just muted him because it was going nowhere. But go for it, man.
I'll unmute him. I'll just say this: good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. God bless you.
Take care, man.
See you, Gregory.
Parfait, Greg. Parfait.
Love that beard, by the way.
Do we still have that
He's
guy
getting
in chat?
jealous.
What's his name again?
bro.
Sponge Boobies.
Imagination. Imagination.
Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis.
What the fuck's going on?
Should be illegal to work on Sundays. Jeez. Ugh.
Should be illegal to work every day.
Is that right?
Yeah. Should be in here debating flat Earth.
Well, I can on my break times, so don't worry about that. And when I'm travelling to work, so make the most of it.
What time do you start work today, man?
Yeah. Yeah. But it's that moment where you just don't want to get out of bed and you're like, I'll just put it off for another half an hour. No rush.
You can talk about anything you want, man.
I was talking to a guy with Gregory earlier, but someone turned up at my house and I had to quickly jump out, and then he's left the room.
WTF, mate? What?
I don't know. I don't know who it was though. Wonder what happened to him.
Does anybody else get that reference? E-Bombs World? No? Nobody?
Nope.
Yeah, I controlled that.
WTF, mate? I'm sorry, AJ. No, you're good.
No, I didn't get it.
You said that stick death.
Do you remember E-Bombs World? It was full of good like flash games and
Oh my god, no, yeah, we're not going to talk about it. It's not server topic related, but it's amazing. I'll post the link.
Is it still active? Like you can still go to that site?
I pray that if it is still active, we still have Homestar Runner as well, and then that'd be good.
I doubt it's still going, but maybe if it is, that's like legendary.
That's like Liquid Generation. So we had like the three. We had those three. Like, yeah, that'd be dope as fuck.
Yeah, like Stickman Fighter or whatever the fuck game it was. So we played that a lot. The Matrix kind of stick fighting thing. That's pretty cool. But then we eventually got it banned from our school system because we used it a lot. So we had to find a proper.
Well, I mean, the UK has so many advantages. Am I right? Like just in random ass things. So, yeah, not surprising.
Yeah. No.
Our school banned online poker because of me.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, what else is like the lottery here? So, like, what the fuck? You know, that's so like what?
Well, that reminds me. Let's check if I'm a millionaire. I put in for the Irish lottery just because it's Irish. So we'll wait for the results and I'll get back in touch with you. And if I win anything substantial, I'll just give you all nitro. I'll stop something.
Dude, they all deserve it, right? It's the best place to boost, bro. Good on you. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm finding out. Find out if I need to go into work today.
I was such a weirdo with E-Bombs World too. Like, what the fuck is this girl doing? Like some crazy voices. Like, okay, all right. Anyway, posting it in the chat.
We went through multiple. The IT technician at school ended up administrator or whatever ended up blocking tons of our Flash game websites because we just go on them all the time. So we find these really, really weird niche, like crazy. There'll be pop-ups everywhere, and like just get on Flash games, playing battle tanks and whatever we used to play.
Yes, I went to another server today, a wannabe Christian one, and it was so fucking funny. I almost lost my shit. Oh my god, it was like a wannabe like Catholic fucking battle on battle. And then the first question they asked me when I went in there was, "Are you a flat earther?" And I'd never been in there before, and I was like, "Crit would appreciate this." I'm like, "Where the fuck is Crit when I need him?" You know? It was fucking funny as hell. I can't help but giggle. I'm just sitting there laughing like, "You clowns!" Oh my god. It was nothing like here. I'm like, fuck it.
Why did they ask if you were a flat earther? What did you do?
That was my exact question. I said, what? I'd never been in there before. And I'm like, well, that explains everything. I don't need to hear anymore, but I'll still incline my ear to these wannabe fucking Christians. It was so funny. It was so funny. Like, yes, I know the overlap is good, but so is AAA and USAA for military and auto people. Like, come on now. Like, there's an overlap there. It's fine. It's fine. You know, fine. It was hilarious, dude.
Did you get into a conversation about the flat earth or not?
Absolutely. And about five or six different of those threads, it was fucking hilarious. Fun as hell. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. And the rhythm was perfect. The rhythmic insertions when they needed it, it was so funny. I'm just like, damn, you're so much more boring than any of this, you know? And I'm like, God damn, please take those kids to acting school. Like, I'd be much more convincing, you know, if anything. So I'm like, what am I gonna do? It was really, really funny. But yeah, they asked about the flat Earth, and then they immediately went to like the Catholicism is the only way to get saved, and I'm like, well, I'm out. But it was interesting.
Catholicism is the only way to get saved.
No, literally, to quote verbatim, is the only way to be saved. In this one little thing that's like a Greek word that nobody knows, because Catholicism is kind of like slavery, because a lot of the organized religion is. But me and Jesus Christ are homies and live, you know, with each other, for each other. So it was so freaking funny, dude. The tactfulness just like fell out the boat. Like on the second question that they immediately asked me when I got in there, I'm like, homie Quans, I'm not here for that, bro. Just came in because I got invited, man. What am I gonna do? You know? I was just curious. You know, nothing else is going on here. So what the fuck? It was hilarious, man. Oh my god. Oh, and the next question was, am I related to the server owner? I'm like, I have no freaking clue, man. I am not the one to know. What the fuck question is that? And then the next question, they always insert this. All right, have you ever been tested for MK Ultra schizophrenia? You know, like that girl's real. Come on now. Come on.
Oh dear.
It's so funny. Every time I'm just like, called it. All right, next. All right, called it. Bye. All right, I'll see you in 5 seconds when you unmute me. Okay, bye. All right, cool. Hello again. What the fuck? So funny. I feel like Crit right now. It's so funny. Anyway, so yeah, no, it's funny. Don't mean to giggle. Just call me Giggle Bits. That's cool. I can go by that.
Well, mute you, don't worry.
Oh, Turquoise, you're my favorite.
Really?
Pack that sack lunch, or I'll put a hex on you. I'm kidding, but pack that sack lunch, or I'll kill you.
I don't know, Timbo. Sometimes it's Gregory, sometimes it's Crit. It depends whoever's around, whoever's the favourite of the other, I guess.
It was me for a moment then.
Hey, it was
Yeah.
Turquoise. Not wrong.
I'm in.
I think it's evil to put hexes on people.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh no, that was a legitimate joke. I shouldn't have joked about that. I'm like, yeah, I could easily remove it if anybody has one. But no, it's not my style.
Oh, it was Matthew. I thought, where's Matthew? He just spoke up, and there he is. Good morning, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you, sir. Hello, Mr. Learns. Hello.
How's it going, Sydney?
What's going on in your sky view today?
The moon was up earlier.
What coastline are you coming from? What time zone?
Pacific Standard
I
Time.
figured. Are you in Seattle area or California?
California.
Right on.
You're not going to be able to see the eclipse then this time on April the 8th. Doesn't quite go California, does it? Starts in Texas.
It's 70% full in California.
So you get to see a fair chunk of it then. That's not too bad.
Yeah,
We saw 70% back in October too.
What was that, Turquoise?
I was going to say lunar eclipses are a bit like not comparable to a solar eclipse, are they? Solar eclipses are far beyond a lunar
Yeah,
eclipse.
this is what
in my
I'm talking
opinion.
about, solar eclipse, yeah.
A total solar eclipse is an amazing thing to see.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just say far, far beyond, Turquoise? I'm so sorry. Sorry, is this Narnia? No, I guess. A little bit.
Feels like it.
Just give me that fucking just give me some Turkish delight and like some globe proof. I'd be so happy. So happy forever.
Right. I had some Turkish delight like last week, actually. I thought I'd treat myself.
Fuck you. Super gel.
Turkish delight. Surely there's something better than Turkish delight.
Vegemite on toast. We talked about it. Yeah.
That'll do it.
Avocado on toast is better.
Turkish delight tastes like soap.
Yeah.
A lot of things taste like petrol to me, dude. You're not alone.
If you get the real
Vegemite
stuff,
on toast
you get the real
with
Turkish
avocado.
delight, man.
Vegemite
awesome.
on toast with avocado, man. Fucking
I've had real
delicious.
Turkish delight from Turkey.
Yeah. With like the powder
Yeah,
and
the one with the powder on top.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's alright. Yeah.
No, remember that powder is just not powdered sugar. It's called moon dust now. Remember?
Okay.
Moon dust. No.
That's why it's so fucking expensive.
No, I was just fucking around with Alpha because I'm sure he'll hear this later.
Fucking moon dust. It's expensive
That moon
shit.
dust will just be crushed.
Dreams.
That's so well said, bro.
Petrified
Well
wood.
said, man. That's very true. Well, I left that shit in 2008, my friend. But yeah, man, these moon dust clowns, man, all over the place. Holding on to the dreams. And the one hit, you know? Crazy.
Space rocks. Yeah.
Like, I literally remember being like 8, okay, in Washington, D.C., and they would sell that shit like this, like, you know, $5 corner store, you know, dollar store. Moon rocks, literally, like, as a souvenir and shit. People would buy that shit up like apes. They were nuts. They were crazy. And I said, no, I'll take the Statue of Liberty lighter, even though I was 8 years old. I'm like, yeah, Dad, I don't want the moon rocks. I want the lighter. It looks like a statue. You know, it's crazy.
¿Qué pasó?
Hablo tres años, pero no es más bueno. What's up?
¿Qué está pasando?
Ay, terrible.
See, I'm only fluent in like 2 languages, English and American. So
Well,
you can translate that.
That was funny, dude.
Surely you can extend into Australian and Canadian and New Zealand as well.
Canadian.
Canadian. Shut your face, you cunt.
Blame Canada. No, for real. Blame Canada. Yeah, works for me.
They're completely different.
You guys joke about Canada, but you just wait until they take over the whole entire world. Then we'll all be sorry.
Oh, we'll definitely be sorry, but they could try. Won't happen.
We'll all be
Matthew
sorry.
Lawrence, I'm really shocked that you said that. Who is they, to be honest? Who is they?
None of those
Canadians.
sentences. Ended with A.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Like if they take the whole world over, then we'll all be sorry because the Canadians are always
Australia
sorry.
is the next superpower.
Right.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get that joke. That's actually quite funny.
Yeah, if you have to explain it, then it's kind of rude.
Yeah, no, but now you
Yeah,
have.
it's
It's
like-
actually quite funny. I get it now. That's cool.
So I'm bilingual and I didn't even know it.
There you
Canadian,
go.
Australian, English, American.
Yeah, don't forget the New Zealanders as well.
Oh my god, fucking steak and kidney is shocked over here. So yeah, that's funny. That was really funny.
New Zealanders suck, man. They're all losers.
I mean, if they exist, right? Because most people think like, what? What the hell is that nation? What? What?
It's Middle Earth.
Oh, yeah, I
Matthew
live in the
learns. I'm
Shire.
so surprised. Every time you speak, I'm actually really curious because you actually baffle me a lot. So, how was the skyline yesterday? What's going on in your purview of life? You always fascinate me.
It was overcast yesterday, so. But to tell the truth, I'm not that unusual. I would say most scientifically minded Globers would agree with almost.
You know, my
anything I said.
dad's one of those folks. So I'm just like, he's easy to predict. You are not. So tell me what's going on.
So SpaceX launched this thing that's going to land on the moon later. That's something that happened the past couple of days.
Is there going to be a flock of geese to get in the way, or what's up? Are they actually going to do it?
It launched already.
No way.
I forget what it's
And I hit the firmament.
Just gonna say, well, so that happened. My goodness, really? Muy interesante, Matthew learns. How funny.
I'm trying to look up the name of it. I forgot already.
I was too busy being preoccupado, on Discord and packing up my life and shite. So I'm just like, how funny. Tell me what's going on in the world of that. There's always something, yeah.
Machines. That's the name of it.
But I can attest, as an actual native Floridian, I have never witnessed any of that. So the downfall, like the breaking down, the Bermuda Triangle, or any of the rockets, I wish I could say that I've witnessed it, but
I thought you could see it. Well, it depends how close. Like, what major city are you near?
the swamp, the military base, Fort Lauderdale, Jacksonville.
I think there are some launches that go that direction. If you know what time to look and pay attention to the schedule, you can go outside and see it.
And really, they just like change the direction on us. So it's like, okay, which way do you want to look? So for me, I was like, all right, cool. They go to the pretty side of the water or not. And yeah. Matthew learns. You seem to know what's up though. So I mean, I'm curious. What else happened this week?
I don't know. I haven't been paying too close attention. You mean news stuff? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like people like you, like actually have news to report in the, non-patent chemical polymer related fields. So basically, all things NASA, I can't relate to, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, usually you have like a little bit of insight. Always amusing and respected.
Who's the Aussie guy that was jumping in before?
Not skinny vet.
No, it was. Was it Morning's Word? Doesn't want to talk now.
And shout out to smartest person alive. Long time no see. How funny. Good crowd.
Hey.
But yeah, if anybody wants to not anybody wants to spare themselves of what I went through earlier, just don't go to that functioning or whatever Christian server that I was going to earlier. Just don't go there. It was really bad, man.
So what type of church do you think Jesus does want you to go to?
The one that's not the spirit of Antichrist filled. The one that's not bewitched in terms of Galatian the one that has never lost sight of Jesus and doesn't get fooled by the spirit of gossip, occult, and a bunch of other things. And
Nice. I like that answer.
that's simple. Yeah, I'm still trying to find a home church. So yeah.
Wouldn't it be any church that doesn't have an idol?
Correct. And keeps Jesus as the headship, because that's what the natural order is, you know? The headship over that, and then the headship over the house, the husband over the wife, and so forth. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Jesus wasn't fond of churches.
Correct.
Weren't they called synagogues or something then?
That's different. That's a different context, but yeah.
Shit, I know. Just being specific.
You know, this is what. Yeah, no, I could talk about that for a long time, but I won't. But yeah, to answer you, Timbo.
Sydney, here's another piece of news. Alexei Navalny, the guy who is, going against Putin and, stirring up trouble, he ran against him for president.
Allegedly, when was okay? All right.
And then he got put in prison, and then yesterday he died of natural causes at age 47 while walking around in the prison yard.
While walking around.
Something like that, yeah.
Within supervision, you said?
I don't know. They just said he was walking and collapsed. And then
Did they Jeffrey Epstein him?
Yep.
Oh God! Please don't bring that guy in here. That violates TOS. We're not going to talk about that. But
yeah, and then Russian authorities are deliberately withholding his body.
well, I'm all on board with anything that our government tells us not to be on board with. To be fair, because we're all together here, So
Yeah, who knows if those people even really are dead, right? Like you can't really.
I don't even know if they really existed. That's the best part. So yeah, you're good. But that's so crazy. Like a lot of things are naturally dying. Like my cat died last week, and I was so upset. And my conch shell of all things has like gotten mold spores, and like within 3 months of being in a place that I've never lived before. But the other conch shell that I've had right next to it for years has not developed mold. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on, man? So yeah, that's interesting. Matthew Lawrence.
It's awesome that you have a conch shell.
I say whatever brings us closer, to that reaping of the tares with the wheat, Because they'll try to tell us it's like, oh, against Israel, oh, against Russia. They'll try to do all that shit. I'm just like so over that. I'm like, well, that's boring, So what else happened with NASA this week?
Yeah, I think it's mostly like SpaceX and stuff now.
X. What a fraud. That guy I pity that guy so badly. I really do, and I pity and I pray for him. I'm just like, who the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even his fault, man. His mom was a great marketer and marketed Olestra in the 80s, the shit that gave you irritable bowels and leaky bowels, and it's not even his fault. Like, he was just born into it. I'm like, oh, this guy. But
Pity the fool.
whatever.
I pity the fool.
I really do. It's not a self-righteous standpoint. It's like, nah, bruh. I really want to pray for your eternal salvation. I'm like, no, I'm good. Just add some X to something else in your life, It's like everything to him. So it is what it is.
It's good. Yeah, I noticed there's like religion and like a whole bunch of other channels in here. Like, what happened? Like, things congregate or something, or get changed up?
Well, it's good to see you again, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Good to be back. I got banned earlier, so
I know you're good.
I don't know how I got unbanned. To be honest with you.
You're hilarious. So anyway, the NASA world, so they had to launch like 5 days ago, so Crit said was gonna happen. I'm sure a flock of geese fucked it up or something, but I didn't even follow back with him. I'm like, what the hell happened with like some other launch, you know? Like okay, really when they say launch, they really just mean like a balloon going up from Sweden, right? Are we all right? Or Switzerland, sorry, Switzerland. Am I right?
Yeah, a lot of them go from Florida too, right? Like from where you live.
Well, they have, you know, like the wonder. This is why, like, my dad fixed aircraft planes, and I'm just like, hell yeah, they need to be on dismount, like, at all times, you know, at all times. They just have to launch out at all times whenever needed. So it's like, it's so funny to me. I'm like, yeah, I'm not denying satellites, man. I'm not. I know that there's a computer there. Okay, I get it. Just saying, they all leave or exit from Florida or Switzerland. You know, it's like, come on, it's really that it's that simple. So somebody can try to fight me on it.
Well, they had a Chinese satellite balloon, right? Like on TV. They even showed it on TV, and there's a satellite. And
China also had a fake sun, to be fair.
What?
China also had a televised fake sun launch,
Yeah,
to be fair.
You know,
To be
but
fair.
those documents too. They're trying to create. They're trying to create. Excuse me.
Well, you know, if we're all like Alex Jones, then we'll all just be suckers to that. Go on.
Yeah, so they're trying to create fucking everything. Psychos.
Well, it's okay. They like to let us believe that they are, just like the zombie thing with the CDC. I'm like, way to insert that 5 years late, homies, in other servers. I'm like, come on, dude. Come on. Like, try else, you know?
Like all the zombie propaganda and all the TV shows and on the movies, like they
Hilarious. Hilarious, right?
everyone fucking knows about zombies now.
I mean, I don't have, like, you know, friends because most people just don't like me. Well, they love me or they kick me out of the bar for being prettier than them before I order a drink. So, yeah, like,
Yeah, pretty much Sam.
yeah, sounds about right. People talk all over.
Before ordering a drink. What?
Yeah, because there are female bartenders and that are miserable and just I've never understood it. I'd rather be in the corner, like laughing at NASA alone, and like E-bombs rolling it out, and then waiting for some friends to come. That'd be great. So you're good.
Did you check if Pool is still active? Is it still?
It didn't look like it by my web search, but I did not use Google. I used a different one. So from the looks of it, no, but I still found the clip.
Oh yeah, they probably have clips on YouTube.
So now we just have to like track down Liquid Generation for the Who's Boobs game and Homestar Runner. We're good.
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Hello, Rice Ray.
What's up?
I like your coin. What's going on? Are you Glover?
My Glover? No.
Hmm.
Do you walk upside down in Australia?
I worship Prometheus.
Do you eat shark fin? Also?
Not Asian. The fuck?
I mean, you don't have to be Asian to eat shark fin.
I don't really care who you worship. I just wanted to know where you stood on the whole like flat globe thing.
Well, that's the thing. It's like my god, Prometheus. He revealed all the secrets of the universe to me.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. So like, I know like everything. Yeah.
I feel bad for you. I'm so sorry. Tell us something then.
Well, we need to defeat Zeus because he's an asshole.
Zeus is just another one of the satanic angels that's just like the realm of Persia and shit and Greece and shit. If you want to read Daniel and stuff, it's like, okay, fine. Stupid. But Zeus is no match for your god then.
Obviously, you're a woman who understands Daniel, right?
Yeah, and you're good. Your god's gonna beat your god either way. So let's talk about flat Earth or not.
Woman, why are you so like aggressive?
Woman, I'm just trying to follow the TOS, man. Trying to follow the TOS, man.
It's like woman against that podcast, yeah.
And to be honest, nobody's ever done that. So I'm happy I got this far speaking to you.
People here jacking that the Earth is not round.
You said jackin'?
Like they think that the Earth is flat.
Interesting. What nation? Where are you from to actually
Yeah.
use that term?
Bruh.
How funny.
Why do you care so
As
much,
in, like,
bro? Like what? Like the immediate verbal dispute, like 2.5 seconds into the
No,
conversation,
as
is
in I'm not
crazy,
gonna
bro.
get banned from my home server here, bro. So what do you got to bring to the table? Tell us how the Earth is a globe, then, and let's talk about it.
I'm just asking.
I'm not.
Why are you
I mean,
concerned about getting
honestly,
banned?
people mistake my apathy and assertion for like straight up coldness, and I'm over it. So, what's up?
Why are you concerned about getting banned, bro? Like, what's that about?
We're not talking about me here. You came in here. Hello.
I'm just asking. I still don't have an answer. Does anybody in here think that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Okay, listen, I respect it. I have no problem with it.
All right. Cool. What's your next question then?
If you want a raise of hands, my
Have you
hand's
guys
been up.
seen the hell is that shit called? Oh, I forget what it's called. Fuck. What's the name of that channel that does all the debates, like with a bunch of people that disagree?
Wow, way to be vague, man.
No, like
Could you be a
they
little
do
more
like.
ambiguous?
Oh my god.
Why are you guys acting like dicks?
Because
What
we
is it
want to know
called,
what you're
bro?
talking about. It's being a little bit ambiguous.
No, but why?
So
Do you think
if
you're
it
better
was
than anyone just because you
other
think
stuff.
the like Earth is flat?
Sorry for your ego compensation question. I'm gonna ignore that, but no.
One at a
What is
time.
this?
He was talking
What
with
the
the other
fuck
guy.
is this
Don't be jumping
projection? Oh
in
my
like
god,
that.
you.
What
It's
show is he talking
called.
about?
What the fuck
I
is
don't
it
know.
called?
He's coming here. Like, I just want to say, like, do you believe in the globe? Then prove it. That's all I was trying to say, bro.
Oh,
No, that's fine. I want
you're
to know what
talking
show
like
is
a
he
It's so
dick. You
talking
think you're
frustrating, bro.
better
I
than
can't
him.
remember what this shit is called.
about. Okay, no worries. Bro, There's what no your worries. turn.
Like,
For God's
what the
sake,
fuck
there are a
is
few
that
flat
shit
Earth
called, bro?
debate. There's a few flat Earth debates
Maybe I am
around.
a little bit too cold. Sorry, guys.
Jubilee. Have you seen the flat Earth versus scientists on that channel? Jubilee.
No,
It's
I
called
haven't.
Middle Ground.
Have you got a link for it, man? Maybe drop it in
I've
the
watched that.
section.
On Jubilee.
Yeah, drop the.
Jubilee.
If you
Science versus flat Earth.
awesome. If you got a link, drop it into the chat. I haven't heard of Jubilee.
I got you.
Is that
Cheers, boss.
native talking? Native. Sorry, I'm not a cold ass, person. So, what's up? What brought you here? What's going on?
I mean, I've been on the politics server for a while. I usually just ignore this channel, but I
Mm-hmm.
was just seeing what was going on. I was just popping in here to
Right on.
figure out what's happening. But here, I
We're
just
just popping, man. I meant nothing by it. Sorry.
But welcome to our little channel on the politics server, mate. You're welcome here anytime, of course you are.
I watched this Flat Earthers versus Scientists video from Jubilee, and I mean, it's good, but I think that there was a lot more said in these interviews that they left out. They didn't actually let them like dispute clearly and scientifically about a lot of stuff.
Gotcha.
That's a start.
So do you guys think that like the moon landing was like faked?
Yeah, if we think the Earth is flat, it's got to be faked.
Dang, bro. I mean, to me, like, I guess I'm like ultimately I'm agnostic to whether the Earth is flat. I mean, I've never like seen firsthand evidence that it's not flat, but like my intuition is that it's round.
Your intuition.
Well, you speak of it like it's a religion, so that's an interesting starting point. Jedi, I'm sure, was going to say the same thing.
You said your intuition says it's a globe that moves.
You said he's agnostic, first of all.
Yeah, I know. He said he's agnostic, and then he said, "My first instinct is the Earth is a ball."
I'm not sure if you guys know. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask you, what instinct? Your first instinct tells you the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, it's not your intuition that tells you it's a globe. That's just the brainwashing.
Well, maybe not only my intuition. And by the way, just to clarify, in an academic setting, the term agnostic is not only used to say like I don't know if I believe in God. It's just used to say
I understand. It's actually Marxist. It's okay. It's not your fault.
But anyway, yeah, it's probably not only my intuition, but I guess.
Sorry, my friend.
I have an easier time conceiving of.
I do apologise to interrupt. I really, really do. But you said not only your intuition. So that's still your intuition then. What part of your intuition? Otherwise, you're going to have to leave intuition out, as in not only, but something else. You're saying it still is intuition. So, what part of your intuition is acceptable?
I think to a degree, I intuitively like lean towards a certain position or lean towards thinking something is more likely. But I don't think that's all at play. I don't think that's the only force at play here. I think that maybe.
Okay.
I mean, maybe
It's not intuition. It's persuasion. That's what it is.
There you go.
Persuasion.
Yeah, it's not just not using the right word. That's all. That's fine, buddy. Intuition means something else to what you're implying, I think.
So, when you're using the term intuition, what are you meaning then? So I can
No,
understand.
An intuition. So, for example, maybe we could use an axiom, something that's a self-evident truth. My intuition about this self-evident truth, right? So we can have. There's lots of self-evident truths. I'll give you one. When contained and at rest, water is level upon the surface. Now that's kind of a self-evident truth, right?
There are no self-evident truths.
Here's another
When a
one. The
truth-
sun is not
when
up
something
at
is
nighttime.
self-evident, it becomes self-referential. And something that is self-referential is not true.
Okay, but I like Matthew's one as well. Matthew, do you want to repeat that one? That's quite cool.
Yeah, another self-evident truth is that the sun is not up when it's nighttime.
Cool.
The sun is up on a different part of the planet when it's nighttime.
So we're talking about the world and how reality presents itself to us, and intuitively, or in the way that our senses perceive. Where do we go from there? You said it's an intuitive thought that you've got that the Earth's a ball. Specifically, where in reality do you find that observation?
Nowhere.
Yeah, nowhere really.
Cool. So it's not intuitive.
I find it. I mean, I reached that conclusion. Sort of in my.
Sorry, mate.
In the way that I conceptualize or try to conceive of how the universe might be, it's easier for me to fathom that it's round and that we are sort of in a universe of planets in space than it is for me
So
to
you're just
conceive.
talking about Occam's, like an Occam's razor type of thought, yeah?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm just saying, in essence, that it's easier for me to conceive that this is the case, that the Earth is round and it's in a universe of like it's in space and there's other round planets in space. It's easier for me to conceive of that, other than instead of thinking that it's just flat and goes on for eternity, or that there's like a wall or something that like has us trapped into to this flat. Like
I understand, man. We've all been there.
Sorry, do you think that's easier for you to accept because that's the only reality that you've really been presented with?
Possibly, I'm open to that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
There's no
used to
gotchas here. It's not trying to get you with anything. It's just
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
Yeah, that was me like 4 weeks ago.
Do you want to expound on that?
Well, I just saw evidence for that brought like globe Earth model into question, and it started making me think, and I started looking more and more into it. Mainly, I saw a debate of Whitsitt and Zerka versus some other two dudes, and yeah, it just turned me completely. So currently, I'm just like curious about what's beyond Antarctica, or like what are we living on? Yeah, so obviously I have no answer to that. I don't think anyone else does. Well, apart from like what does land and stuff exist? No, obviously that's what I mean. Anyway,
What do you guys
that's
think about like space, like the space stuff that's going on in like the like in the U.S. military and stuff, like Space Force? They're going up there. Or allegedly, they're going up there and doing stuff. Is that all just a lie?
It's all. So, are they going up into the sky and doing things? Mate, we've been going up into the sky since we were able to go up into the sky. And yes,
No, like we're talking about space. Like,
yeah.
allegedly, they're going outside of Earth's atmosphere.
I know what you're asking. So no one's denying that they're going up into the sky, but when you say space, the vacuum of space, they're not going there. They're not going to the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space can't exist. This is one of the flat Earth arguments, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container. We're breathing gas pressure that's uncontained from the vacuum of space. It should disperse into that vacuum of space. We shouldn't be able to achieve pressure without a physical boundary. So when you say vacuum of space, that's the area of contention.
So what if, with this, I'm just curious if this would convince you otherwise. If somebody took you in a spaceship and took you up into space and you looked down and saw the planet, Earth, like, and you saw that it was round, would that change your mind?
Yeah, hypothetically speaking, and I think most flat earthers would agree, if you could take me to a place where I could see the earth in its entirety and it was a ball, then what are we going to do, lie?
Yeah.
But no one's going into this position. This is the point. No one's going there. I'm down here on the surface of the earth. There's no measurable curvature.
You know, it's weird how the horizon rises to our eye level, like no matter how high we go. Like on a ball, it should be like way lower.
Slight misnomer. So this
Okay,
is something
I'm still learning.
Yeah, no, that's fine. This is something that you'll find on Eric Debate videos, 200 Proofs the Earth's a Spinning Ball 2014-15. The horizon rises to eye level. It doesn't. And you have to understand that, say, for example, you're on the ground floor of a building and then you go to the 50th story of a building. Those horizontal floors will not meet. Horizontal lines, parallel lines don't converge, right? So if you gain altitude above the horizontal zero altitude, you gain altitude above that, that horizon isn't going to rise to the midpoint of your eye line. It does keep ascending with you, though. But yeah, this is a slight misnomer. You figure this out with things like celestial navigation. That's why we do dip corrections to the horizon, because it's not directly in front of you all the time.
Okay, so it rises to your eye level, but it doesn't
Rise to the midpoint exactly to your eye level. It rises up with you.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at that video I posted, whoever the new guy is, Native, it's a bunch of like glitches and stuff from like ISS NASA videos. Like, what they're obviously faking that they're in space in the first place, like with all these glitches, like obviously showing like it's not raw video from space. So that should answer your question as to why we think space is fake in the first place.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that, yeah, if it wasn't.
Hey, one person talking at a time, please.
All I was going to say is, yeah, the vacuum of space, that's not real. And just look at the stuff that they show you on TV, right? These images that we get from the International Space Station. It doesn't take long, if you go through it with a fine-tooth comb, to find some obvious errors that can't be answered, errors that demonstrate that they're not in the place that they say that they are.
I just muted himself. Deafened himself.
I got 2 questions. For Jedi, if you can talk.
Yeah,
finally.
I'm wandering around in the rain, but yeah, I can talk.
Is your logic based on observations?
It's the way you start, that's not the be-all and end-all of it, though, is it? We always start with observations. Let's look at it, see what it looks like. Then we confirm what it looks like by measuring it.
So the answer is yes. If it's yes or no, it is yes, right?
Okay.
It's not solely based on observations.
What else is it based on?
Measurements.
Okay.
Practical use of the surface of the Earth.
So
evidence to the contrary that the Earth is a ball. There's lots of things involved, but we start with looking at stuff. Sorry, mate.
Yo, just after we talked about that shit, I got an advertisement for Astronaut Masterclass on YouTube. Talking about going into space and shit.
Yeah, your phone's listening to you, dude.
Damn, bro, but like this shit looks really like the ad is like well produced. It seems legit, bro. I don't know. Like I think they might be going into space. Low key, bro. Like I don't know. Is this all a lie?
Uh-huh.
So, Jedi, my second question is, since you say that your logic is based on both observations and measurements, how do you observe or measure God?
Was that really a question, Jedi?
Yeah, I didn't race to unmute
It
myself.
sounds like right the hand harassing Crit, all day and night. How funny.
I was quite patient and waiting for him to ask his second question, but I had to get my eyes out from the back of my head because they rolled back so fucking far when he asked. What's this got to do with anything, Dade? I thought this was about the shape of the Earth.
Well, I knew it wouldn't be answered, but at least I could try.
Okay, good stuff.
That's like a theism versus atheism argument. We're in a flat Earth channel. It's different.
I rest my case.
Sorry, was there a case? What was it?
Yeah, what case?
Was the case?
I do want to jump in and answer that question, though. What did he say? How do you measure God? Is that what he said? With a compass and a square and your heart. There you go.
So if I got a question, I'm recently like a globe Earth skeptic or a flat earther, I guess. If I got a telescope, and I haven't got one yet, but if I bought one and I looked at the planets and stars and stuff, would it okay, just general question, like what would they look like under a telescope? Like, I know this sounds retarded, but I've never done it.
Pretty much like NASA show you. No different. They just have better images, right? But you can get a telescope and you can see the stripes on Jupiter, for example. You can see the spot. You can see the rings around Saturn. Mars looks red, right? You can see these things.
Okay. Well, that would make me like, if I did that and saw that same thing, I would automatically like switch back into globe Earth like logic idea.
Okay, so what's the story with regards to what Jupiter is? What's Jupiter?
Well, I grew up and I was told that it's like a massive planet that, yeah.
It's a gas giant. It's a gas giant, isn't it? Yeah. So this is the problem about that story. Yeah, we can look up and say that's Jupiter, that is, but when they tell us that that's uncontained gas that isn't dispersing into the vacuum of space, there's a problem. So it can't be that. Like the Earth can't be an uncontained gas pressure system from the vacuum of space because that's an infinite volume for the gas to fill. Same with Jupiter. So yeah, we can look up and Jupiter looks like Jupiter, but when they tell us it's an uncontained ball of gas, that's where the problem is.
Yeah, that's another thing that turned me over to flat Earth is like, if it's a closed system or isolated system, what's holding the Earth, the air in, the oxygen and everything in? Like, why is it not just dispersing into the vacuum of space, which apparently isn't a pure vacuum? It's not a true vacuum. It's got some particles in it. But they say gravity holds like air and everything down on Earth. But yeah, I don't see how that makes sense when it should just like disperse.
This is the thing about the specific claim about gravity doing something about the gas, stopping the entropy increase that gas expresses at all times when faced with a volume to fill. It'll fill that volume, it will, that's what gas does. And then the system will adjust to the volume that it's in, we'll have a gas pressure gradient, but we must have a fixed volume. Gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a system. If mass attracted mass and gas doesn't attract gas and no body of mass is attracting gas to it, and that's the very thing that they're saying that the gravity is doing something about when observably it isn't, because gas disperses in all directions.
Don't they say, wait, I thought did you say that gravity doesn't affect gas?
Yes.
Is that what they claim? I thought gravity affects everything.
Well, yeah, they claim gravity affects everything. You drop a rock, it goes down. But when you uncontain gas, that disperses freely to fill the volume. So
Yeah,
when they say gravity affects everything, well, what about the gas then? It's not affecting the gas, but they say it has to be because the gas isn't dispersing, following that second law of thermodynamics, increasing an entropy into the vacuous space that it should fill, because it's an uncontained volume. Gases operate in volumes, you see.
yeah, but they say maybe I'm missing your point because I'm not very smart. Anyway, I've only just started with this, but they say that the gravity is keeping the gas like closer to Earth, and then as you get higher up, there's less gas, and at some point there's no gas, which is space.
Yeah, that's what they say. But that's an infinite volume and a graduated pressure system. The graduated pressure system comes after the achievement of gas pressure. So you put gas into a fixed volume, by consequent, it's going to be under pressure. If you put temperature into that environment, for example, and cycle the temperature, turn it on and off again, there's a good chance you're going to be creating a temperature gradient, even a convection system, heat rising, turning to cold and coming back down again. But you're going to need a fixed volume for that. They don't have a fixed volume. They say that gravity is affecting the gas. Gravity can't act like a surface for gas to press upon. We understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, and gravity isn't a wall.
Okay.
Is it just me or did it get quiet in here? We got Talon having a bitch fit in the chat, which is pretty fucking funny.
Sorry, I just had to discipline a dumb Glober who spoke out of turn. So gotta put him in their place. And you guys know how it is with Globers.
Yeah,
they never know when to shut the fuck up.
I'm hearing you.
I mean, I was really looking forward to hearing what Greg had to say before I was rudely interrupted by Terrence, whatever the fuck his problem was. He's got his own little delusions.
Bro, trying to get validation from the chat.
Yeah, so Terrence, are you globe earther? You believe in the globe?
Yeah, I believe the Earth is a globe. I'm not especially like adamant about like, you know, I believe the Earth is a globe.
You're up to changing your mind?
Yeah, if I'm given enough evidence, yeah.
Oh, this is a good place to start. You have any questions?
Well, I'd have to ask if there is a consistent flat Earth model. 'Cause it seems like with flat Earth, there's a different model for different phenomenon. Like there's a different flat Earth model for the day-night cycle, and then there's a different flat Earth model for another phenomenon, and like it just doesn't seem like there's one consistent model I can point to.
Yeah, there's a pretty much consistent model that most people agree on. I can show it to you, but I don't really have all this stuff.
Yeah, that'd be
that I
great.
if, like,
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I'm sorry, buddy, I'm not trying to cut you off, but at the same time, look, the globe model is not really. It's got that many holes in it. It's not funny. So, presenting a flat Earth model, there is no real flat Earth model. Just like with the globe model, they have a lot of holes in them, man.
Okay. Sure. Let's talk about the holes in the globe model then. Can you name one to me? Like, what's the problem with the globe model?
I did actually interrupt. What is it? XIL Zill. Zill, do you want to take this, or do you want me to take it, man?
Wait, hold up, man, hold up. So sorry, I thought I was just trying to get in, and I thought I had my mic open. I just want to quickly add. Look,
I can do it if you want.
Flat earthers aren't relying on a model. They're not They're not claiming that a flat Earth explains phenomena, and that's a big point, and it's something you must understand, right?
Sure, but like I treat flat Earth and globe Earth like competing theories. I treat the one with the most evidence.
No, it's not a theory. No, that's another misconception. It's not a theory. It's just what you go out and observe and experience every day. No curvature, no axial rotation experienced. And nobody can demonstrate gas pressure without a container to claim that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
That's bang on, T-Dub. Bang on.
All those, okay, sure, but all those like daily experiences you talk about, I don't think those are sufficient enough to call flat Earth the null hypothesis here.
No.
I think there is no
not
null
a null
hypothesis.
hypothesis. We're just going out with look for start. This is just at a ground based level, right? And then we can build up from there, right? What do we go out and observe, right? For all intents and purposes, a flat Earth, right? Hills and valleys, yes. Topography, right? Look out at the horizon, flat, right? Horizontal. We see the surface of water at rest or liquid at rest. It's horizontal level, right? It's used in construction for that very purpose, to establish horizontal planes of reference. Now, we don't experience rotation or earth motion of any kind. We look up and we see things in the sky moving. We observe that. That's part of our natural experience, right? But that's at a ground-based level, right? What does the globe have in that respect? Nothing.
Well,
No
I mean,
curvature
bottom-up
observed. No
extraction.
curvature
No.
observed. So
Sun
starting from
setting.
a base axiom. So starting from the base axiom of natural experience, we don't observe curvature and we don't experience earth motion.
You can infer curvature by the certain observations, like bottom-up obstruction. The sun setting is one example of that. The things moving in the sky, right? I mean, sure, it could be one of two things, right? Either the Earth is moving or things in the sky are moving. But it could also support the globe Earth because we know the celestiations or the whatever they call the celestial bodies.
What's going on?
They move in a predictable way that can only be modeled on a globe Earth.
No. Hey, so totally. I think you missed the point with what T-Dub was saying. That's why I cut you off. I wasn't trying to be rude. Just give me a second. Sorry, please. So, look, a model is something that is made to try and explain things. It does not exist in reality. We focus on reality. And if you're looking for a replacement for what the globe model, which is, again, a model, it is not in reality at all. It is a model, just like a model car, just like a model plane. It's a model. If you're looking for a replacement for that fallacy and you want people to present a flat Earth replacement model, which is basically a fallacy, that is disingenuous for us to give you that. We can give you explanations for things that are provable via the scientific method. There are explanations that are not provable.
How you doing? Hey, is a model of a model car a representation of a car, though?
Yeah, but it's not the
Oh,
actual
okay. I'll
car.
back up.
So when we look up the definition of reification fallacy, models and maps come under any definition very, very quickly. For one, the map is not the train. Models, not the thing. So models can be used to explain all types of phenomena, but it doesn't mean that the model is a true representation of reality just because you can model it. But yeah, small cars, like big cars.
No,
That's
yeah,
good.
that's all I'm saying is I don't think that that's what was trying
You
to
understand
be
what a reification is, right?
conveyed. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What now?
Taking something that's abstract and treating it as the physical thing.
No, yeah, but I think you locked him into this idea that this model must be real because it's a model, and it kind of sort of sounded like semantics because it's just a representation of what could be reality through observations, the same both in the model and in reality. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and there's many ways to model reality. We can't give you a model because there are very many questions that we can't answer. For example, the shape of the
Unknown
model.
variables.
Yeah, how big the model would have to be, what the sun, moon, and stars are actually. There's lots of questions there. So
Yeah, but
yeah,
there's ways of. Okay, I
no,
hear
go
your
on.
point. Models aren't reality, right? And I can't compare them directly. But sure, models. There's a way of verifying how reliable models will be to reality, right?
Of course.
It's not just like yeah. So I think that the globe Earth model does a good job at a few things, right? It does a good job at using geometrical inferences from the observations we see in
Show us that
reality
model.
and tries to map them to something that might be physical. Just a smaller
Okay.
model of just trying to encapsulate it into
Do you think you could
a more
show us that
understandable
model
form.
by any chance?
Hold on. Are
Okay,
you saying,
so
for example, what the horizon does and how we can attribute the sun going away to the horizon? What that means? That globe Earth has
yeah,
got
we
an
can.
explanation behind that.
I think we can simulate that pretty accurately.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And that's fine, but within the nuance of the argument, this would be an affirming a consequent formal logical fallacy. If the Earth is a ball that spins, then the sun will disappear over the horizon. The sun disappears over the horizon, therefore the Earth is a ball that spins. There could be another reason to explain why the sun appears to go beyond the horizon and descends down to it as it goes away. You know what an
And
affirming
that's why.
consequence is,
Right,
don't
but
you?
wouldn't it have to
Yeah,
be
and that's
another
exactly
reason that
that's
also
exactly the
comported
thing
with?
I'm making my
Sorry,
point.
I was
Sorry.
going to say, wouldn't it have to be another reason that also comported with like the
Yeah.
laws of physics that we know of so far,
Yes.
at least, so we
You
can
gotta
reason,
turn your mic up.
like how, like let's say when an
Yeah,
object moves
correct.
twice as far away, it gets half as small. So if it was like that would help us eliminate some of the variables, right? That
Of
it
course.
couldn't be close or local at that point because then it would actually get half the size, double the
Not
distance
necessarily.
each time it.
Not
Right,
necessarily, because you'd
or
have to
as
make
it's going
assumptions
towards you.
about what it is.
There
We know
are.
it's got to be matter, right? Because so far in physics, we don't know of anything that can produce heat or light that isn't made of matter.
Okay.
So I mean, we can start dissecting what it is, ideas, and get to the fundamentals of what we do know. And
but
because we can
within
only
this,
rely on what we do know, right? We can't go, oh, it must be
that's
a unicorn or a magic fairy, because we don't.
Matter's not physical.
We don't have any of those to compare it to, but we have this
Yeah.
other stuff.
we have to remember this when we're discussing the flat Earth globe Earth argument, and you're asking, for example, how to explain something on the flat Earth. Then we must understand the argument with regards to the sun in the flat Earth. And yes, we can sit here and say it should do this and should do that, but there's a lot of unknown variables about the sun. Its distance, for example, would be different, I would have thought, if the Earth was not a spinning ball with a 93 million mile away sun. Its composite nature, what it's made of, it's not a plasma gas uncontained in a vacuum that violates the second law of thermodynamics or something else then. So we're going to have to start getting into the minutiae of the point of what the sun is. And I say the definite article. We don't even know if it's a definite article.
And if it is, what does it reside
right, but if
within?
the pressure didn't get so weak as I go up my mountain, right? It's like then I would agree that there must be some weird thing going on where it's like a vacuum net right next to air pressure, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like a gradual.
No, No.
right? Drop in pressure
this
that
type
we
of
can all
fallacy.
agree on, right? Because have you ever driven up a
Yes.
mountain with a bag of potato chips that you bought at the bottom of the mountain and they popped when you
Yeah.
got to the top of the mountain?
Yeah. No
You
one's denying.
Not a
No
lot of
one's
people
denying.
have.
Okay. No one's denying a gas pressure gradient, but within the model, that's a lot to do with temperature and how that's dispersed across the planet. So it's not because of gravity, and you can't say that because something's going down, then eventually it's going to reach zero. You can't assume that type of fallacious thinking.
Well, you just
Just
did.
because something
You
goes
just
down.
assumed that
So
it's because of.
hold tight.
You just
Hold tight.
assumed that it's because of temperature instead of because of pressure,
No.
right? The less pressure is the less molecules that can bump in together, and the less they can
Lucky,
retain heat.
stop interrupting Jedi. Stop interrupting
Oh,
him.
wow.
He's trying to answer you. Go ahead, Jedi.
Okay, so you're saying I'm pulling it out of my arse that it's because of temperature that there's a gradient. No, this is the direct reference to the model, what we're told about the atmosphere and its behaviour. Atmospherics, how gas behaves. So the ideal and non-ideal gas laws, kinetic molecular theory, all that stuff that we understand about gas behaviour. Yeah, that'll be temperature. That's convection, and that's not me pulling stuff out of my arse. So we have a
No, it's the way
range.
you. No, I didn't say pulling stuff out of your ass at all. That never those words did they ever come out of my mouth. Well, I was saying that you were because you said something about skipping over something and just using only those two ideas or whatever. And I said, well, that's kind of what you're doing. You're skipping over something and you're only using your two ideas because
Right, so
you're reversing the idea. Don't try to make this thing
dude,
where it's
this
you.
is where we
Just me
start
being
from.
Relax,
honest. Hold on a second. I'm not
You
interrupting.
didn't invent this idea,
Am I
right?
interrupting him or you again? Like you guys are
Relax,
getting
man.
like a little
Relax.
bit aggressive or something. Relax.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yes.
friend to the flat earth. I'm just a friend of honesty too. So it's like you're
Okay.
locking yourself out of different ways of thinking, right?
But you're not.
It sounds to me like you like the sound of your own voice. It sounds to me like you like the sound of your own voice, dude. And Jedi is actually a mod in here. He's a senior guy, which is why I said, and so is T-Dub. So how about don't interrupt him, don't
rude
talk
at all.
over him.
Yeah, you're talking down to me and at me as if I'm being rude. Relax, dude.
All
You
right,
know who
dude.
this is? This is Mr. Grimm. Hello.
That's awesome.
I'm not fighting the flat earth, dude. Relax.
That's fine, but we understand that gas behaves and graduates because of temperature in fixed volumes, right?
Okay, so yes, and can I get to my point now? We also know that when there's a lack of gas pressure, then there's also a lack of temperature. So you're looking at the scale from one end, but not saying, oh, well, it's possible that it's happening from the other end to get to the same result. So
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, Jedi, you know what you said about the nature of the sun? That was very important. And you know how you said, like, it doesn't go under the horizon? Like, it should go over the horizon to reflect the heliocentric model? That's an amazing observation. How did you come up with that? That's really interesting.
I don't know, man.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I don't know.
A bit off topic to what Jedi's talking to with Lucky guess about, yeah? You've sort of come into the middle of them.
I know, but they were arguing, and I wanted to follow this idea of the nature of the sun is really important because I observe the sun all the time, and it displays natural phenomenon that cannot be explained by the heliocentric model. So I just want to go deeper into the nature of the sun because I think we can find more information about the nature of the flat Earth if we just observe the nature of the sun.
Why?
Huh?
What's the sun going to tell us about the floor? Apart from how it's going to describe its elevation above the floor, how?
Okay, because
sorry.
Okay.
I'll say this and I'll shut up. Whatever we come up with, we're not going to be able to verify. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Bingo.
Right. And like as I was saying before, I'm aware that we can't exactly verify, what we should expect, right? But arguing from what we should expect is kind of how we do scientific theories in the first place. It's kind of like a circumstantial.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a bingo. It's not a bingo to want to know and learn more. You know, it's sorry Flat Earth has you guys in this corner where like you don't want to find out anything. Just
Excuse you, the other gentleman was speaking.
So like
Please
Yeah, but,
continue.
you
yeah, but
say that
you guys interrupted him while he was speaking, and that's why Al Gore started speaking. Whatever his name.
Now you're going on.
Yeah,
Now,
somebody like
the
get
other
a
gentleman,
grip on this, please. Thank you.
who was speaking, please continue. Even though I rudely interrupted with my incorrect, please continue.
right. So like yeah, we could say that it's affirming the consequent to say, oh, in a globe Earth model, we'd expect the constellations to move in this way because the model says so, right? But at the same time, right, the more of those you know, verifications, not proofs, right? We can't prove the globe model this way, but we're verifying certain things about the model by saying that it doesn't contradict with this other thing, right? If you have a model that explains a lot of things,
Yeah.
it doesn't contradict anything other previously in science that we've discovered, then that's the model we're going to go with, the one that has the most explanatory power.
Yeah, to a degree, I would agree with you. The most explanatory power with any model is probably the best one that you're going to go with. But it's the things that are unproven and looked over with regards to the globe Earth model, and I'll be very specific with you. Gravity and the second law of thermodynamics. Now, one is not scientifically proven. We don't even have the observation of it doing anything to gas, especially in the way that we're told that it should do. Mass attracted mass, and gas would attract gas. It doesn't, and if it did, it wouldn't feel the limitation of its volume, which it does. So gas doesn't act in the way that it should, so we don't even have the start of the scientific inquiry of a naturally observed phenomena. It's not doing like that, even when we say that gravity exists. So that's looked over. So in the same with the sun, looked over as well. And that's not just flat earthers saying this. The standard model for the solar system, the sun, for example, is widely known to be a second law of thermodynamics violation in at least 3 places.
Okay. Well, to address the one on gases, right? You mentioned that gases expand to fill their containers, and that this goes against gravity in a way. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I got the point right, but I think I can explain how these things can work together. So
I'd like to
the
ask a
reason that
question.
gravity doesn't prevent
Just hold on,
gases
man.
from yeah. So the reason that gravity doesn't prevent gases from hitting the outside of the container is that, well, the intermolecular forces between molecules and their kinetic collisions kind of make it so that they move at a rate that gravity can't slow it down enough to be significant. So because yeah, let me try to explain it this way. Gravity still is acting on these gases. The force of gravity, if we conceptualize gravity to be a force, isn't enough to slow it down significantly enough. So the equations of PV and equals nRT disregards it because gravity doesn't have much of an effect.
That's not true. Stop saying things you don't understand, man.
Okay. If I'm wrong, then can you explain how?
Sorry, Scott, you're going on mute. Please continue. Whoever was going to respond to Totally Terrence, whether it was Jedi or Skinny was trying to get in.
So you brought up PV equals nRT. The ideal gas law, and we do understand, let's get this out of the way straight away, and gases don't behave idealistically. They don't behave idealistically when there's a variance in high temperatures and pressures, and low temperatures and pressures on the extreme scale. But for all intents and purposes, they seem to always act in the same way because of the variables that we know that control gas behavior. Temperature is one of them. That's the T at the end of PV equals nRT. We understand that, right? And we also understand that it's got a lot to do with the volume and the surface area that the gas is going to press against. That's how gas behaves. Now, we can graduate systems. For example, we can make them dynamic. What I mean by dynamic is we can add temperature, energy into the system. We could add gas production, for example. We could put water into a system. We could evaporate the water. We could watch it condense. We could watch it come down as rain. We could create cycles. but every single cycle doesn't matter the gradient within the system. The system must be contained because gas works in volumes. It'll fill that volume and then it'll act in the way that it's supposed to because of the nature of the environment. What's in the environment, the energy, where the gas is produced, blah, blah, blah. But you're going to need a volume, a fixed one for that to achieve pressure in the first place, or the gas will just keep expanding.
Sure. I mean, that is correct. So I'm guessing where this is going is that since Earth isn't a container, right? There's no glass lid on Earth or something like that. There is no fixed volume for gases to have a pressure. Am I right in assuming that's where this is going?
Yes, it's the two fundamental problems. One, without a physical boundary volume for the gas to press against, there will be no achieved pressure. Two, if it's an infinite volume without containment, the gas will fill that space, i.e. the gas will fuck off.
Okay. My sort of rebuttal to this would be the ideal gas laws haven't really been experimented on the scale of an Earth. So what I would suppose here is that gravity can prevent sufficiently enough molecules from escaping the atmosphere to cause atmospheric pressure. And since it's possible for there to be pressure even though there's molecules escaping, so long as that there's like a consistent amount of molecules hitting each other in an area. So gravity sort of allows that to happen. Sure, molecules are allowed to escape, but I mean, I need to cite something to make this sound a little bit better. But to give you an idea, let me just search something up. Like what I'm saying is that gravity sort of acts as a container in a sense.
Okay, so you say that gravity is doing something about it. Now, remember that I gave you gravity. I said, there you go, you can have it. It's not affecting gas. Wherever it is on the Earth, the law of nature, the Earth applies. You can't turn around and say, well, do you know what? There's a magic amount of gas that will stop dispersing into a vacuum because there's so much of it. Or because the thing that's underneath the gas is so very big, it's going to eventually stop the gas from expanding, increasing in entropy into a space. None of those things exist. We don't have the observed phenomena. But okay, we'll go the other way. What gravity are you speaking about, and what scientific experiment have you got? As in, have you got a hypothesis for gravity that I can test?
Yeah, you can just jump.
Okay, so that's half of a hypothesis. Remember, a hypothesis is a prediction as to the cause of something happening. You've given me the happening. Now I need the prediction of cause.
Well, the cause is the mass of the Earth. It's repeatable all over the place.
Okay, so the mass of the Earth.
Correct. And you can prove the opposite of it when you're in a plane at an extremely high altitude, which you can go buy a ticket for and see that if you go to extremely high altitude and the plane starts to go down at the rate that gravity goes down, you can fly in the plane and experience 0G, which makes sense.
No, that's just falling in an aeroplane and experience 0G. Okay, so you've given me.
Well, no, it's not. No, it's different from skydiving, right? You actually can experience.
In an aeroplane. Yeah, you're falling in an aeroplane. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. Okay.
Yes, the aeroplane is falling down with you whilst you're in. You're in free fall, but it looks like you're in 0G because your environment, the aeroplane, doesn't appear to be moving to you unless you start moving around. But you're both falling. Anyway,
of course. So everything's relative. I don't understand how that's relevant, but whatever.
At the moment, I asked clearly for the hypothesis that proves gravity. You gave me the independent variable of mass, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's mass?
The definition of mass? Well, I'm honestly, I'll be frank with you. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. I don't
Okay,
know how the word itself is like legitimately defined.
No, that's fine.
What
There's-
is
the reason-
mass?
The reason why I asked.
A typically large body of matter with no definite shape. It doesn't sound like a very good definition to me.
No. So there's a
Um,
few definitions for mass out there. One will be the amount of substance in a space. So the amount of substance that is contained within.
No, because then you're getting into density, which is a different thing in and of itself. You know,
Okay.
so mass. How I might define it. How I might define mass is you know. It is the accumulation of like whatever an object
The
is.
accumulation of whatever an object is, not the amount of substance in space.
It's not. Yeah, it's not because the amount of substance in a space is kind of like now. Okay, because you can have you can have obviously a stone and a ball of feathers the same size. Like it's the accumulation of like what an object is, and gravity obviously will affect that differently, right? You go on Mars, you can jump a little higher. Yeah.
Being as we've had a little bit of problems kind of defining what mass is, and there's
Well, what
another
is your definition?
I'm going, well, it's not my definition. I'm just trying to point out the different definitions that are out there to you. Right, so one is the amount of substance in a space. One is the resistance to acceleration. Other people out there, like Niels Bohr, say, for example, that in physics, mass has no meaning apart from within the formulas. It has no physical attributes. So, could we say that mass was a concept and not a physical thing? Is it conceptual?
Well, you could say that about a lot of things.
Yeah, we could.
I mean, there's like the philosophy of language that the only reason that we agree that a chair is, because we all agree upon like this concept. But the idea of a chair in itself is conceptual. Like you're blending a lot of like weird things here, man. Like I get where you're trying to go with this, but
I'm trying to get to the understanding that you said mass is your independent variable, right? The cause of this shit that's happening.
you asked me how would you define mass. I didn't. This is not.
Well, you brought it up. You said that this was your cause. I'm asking you to define your cause, and you're struggling to do so. That's not my fault.
The context of what you're talking about.
Especially this one.
The more mass something has, the higher gravitational pull it has. This does not mean that mass is the cause of gravity. I never said that.
Okay, then. So the idea was I wanted a hypothesis that I could test that proved gravity, whatever anybody wanted to bring up.
Yeah, you can jump.
Yeah, and you gave me the dependent variable, right? The observation.
And the expectation would be that you fall back down at a certain rate.
It's 100% reproducible, and it's
Dude, please. You've given me the dependent variable. That's the phenomena, the thing happening after you jump, you come down or fall at a certain rate, 9.8 meters.
No, that's the result of the function. That's not a variable.
It is. We're talking about the hypothesis that we're going to be testing. We're going to have two variables in our hypothesis. One's going to be the phenomena. I'll take that as when you jump up, you come back down again. And now we want to know what the independent variable is, the cause of when you jump up, you come back down again.
Do you understand what a variable is?
Yes.
What is a variable?
Right. So the dependent variable was a phenomena, something happening. An independent variable is the thing that I must change in the experiment.
So I can tell you're not a programmer because your definition of
just hold up.
all right.
Let him finish.
I'm not talking about computer science. I'm talking about natural science.
I know, but the way that you're using the word variable is extremely strange.
It's variable you. In a hypothesis is a prediction. That prediction is to cause and effect.
Hypothesis isn't a prediction.
Excuse me, it is. A hypothesis is a very special type of prediction. It predicts how the independent variable is going to affect the dependent variable. We then test that hypothesis in an experiment where we vary and manipulate the presupposition of cause, the independent variable, to see if it causes the dependent variable to change or not.
The output of the equation is not a dependent variable. It is the output of the equation.
We're not doing equations.
What are you talking about?
We're doing natural science.
So okay. So to use your language, I think I can answer you. So your independent variable here in this case would be the rate at which you come back down to Earth, your rate of attraction to your gravitational object that you're testing with, and dependent variable would be like your understanding of gravity, as in like the prediction that the rate of your fall, basically how quick that would be.
All right. Do I need to say this again, just so the fucking class understands?
Apparently so, because I'm losing it, man.
So everybody quiet and allow him to finish it to its completion, right?
A hypothesis is a prediction of cause and effect. There must be two sides to this: the phenomena, the thing happening, and the prediction of cause of that thing happening. We need something happening to then ask the question, what caused that? It's very simple. Why is everyone failing to do this? So what's the phenomena we want to know the cause of? Jumping up and down? You jumped. So you did that. Let's say apple falls from tree. Would that be better?
Sure.
I don't know where you're going with this. I feel like I answered you.
Okay, so we want to know the reason usually why things go down. I pick up a rock and it goes down. An apple falls from a tree. What causes, important words, that phenomena to happen?
Well, we want to know more than this, right? Why is the apple falling exactly as it is falling, right?
No,
we don't only want to know why
We're
it's
starting at a base
First of all,
level,
gravity's a theory. It's not even a
very basic understanding, starting from scratch, right?
Yes, and I'm explaining to you that the independent variable here, right, as he asked, is the fact, the rate of fall, basically, right? And your dependent variable is whether or not someone like goes up or down or like whatever happens.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
The observed phenomenon.
Dude, you don't need to talk
Observed
No.
phenomenon is the apple falling. Sorry, Jedi, go on.
No, I was laughing, mate. Do apologise.
British bro. I feel like your idea of what a hypothesis is you think a hypothesis and like an idea are kind of the same thing. Like, oh, I think this, therefore this should happen. So that's a hypothesis. You know, it's not like it.
Would you like some citations?
No, dude, it's got to be provable, man. You understand that, right?
No, the entire point of a hypothesis is you have further investigation. Like it's an idea.
No, you can't just make shit up here, man. This is natural science, right? You have to prove it.
What is?
How about
No, well, nothing. Like most things can't be proven objectively. I can't even.
Or falsified, dude.
I want to help and like. Can I please like?
A hypothesis is a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. So what we do is we witness a natural occurring phenomenon. So here with gravity, that would be something going down. Yeah, we drop something and it falls. We now know
So the question is, why does that happen?
Hang on.
Right? Why does that happen?
Now we want to establish what causes the effect that we witnessed. Yeah. What made this thing go down?
No, we want to give a reasonable explanation for why it happened.
So now we're going to form a hypothesis as to why things fall on average of 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, according to gravity, that would be the bending and warping of space-time, creating gravity funnels. Yeah. So we now need to manipulate what we believe is the cause, our hypothesis, to see if it really does cause the effect.
Well, no, but you haven't made the hypothesis in the first place. Like, so the idea is that it bends space time, and I agree with
No,
you.
I agree. You
Well, that
can
would be
do
your
this.
hypothesis.
I agree with AJ. You can do this, okay? And the way you would do this in this example is you would test falling from like 100 kilometers height and 1 kilometer height, and your hypothesis would be based on your understanding of the theoretical understanding of gravity, right? And that would give you the answer that if something fell from higher, it would start falling slower because the gravitational attraction is lower at a greater height from your, or like a greater distance really from your gravitational attractor, right? As to use the term that AJ used, you would be further up the funnel, right?
My
I'm
hypothesis is
not.
that these guys are dumbasses.
But regardless of all of this, it's a silly argument because like you can go buy Starlink. No, so you can go buy Starlink.
If people disagree with what I said, I would like to hear what's wrong.
You've introduced more variables. Hello. You've introduced more things than is necessary at this stage. All you've got is
Yeah,
the
that would be a
apple
control
falling,
variable
right?
that's used in hypotheses.
Okay. You've got your apple falling, right? Observed phenomenon, right? What causes it? You're going to propose distance or height, right? Height. So that is going to be your independent variable. Distance, height, right? Or
Sure.
distance or height, right? You're going to vary the height at which things are, released from, right? That's your cause, right? You're going to see if
That's my
height
independent
causes
variable.
something to fall. Yeah, that's it. That's your hypothesis.
Okay, great.
Height
I'm glad
causes
we got through
falling.
this. So
Height
now,
causes apple to fall. Height
no, well,
causes
I don't
apple
know
to
why you're
fall.
linking this to a cause. It's just my independent variable. We're like
No, you could
using this
also-
as a way to demonstrate why this theory is valid, right? So like my understanding of gravity is that the further you away you are from the attractor, the lower the attraction of gravity is,
Introducing
right?
an attractor now. You're introducing more than you
Well,
have.
Okay, but so wait, if you don't
Wait,
introduce
I'm
new, if you
just-
don't if you don't introduce new variables, how are you supposed to test it?
I am just using language.
Would be,
Okay.
Attractor would
Oh
be
my God.
part of. Attractor would be a proposed cause.
Okay, sure, whatever.
I don't
But
know
how,
why
if you're
I
not
don't know
using,
why we're so hung up on cause.
if you're not going to
hold on,
like
I've
how
got
are you going to test how are you going to test things?
Go ahead, Jedi.
My friend,
Go ahead, Jedi.
why are we so hung up on cause? We're doing natural science here, Sunshine. The question is what
You
cause.
guys really like this word natural science. How would you
I mean,
test
that's
it?
very cute, Sunshine, but you still haven't explained why we're so hung up on
How would you test it?
Hey, have some
if you
respect, Sunshine.
If you can't
Yeah,
introduce
Sunshine.
variables, you can't like you have no ability to test it against the world around you. So like, how would you prove it? How would you test it?
Dude,
I'm not.
you're not going to reverse the burden on me.
Because I'm truly not following it.
Why
It
are
doesn't
you
make any
interrupting?
sense to me. How are you going to prove or disprove gravity without
Okay, get a response.
having
Wait for a response now. Thank
some
you.
control?
Dude, the question is.
You don't speak.
The
I can
question
prove you
is.
both dumbasses.
Okay, so the question is a hypothesis for gravity. We understand what a hypothesis is. I've cited it over 20 times in the text chat. A prediction into a cause and effect relationship. Within the hypothesis, there would be two variables. The independent variable, the cause, dependent variable, the phenomena. We'll then test this hypothesis in an experiment where we will vary and manipulate the independent variable, the cause, to see if it happens or not and changes the dependent
Not
variable.
necessarily true. You could always have you could have an hypothesis with 50 variables. It doesn't matter. But whatever.
No.
No, you can. There would be control variables. Yes, you can do that.
Have one dependent and one independent variable.
No,
And
that's
then
not.
control variables.
This as well, please.
This is-
Thank you. Or
So
did
how,
you
okay,
guys
so
want to have to
either
look up
way,
how
how,
you
like,
write a
how would
hypothesis?
all I'm asking is how would you test
Hold up,
it?
you guys.
What would
not
be your
Chill.
what would be your experiment?
Chill. Jedi has the floor, please.
He may speak.
Not going to have that burden reversed upon me. How would I test it? This is your claim, gravity. So we just want the scientific backup, which would be a hypothesis that can be tested in an experiment. We're failing to get the hypothesis. Don't reverse the burden on me. How would I test it?
No,
It's your
wait.
claim.
Jedi, I gave you one, right? Remember? Different heights, drop something.
I'm sorry,
Do
I
you remember
didn't hear that. Lots of people were talking, and I was trying to get in, but lots of people were talking. So your independent variable, your cause for thing falling is height.
Distance from the gravitational attractor.
So where have you got this presupposition of a gravitational attractor then?
It's just like a thing. Like it's a
you drop
it's a
things to the
body.
floor.
If I
Hold on.
said body,
Hold
would
on.
that work?
Dude. When you say I drop something to the gravitational attractor, are you proving the gravitational?
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point
like
entirely.
I have to
So
use
it-
language
he-
to explain you things, right? So like I can say body, I can say gravitational attractor. I'm saying distance to a thing, right? A thing under my specific like understanding of this has like a certain amount of mass, right? That's what we're trying to prove, right? So a thing with a certain amount of mass. How about that? I guess that's more neutral or whatever. So a thing with a certain amount of mass will attract according to its mass, right? So my hypothesis for this is to say, well, we take a distance from the mass. The further away you are, the lower the lower the speed of falling or the rate of acceleration towards the mass. And the control would be for that is to drop something from different like distances of the mass or the body, whatever you
Now
want to
they're
use.
control variables. Now you've moved height, right, to a control variable, not an independent variable.
No, because that's what we're
Yeah.
varying. So no, that's literally what we're varying here. So no, that is my independent variable.
Duck baby. What's the answer that you're trying to get? Can we just ask that?
I'm just trying to give them an like they asked for a hypothesis of gravity, right? And I'm giving them one.
It hasn't appeared within the hypothesis.
Flawed.
But the okay, I will repeat it again then if you didn't hear it.
Okay, so you remember the question, dude. Remember the question. All right. So you're saying that gravity is causing stuff to happen. Then at the moment you've given me height. Do you want to try again?
Repeat that. Sorry.
You're saying that gravity causes stuff to happen, but you've given me height.
I didn't say that.
Well, yeah, gravity causes stuff to fall.
I didn't say those words. You might have heard that, but that's not what I said.
Okay, so what causes stuff to fall? Height.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything
You're not
about
saying anything.
pausing
I'm asking
or
for a
to
hypothesis.
fall or
Dude. Height. You're going to give me height is reason for object falling.
I said distance, but if you want to use height and then you don't crucify me for using height, we can use height.
Okay,
Yes.
distance, height, whichever one.
Okay.
So that's the cause of thing falling.
No.
Okay. So what's the dependent variable if it isn't the thing falling?
I will repeat it again then. The independent variable in this is the height, and the dependent variable is the gravitational attraction that we're trying to prove.
You understand what the independent variable is, right? Sorry,
Yeah, the
Jedi.
thing we
you
vary.
understand which is your proposed cause.
But like, I don't
this
know
is your
why you guys are
supposed
so. Okay, can you let me talk for 5 seconds? Okay, so a hypothesis, we use that to prove like a set of beliefs. You can call it a theory, a model, whatever you want to use, right? We can do that, and that's why we use a hypothesis, right? I don't know why you guys are so hung up on a cause. Like, I guess like you can say that at some points, but I think that's very inaccurate usage of language. I don't like to say that.
Why are we held up on a cause?
Yeah, like a hypothesis is to try and explain something. It's not to specifically find a cause or something like that.
It is natural science, cause and effect. What causes something to happen? The prediction of cause, which is the hypothesis. If I vary and manipulate this in an experiment, it will cause that to happen. What?
No,
Yes.
not really. Like
Yes.
this is a more
Cited,
philosophical
my friend,
bend.
before you continue talking shit, cited at least 10 times in the text room what a hypothesis is, what independent and dependent variables are. Cause, independent variable. What causes something to happen, the dependent variable. Cited over 20 times.
But like, why am I supposed to like specifically care what you cite?
Because this is the scientific method. Excuse me.
Well,
this
that's
is
your
the subject matter
understanding of the
experts.
scientific method. I mean, like, I guess if you disagree, we can argue about that. But I don't think we're arguing about the scientific method or anything like that. We're talking about forming a hypothesis. I think I've given
part of the scientific method.
yes, but like
Yes,
a hypothesis. I will just answer you. I will just answer you a hypothesis.
Sorry, excuse me. You will laugh at me when I ask for natural science. That would be the formulation of a hypothesis that can be tested through repeated experimentation.
Is that what natural science is to you?
What?
That is an aspect of natural science. Like a scientific branch will sometimes like formulate a hypothesis to try and test something. That's not like the core of natural science.
Are we doing natural science or not?
Repeat what?
Are we doing natural science or not?
Are we doing natural science? Yes. Yes,
Good.
we
So
are.
that would involve what I just said. Hypothesis construction.
It would involve it. Yes. You can do that.
Yes, a prediction into cause and then testing through experimentation. Natural science. Cause and effect.
Sure. And I think I gave you a prediction, right? And that's something you can go out and test. No?
No, you just picked something up and dropped it and said, look, it falls down.
Wait, but that is a prediction, no? Because like there would be a specific rate.
You inserted gravitational attraction, not as your dependent.
We clarified that. That would be like acceleration towards a body.
You said
I think that's a very neutral term.
Yeah, acceleration towards the floor.
Sure, we can say that.
It's a gravitational body that's making the thing come down anyway. Ooh,
no,
look.
That's not all
That's
I have
not a
said. I have
scientific
said the
experiment.
further away you are, you're misquoting me. I don't appreciate it. Okay, I've said the further away you are from the body, right? Which is here the prediction. The further away you are from the body,
it's the effect, dude.
Can I fucking talk, please? So the further away you are from the body, the slower you will accelerate towards that body, right? That's the prediction I'm making for you. Now, I don't know what you're on about cause and effects. I mean, sure, like, I guess, like, if you really wanted to, we could reward this in some form of cause and effect, but I'm not interested in that. I've given you a prediction, a hypothesis that's testable, okay, and you can go out and test it. And then, like, you can either say, well, yeah, that's true, and that fits the model, or you say, no, that doesn't fit the model. They would check, why does that not fit the model? And maybe the model is wrong then, okay?
No.
That's what we use a hypothesis for.
No.
It's called a theory. It's a theory. It doesn't work.
All you have done.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Citation, please. To back anything up that you just said.
Wait, a citation for what?
For what you just said that backs you up.
What am I supposed to cite? Am I supposed to cite a school textbook that explains the hypothesis?
Sure.
I suppose I could Google that for you.
Right, you can do this. You can do this, my friends. You can cite a university like I have. You can cite, I don't know, Nobel laureate.
Or the University of Nottingham or something.
Excuse me, do you want to fuck off?
Well, no, you're being the one that's incredibly rude to me.
Your time here is over. You can fuck off.
Okay.
Right. Do you know what a citation is?
You think I don't know what a citation is? Yes. You go somewhere and you see what someone wrote, and then like you could like the source that's being written, and then you're like, oh, look, this guy said that, or like these people said this. That's a citation.
Sorry, does the scientific method exist?
Sure.
Good. So when I defined that with citations from universities, physics departments, and so on, these would be the people that would know, because they do it, what the scientific method was, right?
Yes, they interact with it. Okay.
So when I cite that, and that's all I've done with regards to hypothesis construction, what they are, the predictions that they make, what variables are and why we use them, and what a fucking experiment is. When I do that, you don't do anything. No citation for the crap that you say. I'm backed up.
Can I see your citation?
No. Yes, I posted them ages ago.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to scroll that much. Could you please repost it?
Okay. Yes, I will. You're going to have to give me some time because there's a lot of them, but I haven't finished berating you yet. Because
I don't need to be berated.
You're going to be. So
I enjoy.
So when I do this again, what I want you to do is get some citations to back up what you said.
I'm waiting for your citations too. Maybe we could just both spend our time on getting a citation instead of feeling like you want to berate me.
This is a deflecting tactic.
I'm not deflecting. Right? I'm also Googling right now.
Okay, that's good. You Google your belief.
No, I'm Googling for you a definition of hypothesis. I'm
Okay, then.
expecting your quote too then, okay?
It's not his definition, man. It's the
No,
definition.
I said quote, which is referring to a source, right? Something someone else said. That's what a quote is.
So, Doc KB, you're a monkey on a
Necessarily a quote, but it's in parentheses, yeah. And it has to have the source.
Yeah, sure. It's a type of quote, right? I love how pedantic we're being.
You're an Indian monkey on a spinning ball, right?
Thank you.
You're not being pretentious at all, right?
No.
I'm just feeding back the energy I'm given, so no.
Yeah, I know. Equal and opposite, right?
Yin yang. Embed that Eastern philosophy. I don't like it anywhere.
Jedi, I just need to know like a definition of what you use for hypotheses or like an explanation of that. I don't like you posted 5 different things.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot more as well.
But I don't need a lot more. I just really need
Yeah.
one thing to start so we can discuss it. I don't need to be like
Bro, just shut up. It's coming, man.
I
think
don't
what they're
need like a
looking
million
for- Don't
things about a
advise.
million different things that are not tangential to the point that we're
You
discussing.
just want it said once.
Yeah,
I
I
think what
want
they're
you to
looking
start
for
there.
in terms. Okay. Sorry. I think what they're looking for in terms of hypothesis is you saying that gravity causes something to happen. But, like, since we can't really manipulate gravity, it's kind of, putting our hypothesis to a dead end.
Okay, Jedi, your first link.
Claiming there's something.
I'm
The
looking at it.
the claim is that something is being caused to happen, right? That there's a reason why this thing is occurring. We observed happening in nature. That falls under the purview of natural science, right? So it must, right? If we're going to find out, follow the strict scientific method which has been set out for determining unbiasedly why something is occurring or not occurring, or we can. It's also a way to rule out something is the cause, because you'll have your alternative hypothesis and your null hypothesis in your.
Okay,
in
if I
your
control F hypothesis on
hypothesis.
Wikipedia for cause, right? Okay, you can use that as a source. The Wikipedia article for hypothesis. How about that? We can start there. Okay, cause. I control F cause, and there's basically no usage of the word cause in the Wikipedia article for hypothesis. What it does say though, and I quote from the very beginning, okay, I can link it too, but everyone can Google Wikipedia, I'm sure. So like, a hypothesis, plural, blah, 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 is a proposed explanation for a phenomenon. I think that's something I said. For a hypothesis to be a scientific hypothesis, the scientific method requires that one can test it. What I said was testable. Scientists generally base scientific hypotheses on previous observations. I use a previous observation that can be satisfactorily be explained with the available scientific theories. Okay, I think we're doing gravity here, so that doesn't apply. Even though the words hypothesis and theory are often used interchangeably, a scientific hypothesis is not the same as scientific theory. A working hypothesis is a provisionally accepted hypothesis proposed for further research in a process beginning with an educated guess or thought. I think what I said worked for that. A different meaning of the term hypothesis is used in formal logic to denote the antecedent of a preposition. Thus, in the preposition if P, then Q. P denotes the hypothesis or antecedent. Q can be called a consequent. P is the assumption. And we don't care about this really. Well, you can just read this more on the thing, but we're not doing formal logic here, like we said we're doing science, right?
Sorry, what's P? What's P?
But okay, if P then Q, P denotes the hypothesis or antecedents. Q can be called a consequent. P is the assumption in a possibly.
What's an antecedent?
But like, I can an antecedent is the first half of a hypothetical proposition, whether the if clause precedes the then clause in some. Are you gonna?
Did you say cause?
context.
Yeah, he said he
Yeah,
wanted to
you
tell
heard me
why.
say though, a different meaning of the term hypothesis is used in formal logic. Are we doing
We're
formal
not
logic
talking
here,
about
or are we
formal
doing
logic.
natural
We're
science?
talking
I thought you
natural
guys were going so hard on we're doing natural science here. So I don't know
We're
where we're going to
doing
the definition of hypothesis used in formal logic.
yeah, there's no point. So
Exactly.
California Institute of Technology and Physics, Sean Carroll, arguing in supplementation. Hypotheses aren't simply useful tools. Some potentially outmoded visions of science, they are the whole point. So understanding that a hypothesis is the whole point of natural science. I'll continue. Hypothesis.
Wait, what link is this?
I've posted them. I'll repost
But you
them
posted
again.
like 5 links again. I don't
Yeah,
know which one you're quoting right now.
I'm going to read them.
But I don't need. Like, are you going to read all of them, starting from the
Yes,
first
it
one?
won't take long. It's taking longer because you keep interrupting.
Okay, thank you.
Good. So, hypothesis, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that will forecast how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. We understand what an independent and dependent variable are. Would you want me to cite those as well? Hypothesis.
No, we talked about it.
The hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1, oh my goodness me, should happen when 2 is manipulated, right? 1 and 2. So first blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing to the second blank. The second blank 2 is the independent variable. You manipulate this to get the reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable other than control variables, which you keep the same. Christy McLeod in The Nature of Science. Do you want me to continue? Because we can
No, I'm
reach
glad you're agreeing with me.
Yeah, we can reach an agreement here.
Okay.
So listen, an independent variable and dependent variable are contained within the hypothesis because the hypothesis is a prediction. The prediction into a cause and effect relationship. How the independent variable, when manipulated in experimentation, will affect the dependent variable. The hypothesis is important because we get 2 things from this, the alternate and the null. The alternate, 1 will cause 2 to happen. The null, 1 will not cause 2 to happen. Ipso facto, demonstrating something to be true or not. We understand this, right? Do you
Sure,
agree?
that's acceptable.
Good. So this is natural science, formulation of a hypothesis, and then we're going to test that hypothesis in an experiment. We must remember that in natural science, all things must be physical. They can't be conceptual. Can't vary and manipulate concepts, for example, right?
Kind of. The problem is like the other guy said, when we use a language, we always use concepts necessarily. So like, yeah, we try to eliminate that, but you know, there's a human limitation there. It's like we cannot understand the underlying universe, right? We can only understand with sense perception. But outside of that, I agree. Sure.
Good. We're not going to be able to vary and manipulate how you feel about love or hate, right? That's not something we're doing. That's ethereal things, right? We're doing natural science. All things must be physical. As long as we can agree to that, then we're fine. We can continue.
Sure.
Good. So, with regards to gravity, what is the hypothesis that we can construct?
I gave you one. How is that not satisfactory?
Because your independent variable's height. Above the presupposition of the floor's doing something about it, without testing the floor to see if it is or not. And what I mean by floor doing something about it, as it is pulling the object down to it. That's an affirmative consequence formal logical fallacy.
So you don't accept that the floor is a real thing?
No, that would also be an extra variable, as Jedi just read out. You cannot have any other variables involved.
Except control variables, which this would be.
Right, apart when it comes to the actual cause and effect relationship, you have to have only one independent variable. There can't be any other variable which affects the outcome.
Well, there can be, but you would have to keep them the same, as in they would be control variables. I don't disagree, but we went over this a million times. Like, I don't know why you keep repeating this. But yeah, sure. So, like, what's the problem with the floor?
Because you introduced an extra one. extra variable.
Yeah, which would have
that
to be
you
control
haven't-
variable.
that you
I
haven't
realize that.
established even is true or not yet.
What do you mean it's true? We're like hypothetically constructing a
So
hypothesis.
you're going to have
Okay.
to pick one. Is height or the gravitational attractor the independent variable? You've got to pick
Why do
one
you
or
keep
the other.
repeating
You
this?
can't
Do you
have
think
both.
you're going to end up confusing me by repeating the same thing 5
No,
times?
because you have to pick one or the other. Which one do you think is causing the object?
Wait,
to
why are
fall?
we talking about cause again now? You like snuck that in again.
Because,
Oh my
oh,
god,
hold on.
man.
Because that's the prediction, remember? What causes that to
No,
happen?
I don't remember that because we just went. Go ahead.
Remember, I gave you the alternate and the null. Right? If I very manipulate 1, then 2 will happen. If I very manipulate 1, then 2 won't happen. The cause, right? We're trying to vary manipulate the cause
No.
to see if it happens or not.
That is wrong.
No,
We
it's not.
just went. We just went. Okay, you're gonna have to let me talk now. Okay, we just went over what a hypothesis is. I quoted you a source from me. You quoted a source from you. Your source never like used the word cause either. Didn't try to explain that. Didn't get that in there. Mine didn't either. In fact, the entire article doesn't have that. Now, if you want to go to formal logic, we could start using that, but we're not doing formal logic here. We're trying to like. Write out a scientific hypothesis. Okay, so every time you're gonna sneak in cause again, I'm gonna say, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
So you can't tell us where gravity came from then?
No, I mean, like, I don't even know how to parse that question. Like, where gravity came from. Like, gravity is really just a model we use. Like, when you say gravity, we have a certain, like, model as an understanding of something that we hope is underlying in our, like, universe, but we don't ultimately know if it is or not. But, like, it seems that everything we know about this model seems to verify with our understanding of the real world. So it's something that's useful and predictive to us. And
So
the
you
only
don't
thing
really
science
know.
cares about. No, we don't really know, but the only thing science cares
So
about
that's what
is that it
that's
is
what we're after, brother.
that it is a predictive model that has very high predictive capability, which
you
the
got a story.
gravitational model does. Okay,
You don't
so
know
that
how,
means it's very useful.
how
I mean,
or
yeah,
where,
it's a
right?
story that's very useful to us. I mean, if you want to call it a story, that's fine, but I don't think you're doing it justice then. But I mean, sure.
In your
Just
mind.
like flat Earth is a story then, but it has no predictive capability. So that's
What's flat Earth?
that's where I care.
What's the story of flat Earth?
Well, I don't. There are many stories that are called flat Earth, but they all don't have predictive capability. So
This is from practical physics. When planning investigations, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. Independent variable, dependent variable, control variables. Institute of Applied Physics. Now, do you want me to say cause any more times?
no, but I do have a question for you guys. Okay, so why does a ball go further the harder you throw it?
Could you apply more force to it?
I've just posted another one there for you.
Wait,
Independent
it's
variable.
acceleration
The
goes
variable that
higher?
is stable
Yeah, talk
and
over me.
unaffected
Yeah,
by
nice.
other variables you are trying to measure. It refers to the condition of an experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It is the presumed cause. From the University of Southern California. Link provided.
Me personally, I like the term influence over cause. I like that one. You have a good evening, guys. Stay humble. I love you all.
Have fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, like,
think we
can
got
someone
really-
explain to me why, like, somehow your acceleration goes higher the harder you throw it?
It's not our claim. This is something. This is your claim, right? We
I
haven't
mean,
made a
I'm just
claim about
asking,
why.
and like there was like an explanation, and then I disagreed with it, and someone interrupted.
Not interested in explanations. We're trying to do natural science here, which will be the testing of a hypothesis in an experiment. At the moment, you're saying, hey, look at this. It falls faster when I lift it up further from the surface of the Earth. Oh, but what I will sneak in is the Earth is pulling it down. But I won't include those in my variables. I don't want to test that. I want to say my independent variable is higher.
You're so stuck in one mode of thinking. No, I didn't say that. I am just
trying to do natural science here, son.
yes. Okay.
No, please don't have to feign exasperation because it's misplaced.
I'm not feigning exasperation. Like
it's misplaced.
You're obfuscating, dude.
I have tried to explain this so many ways,
Yes,
so many times, and you won't be charitable
you're
at all to
incorrect.
anything I'm saying.
You're incorrect.
I mean, I understand that's what you would like to say. Sure.
Yeah, it's as clear as I can put it, because when holding up the standard of science, the scientific method, hypothesis construction, so we can test it, you're falling apart and then keep turning around and say,
No,
why do you
like
keep
you're
harping on
saying I'm
about...
falling apart, but
Shut
you actually
up.
haven't pointed out at all where I'm wrong.
Shut up. You keep saying to us,
Shut up.
why do we
Shut up.
keep harping on about cause? Cause is the whole fucking point, you idiot. Why don't you get this? Cause is the whole point. The experiment. We want to know what caused that to happen. Why don't you get this?
I mean, because you have like a 5-year-old understanding of this, and I have
It's
like I'm
natural
trying to
science.
give you the 10-year-old understanding, and you're like, but what's the cause? And it's like it's really
We've
cute.
given you
but it's getting really
university
old.
level citations. What's the problem?
Wait, the university level citation that he
Yes.
quoted didn't have anything about a cause. So apparently, in the universities, they can do
The one
this
I
without
just
thinking
did,
of cause.
the one I just
yeah, I
gave
know
you
when
about
did
independent
it, but
variable.
I'm not talking about your saying,
Right.
and you're cutting me off. I'm saying apparently in universities they're able to not consider causes when they talk about hypotheses. So if I don't do that, I must also probably be right if they do that in universities too, right?
What are we talking about here, though, dude? Like, fuck me, man.
I'm trying to give you an example of a hypothesis, and you keep saying, "But what's
we're
the cause?"
talking about gravity,
I don't want to
bud.
talk about it like that. So
That's your problem, man. We want to talk about it like
well,
that.
I don't want to talk about it like that.
You're not
because
doing
it's a
natural
less
science
accurate
then you're not
way
doing
of
natural
answering
science.
it.
All right, let me see if I can
Then
solve this. Let me see if I can solve this. All right, my friend, do you know what the definition of pseudoscience is?
When someone thinks they're doing science but they're not, that's what I would say.
Yeah. So when someone thinks they're doing science, now that would be the scientific method. That's what science is. The construction of a hypothesis that can test. So if somebody's claiming something that isn't that, by definition, it's pseudoscience, isn't it?
Not necessarily. I guess if they're wrong or something like that, it would
Yes.
be.
If you look up the definition of the word pseudoscience, it says practices or beliefs mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
Sure, that's fair.
So the scientific method is what we've been talking about for the previous 20 to 30 minutes. And you keep asking why were we interested in cause? Well, if we're
No,
not
wait, you're switching on cause with the scientific method. They are not one and the same. I agree
No.
scientific method. I don't agree that cause is super important here. And I think
Well,
the way I'm talking about it is equally as valid as you want to talk about it. The problem
What's
is you're
the
trying to
scientific
sneak in a
method?
lot with the word cause, and I'm not letting you do that.
Scientific method. What's the scientific method?
Make it, I don't know. Here, I'll Google it for you. Wikipedia.
No.
I don't know the formal definition, okay? I know what it is, but I don't know the formal definition.
Let me explain to you. The scientific method, we're probably going to start with a question or something, but we're definitely going to be making an observation. The question would be about that observation. What caused the phenomena to happen? We test it in an experiment. So, formalization of a hypothesis, a prediction into cause, and then repeat and verify in experimentation. All that we've
Sure,
been talking
test
about.
it, analyze your data, yeah, report your conclusions. Yes, sure, I agree.
Good, thank you very much. Finally, we got there. So, those experimentations, they're interested in what caused something to happen. The scientific method, construction of a hypothesis, the prediction into cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world, tested through an experiment. Yeah, the natural scientific method. Yeah, that then.
Okay, so if you go to Wikipedia, scientific method, control F cause, there's not even a usage of the word cause there. I'm not saying you can't use it. Okay, I'm just saying that my way of talking about it is at least equally as valid. I don't think like a scientist, when they talked about this, they would like be so hung up on cause. What they would try and do is they would give you an explanation, like a model. They act as if it's true, right? Or a part
So
of the
they
model,
just
they
give
act
you a
as if
story,
it's true,
right?
and then they give you a way to verify if that model is right or not. And if that model is right, then the hypothesis was like correct, right? If it's not, then like make a new hypothesis until it's right. That is basically how I would explain in layman's terms how people like construct hypothesis, do scientific method, do science. Really, sure, I agree that's really important. But like, I don't know why we're so hung up on using the word cause here when I think my explanation is equally valid. And then maybe like the fact that that is equally valid maybe points out like a wrong on your end why we're so hung up on cause here. Okay, if we can just move past that, because like otherwise we seem to agree, then I'm more than fine.
Doka, what's the point of manipulating the independent variable in an experiment if it's not for cause and effect?
To test the validity of your hypothesis, right? Because if nothing ever changes, then of course it's easy to make a prediction. But if there is a change, then that means that your model is correct over like the more and the more significant. So like the more changes there are, and the more significant your change is, the more valid your model is under multiple circumstances. So that's why we care about changing that.
Because our model is supposed to explain why something happens, right?
No, it's
Like, I don't
supposed to
know.
explain how something happens, not why. It gives a description really of the universe. It doesn't tell you a why. That's like a wrong way to think about that.
Excuse me. Science doesn't deal with why.
No, it deals with how. That's a more accurate way of saying it.
It deals with the how and why. So natural science deals with cause and effect relationships. Physics, natural science. What causes things to happen?
Let's say I grant you that. Okay, where do you move on from there then?
Okay. So why do apples fall?
Why do apples fall?
Yeah.
That's actually like how deep do you want to go for that? Because there's multiple interactions with multiple forces. Like, do you just want to know why apples fall? Well, because like they get detached from the tree because the apple's ripe. Do you want to know something about gravity? Do you want to know something about the weak force, the electromagnetic force, the strong force? There's like that can be a very, very, very complicated answer. So like, how deep do you want to go?
What's the subject that we're talking about right now, dude?
Gravity, but he doesn't seem to like that.
I
He
don't
doesn't
know.
like it at all. He doesn't like it at all.
I don't know. I'm sorry for asking clarifying questions. Thanks for crucifying me over that. That's great.
If you want to be a dick.
No, you guys are being dicks, clearly.
I gave you a phenomena.
And they're being a dick. Everyone's a dick.
I gave you a phenomena, right? An apple fall. There you go, dependent variable. Now, what caused the apple to fall?
A dick.
The fact that it was ripe.
Okay.
No, I mean, like, seriously. Because it's ripe, because of the wind, because gravity, because, like... Do you guys not understand that this is a very complicated question and you want to, like, super hike... It's a bit silly, you know?
Newton didn't seem to have a problem with this. When he was sitting underneath the tree, only asking the questions why planets go round and round. And according to the story, he observed an apple fall from a tree. He didn't spend the next 20 years talking about it while it was fucking windy.
Well, yeah, because he had a very...
excuse me.
Okay, I didn't know you were finished. Go ahead.
No, you're just being an idiot, dude. You understand why I'm asking you the question. Earlier it was brought up when people like to explain gravity, they go, there you go, I jump up and down. That's the first part of the hypothesis, which is where this conversation started. So I was trying to start it by going back up again and saying, apple falls from a tree. So what causes that to happen then?
And I'm trying to make clear to you
that
the answer is not just... No, like, I'm trying to make clear to you that the way this works, or understanding of this, can be like very deep and complicated. So like you have to indicate to me like how far you want to go, because I've talked about this in here before, and there's always like at some point it's like, oh, but like why do you include this or that, or like why this or why that? Well, I didn't include it because I was trying to give like a brief like explanation, but that clearly wasn't good enough. So now I'm asking like, what do you want to go for? So like if I just say gravity, then what? We're just back to square one. So I'm trying to like keep the conversation like a little bit interesting at least.
Well, if you don't want to talk about gravity, then what do you want to talk about? Why apples fall from trees? Because they're ripe now then.
No, I don't know. Like I want to talk, like, I'm okay trying to explain anything about our understanding of, like, natural science, okay? I'm okay trying to talk about the electromagnetic force, the
Anything
weak
but
force.
gravity, right?
Or, no, I'm fine with talking about gravity too. I have no problem with that. But,
Well,
like,
then
it
let's
seems you
talk
guys
about
were very...
gravity, dude.
Okay,
Like, what's the
sure.
problem here, man?
No,
You have a mental
there's no
block?
problem. No, there's no
When
problem.
I say gravity, does your brain shut off?
What do you want to ask about gravity?
Why are you making this so hard? Just say masses are attracting masses. It's a big mass attracting a little mass, and move
Sure,
on.
that's an example of one valid understanding of that. Yes, if you say within that theoretical model, you can say that.
What other understanding do you have of gravity?
Well, there's like a Newtonian model. There's general relativity. There's when you make some quantum mechanics or quantum field theory, or however you want to call it.
So pick one.
I don't know. Like Newtonian gravity is the easiest. Quantum field theory is the hardest. Like, or the most accurate. I don't necessarily have a preference.
So how
So
would
yeah,
we
but
go
like
about
body attracts body, sure. Like that's a Newtonian understanding. Well, what about it?
Okay. So I think what they're going for here is they want us to say something like, how can we know that gravity is what causes apples to fall from trees? That's what they want us to do. That's the hypothesis they want us to construct.
Yeah, they just want us to go down their questions on their script. That's all they want. They
I
want
mean,
to
yeah,
ask
of
a question,
course,
we answer
but
the
like
way
I'm
they
trying to
like
be
and
a
answer.
fair interlocutor. Okay, so
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit unfair to just try to force someone down a script.
But you're making it much harder on yourself than you need to.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
I kind of
forcing
already
you
know
to
what
go down
he's
some
saying.
fucking road, are we? Like,
yeah,
fuck
you
me,
clearly
man.
are. What the fuck? Yeah, if you're so hung up on cause, yeah, you clearly are. Come on.
Yeah, like I
You
already
even know
know
that
where
by
this is
yourself.
going.
Okay, so gravity just exists, and who gives a fuck why, right?
No, okay. Body attracts body. Newtonian
Whatever. Let's
understanding.
go with
Go.
your definition. Who gives a fuck about what causes gravity, right? We'll just go with it.
Well, what do you mean? Like, what? Why do you say that? Like,
There is no
because like
cause, right?
in a sense, you're actually kind of right. Like, the cause is not important. It's just our
Of
understanding and
course
our
it's not.
prediction of the future. That is what's important. I want to know what like the moon is going to do like 100,000 years from now. Is it going to fall to the earth or not? I don't really care why the moon is there so much, as in that it helps me understand what the moon will do in the future. That's why I care about the past. But I don't really just in and of itself care why the moon is there. I care what the moon will do like a million years from now.
Good for you, dude.
Thank
You
you.
got any other fucking bullshit stories you want to add?
No, it's not a bullshit story. But like, I mean, body attracts body. What about that? What do you guys disagree with about that?
Show it.
Or how does that not make sense?
I don't know, man. Where do you want to start? So, does everything attract everything then?
Yes.
Okay, does gas attract gas?
Yes.
Really? Do you want to show me that then?
Yes, it does.
Yes, because
No,
everything has a mass, and a mass attracts a mass.
No, it doesn't.
It
Gas-
does.
It
gas
does,
does
according to a Newtonian understanding.
It's going to have to do this again. No, observably it doesn't because gas fills space. If gas
No, it
attracts.
doesn't. You keep
Wait,
saying
what do you
this, and
mean
it's always
gas
wrong.
fills space? So, like, if we go away from a Newtonian understanding to a more modern understanding, we do understand that gas has, like, an excitation. Like, it has energy, right? Because it has a temperature. Anything with a temperature has an energy. The higher the energy is, the more active the material is, and essentially what temperature really means is material moves on the molecular level. And we can call that excited, and the higher the temperature is, the more it moves, and that move is a counteraction to the gravity or the body-to-body attraction. So basically, yes, like it does like keep on being a gas, and you need a very, very high force to overcome that, because the gravitational force is the weakest force that we know. So to overcome that, you need a very strong gravitational field, which we don't see in our day-to-day lives. But let's take it to a black hole or whatever, their gas would compact as you would maybe think it should, right? But like in our day-to-day lives, gravity is too weak to overcome the separating force of the temperature of the gas.
Okay, so from the University of Westfield, Maryland.edu, gas molecules do not interact with each other than having physical collisions.
Gases expand completely to fill that container. They would not if they were attracted to each other. Now, this is
Wait.
something that I can cite over 20 times.
Wait, how do you think that this
Hello?
agrees? It just said it
Excuse me?
hits each other.
Excuse me?
Drop a link to that, Jedi.
Yeah,
A link
sure.
in the chat.
Yeah, we'll do. So gases don't attract each other. They have physical collisions, have elastic collisions, right? They bounce into each other and go in different directions. Now, I can cite this over and over again with regards to kinetic molecular theory. Now,
Wait, why do you think you need to cite this over and over again? You just quoted it to me, okay? You didn't actually say anything about what I said, how that is wrong or whatever. You just quoted me something.
Maybe you weren't listening. Maybe you weren't listening. You said,
No, you just didn't say it.
Hello, excuse me. So you said, yes, gases do attract gases to each other.
No, I didn't say that. I
did.
said
You
there's a
said, yes,
temperature
masses-
that excites gas.
I can't talk to you, dude. If you're going to keep interrupting, I'm going to
But
go.
no,
have
you're
some-
misquoting me. Of course I'm going to
No,
interject.
dude. This is why you brought it up, right? Do
No.
gases attract gases? I asked you this. Do gases attract gases? Mass attracts mass, right? Do gases attract gases? You said yes. Didn't you?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, in
So
that
I'm
way they
correct.
do. And body to body attraction, but this is talking about like one body with another body. We're not talking about the individual quote unquote bodies of gas because that's not a Newtonian understanding. In our Newtonian model, we would see a cloud of gas as one body that gravitationally attracts another body.
And so gases don't attract each other then?
Like a cloud of gas would attract another cloud of gas. But like in Newtonian Newton's time.
Excuse me?
Oh my
Excuse
God.
me?
Yeah.
No, not
Yes.
oh my fucking God. You just said a cloud of gas will attract another cloud of gas to it.
Yes.
Could you show that? I want you to show me anything that's of mass attracting gas to it.
Like
now,
experimentally?
hold on, I haven't finished. We're talking about gas behavior. Gas disperses, moves omnidirectionally away from each other, filling space so there's more space between the gas molecules. Gases don't coalesce on themselves. Gases do not attract gases to each other. Clouds of gases do not attract clouds of gases to each other. Are you an idiot? Now, what I said was there is no interaction between gas molecules other than physical collisions, i.e., they're not attracting each other to each other. Masses.
So
the walls, I can quote this as well. The walls of a container, I haven't finished. The walls of a container do not attract gases to them. So mass doesn't attract gas. Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system. Gas expansion. Entropy increases. It doesn't decrease. When you say that yes, gases do attract each other, that's an entropy decrease. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy increases.
It's incorrect. It's not an entropy increase. You don't understand entropy.
Shut up.
That's only in a local, in a local system. So yeah, that's incorrect. It's not a violation. But
yeah, gases feel.
But that outside, because now you're talking about something completely different. I'm going to answer your first question first. It's that the problem is here that you're trying to merge our modern understanding of physics with a Newtonian understanding of more than 300, 400 years old understanding of this, right?
You Newtonian up.
Yeah, I said we can discuss the Newtonian model, yes, in which case a gas would just be considered a body, right? If you want to explain this in more detail, well, really now, if you want to explain what?
Said you're just waffling now.
No, I'm not waffling. I'm explaining to you that under Newtonian under a Newtonian model, you have to consider the gaseous body just a body, right? Because everything is a body. And the body has some amount of mass which has a gravitational attraction, which you could show experimentally if you were to somehow able to What do you want me to fucking do it on a camera or something like that? I'm not gonna fucking stream for you.
You could do it. You could demonstrate it experimentally. Awesome. I want you to demonstrate gas not filling a volume, expanding, coalescing.
Look it up on Wiki,
Well, that's
dude.
not what I said I could demonstrate.
Oh my God.
I said I could demonstrate you the gravitational attraction of it.
Of what? Not gas.
Of anything. Yes, of
Of
anything.
Not, of
because
not
it has
gas.
mass.
Of not
Yes.
gas. Yeah, not gas.
No, of anything.
Not gas.
Yes, gas.
Then show it with
Wait, what
gas.
is this?
Then
Ideal gas.
Excuse me. Then show it with gas. Then
Well, if he says
experimentally
yes,
like
gas, it means it's yes,
you-
gas.
The experiment of gas. This is ridiculous. Of experiment of gas. Gravitational attraction. I'm going to see if I can Google this for you.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 9 years, mate. It's not my first rodeo. You won't find anything of value. Won't be a hypothesis. Won't be
I
able
mean,
to
you
test.
understand you're disagreeing with scientists that have built their
You
careers
understand that you're
or
disagreeing
more
with
than
the second
centuries
law
on
of
this, right? So you
thermodynamics.
saying
It's
you've
not
done
my
9
fault
years
that
of
you're
work for
fucking
this
ignorant
is
at
not
this
very
stage.
impressive, right?
It's my fault that you're ignorant at this stage.
If anyone's ignorant, like if I'm ignorant of the minority of people that are doing flat Earth, and you're ignorant of the overwhelming scientific body of evidence that opposes your viewpoint. So if anyone is
Give
in
it then.
totality
You failed to
ignorant,
give a
it would be you.
hypothesis earlier. You've already failed to give a hypothesis.
No, I gave you a perfect hypothesis
No, you
with,
didn't.
remember, different heights or different
Height is
distances
not your
from our body.
variable. Right, you dumb fuck. Height isn't your independent variable. We tried to demonstrate this to you because you snuck in gravitational effect of the Earth is pulling the thing down.
You try
Yes,
to
we
quote
did
things
this.
at
Now
me
you're
multiple
just being a
times, but
cunt.
you can never point out how I was wrong or like give an explanation, including like using what I said. All you want to do was fucking preach because you don't understand at all. So you can't intellectually interact with anything I'm trying to explain to you.
Stop projecting, man. Stop projecting. We explained it
Who do you think is
explicitly.
projecting here?
And you
Explicitly
agreed.
explained
You
it.
agreed with him, man. Like you agreed that was the point, right? Like you
That's true, yeah.
conceded it.
They
Now
agreed
you're
with me.
you're going back
That is
against
true.
your
They
what you
agree
did,
with me
right?
with all my explanations of a hypothetical or a hypothesis.
Dude, fuck off
Sorry,
with your
a
bullshit
hypothesis
again. Fucking, you
without
can't
using
twist what I
any
just said,
cause
man.
ever.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, nice laughter at the end.
You guys been talking to this guy for like the same shit for like 2 hours now. It's
No, this guy just can't fucking
I mean,
stay on
it's because
point.
they need to go down their dialogue tree, and if you don't let them, they just keep hung up to their like
What do you
little
mean
point
if
in
you don't
dialogue
let
tree,
us,
trying
dude?
to
You
get it to it.
obfuscate. Fuck,
It's
man.
so cute. I'm not obfuscating.
Of course you are.
What? When did I obfuscate?
This whole fucking conversation, man. Like this guy said, how long has this gone on for?
Quote me.
That's
Like,
why
give me one example.
It's still the same shit.
Yeah, that's because you guys are the ones trying to get like a specific
A
formulation.
simple question, man.
Yeah, and you think it's a simple question, but it really isn't. So I'm trying to like give you that
Here we go
explanation,
again, right?
but you're not at all receptive.
Here we go again.
What do you mean? Like, is that not perfectly fair?
You think it's
something
a simple
is
question, but it's not. And I'm going to go on about how it's not for fucking an hour.
No, I don't just go on how it's not. I try to explain it to you, and you guys go back to the beginning and re-ask the same question instead of interacting with what I said.
Yes, we want an answer to that question. We don't want an answer to fucking 100 other questions, dude.
It's not 100 other questions. It's an explanation for why your question is more complicated than you thought it was. If you were an honest interlocutor, you would understand what I'm trying to point out to you and interact with the things I say and maybe find fault there. That would be fair, but that's what an honest interlocutor would do. Not go back to the same thing you asked way before and be like, but what about this?
I know, because you don't want to answer that question. We get it.
No, I'm answering your question by saying it's more complicated, that it's more than a fair answer. Then you can find fault with anything I say in there, but you don't. You just go back to the beginning because you don't want to understand what I'm trying to put to you.
The next question that you ask, we're going to fucking give you the same fucking answer.
Yeah, it's more than fair. Except, oh wait, you guys don't even allow me to ask questions because you guys just want to ask questions of me and then find fault with my answers, which is really cute too.
You just keep fucking talking shit, Sunshine. Are you going to be able to give me the phenomena of gravity acting on gas or not?
Can you were really
Obviously
quiet.
not.
Could you repeat that?
Are you going to be able to give me the phenomena of gravity acting on gas or not?
Like, I don't even know what you mean with phenomena here.
He's not going to give it to you, dude.
Like, can you be more precise in your question?
We've been talking for hours about natural science and what it was.
You're not
and now
answering my question.
Yeah, I'm just about to.
Okay,
Can you
please
be
just
more?
answer the
Can
question.
you clarify your question for us, please?
Ah, fuck him.
He's a Korean goblin.
Like, this guy's just an idiot, man.
That's true.
When you
Time
put a
is
container,
moving,
I was talking
basically.
about what natural science was. We've been talking about phenomena, dependent variable, and now you're asking why we're interested in phenomena. The fuck's wrong
No,
with you?
that's not my question. I'm asking you to be more clear with your question because I don't know what you mean with phenomenon
Can
here
you tell
in
us
that
what you mean when you
specific.
say clarity?
Why are you guys arguing about fucking Rainbow Six?
A more elaborate description? How about
Can you
that?
tell me what you mean when you say more elaborate?
Well, I hold to a Wittgensteinian definition of language, where at some point we're going to have to meet
Can you explain what the
our
definition of
ideas
language is?
that kind of like intersect there, and if they
Can
do
you
not at
explain
all
what the definition
intersect,
of language
then
is?
we cannot talk. Then we have a
No, I need a
communication problem.
definition
I
of
agree.
language.
Language, a form of communication.
What type of communication?
Auditory, visual, feel, I guess.
Can you
Like what
explain
would
auditory for me, please?
Why are we doing this?
communication through sound
Can you
waves
explain
in
the
this
visual
context?
part of it then?
Yeah, I don't mind going down
Like,
through
fuck
this.
you, dude.
Visual part. Wait, why do you say "fuck you"? I'm trying to honestly answer all these like ridiculous questions. You're pointing to me and you're saying "fuck you." Like, how does that even make sense?
Honestly,
Are you getting a
goes
little
into
bit mad?
It's so funny.
Well, I guess Glober win today, right, boys? Unlucky.
Yeah, you call it a win and fuck off.
Thank you.
So I dropped something in the chat that says particles are still subject to gravity and
We
hit the
don't
bottom
really
of a
give a shit.
container
Is there
with
anybody
greater
new to
force
talk
than the
to?
top.
I know, dogs.
Thus
You can
leaving
fuck off
gases
too.
awake.
You
With
don't
the
like any
vertical
of our
motion.
answers either, dude. So why are you here?
No, wait. This guy is trying to answer you in a different way than I am. Why are you muting him?
We've got new people here that we've spoken with Dogs Are Gods multiple times, like countless times. So if there's anybody new here that wants to join in this discussion, feel free to open your mic.
So you're muting him because he has a
He is,
likely
yeah.
correct answer that you can't refute? That's very cute.
We've heard his rhetoric before. We've gone over it with him. We want to have discussions with new people like
Okay.
you. And if we're finished with you, if you're done with this conversation, and there's other people here that would like to talk, then we'll
It's been
talk
like
with
2.5
them.
hours and it just goes
Like,
in circles.
I have to note though, this is the only voice channel in this entire Discord server that just mutes people when they're like have talked to them too much.
He
That's a
did
bit
admit
insane. But
that gravity was a story. So we're good.
yeah, with predictive capability, do you
yeah.
remember that? But Flat Earth doesn't have any predictive capability, so that's why I
So
care
now you
about
got to
that
go
story
to
a little
flat
bit
Earth,
more.
right? Because you
Yeah,
admitted
of
it was a
course.
story.
Well, no, that's literally
We're
the
talking
name of
about
the
the globe,
channel.
but let's
So
now
of course
talk
I
about
will
flat Earth.
compare and contrast. I think that's more than
just
fair.
did the calculation, okay, of how much force would be enacted on a billion molecules of neon, okay, 240,000 miles away, the distance of the moon, okay, and it's 8.9 times 10 to the negative 19, okay. It's essentially immeasurable, the force that acts on that, okay. So when you use a Newtonian model of physics, you have to have large masses for it to be an actually measurable event, because there are other forces that exist that get in the way, and when that happens, you use different models like the ideal gas law. Okay, so we have a bunch of these fragmentary models that we use for different situations.
So let's just use math, right?
No,
Math
no.
makes it all good, right?
I'm not arguing for either side here. I'm saying that you guys are arguing about something that you should make more precise, because talking about gas being affected by the mass of the Earth, even, let alone like another gas particle, is ridiculous, because there are such other strong forces around it that the pressure, the temperature, these things outweigh that force by billions of decimal places. Okay? So if somebody asks, does gas attract gas? It's a stupid question, because you'll never be able to show that. You'll never be able to devise an experiment that it can actually show that, okay?
They're invoking a cause and effect relationship, so they're going to have to show a scientific experiment, or at least a viable scientific hypothesis, which we could potentially test to show that that is the case, or not.
Yeah, and I'm claiming that would literally be impossible. You do not have like the tools of measurement that are precise enough to do it, even if it were true that they did attract each other.
Well, it wouldn't be true in their paradigm anyway. They think that the fabric of space-time is bending and warping. It's not actually an attraction. So I don't even know why they argue this shit. It goes against their paradigm. They're idiots.
Well, just get it straight. Like this is what physics is doing, right? It has to be able to solve equations, and those equations, if they get just barely too complex, talk about like the three body problem in physics. Talk about like Einsteinian general relativity, right? If you include another body other than two bodies in that you're comparing between each other, like a fragmentary picture of something, right, that you're trying to whittle down to like the most simplest thing and get a solution for. If you add a third body into that, you will not be able to find out any data from it. You can't solve it mathematically. Okay, so physics is using these fragmentary models in every case in the totally different math. What depending on what situation they're dealing with, right? If it's a bunch of gas particles, they're not going to use Newtonian gravity. It's irrelevant entirely. They throw it out the window, and instead they hope to describe the situation that they're looking at in different terms, like what's its pressure, what's its volume, what's its temperature, right? Then through that lens, right, through that model, they learn more about this new concept that gets brought up, like entropy, right? So it's an entirely different picture, right? None of them have to be true. None of them have to be like the truth of the nature of the thing that you're talking about. They don't have to be universally true. They only have to be true for what you're trying to actually predict and solve for. But it has nothing, it doesn't say anything about like the inherent truth of the nature of the universe and how it's built, how it's constructed.
Right. Very well put. Very, very well put.
So I mean, it's ridiculous. Like people, I mean, I studied physics, so I mean, people talking about like, gas attracting gas. I mean, just talk about the Cavendish experiment and have your disagreements there.
Yeah, well, where's the observed phenomenon to do with gas in the Cavendish so-called experiment?
There's no gas in the Cavendish experiment at all.
Exactly.
They're trying to make something as massive as possible so that they can actually see the effects of gravity.
No,
And those experiments are still questionable.
They're conflating and they're reaching, and they can't demonstrate their claim with gas, and it's hopeless and desperate, but that's what they do day after day.
No, because the reason why those experiments are questionable is because you have to create such an isolated environment. You have to isolate every other force so that you can actually claim that it's gravity doing.
Worse than that.
Not even an experiment.
They don't even have a natural observed phenomenon. What is the natural observed phenomenon to base Cavendish on?
Mass attracting mass.
They're trying to demonstrate in a laboratory, like on Earth, in an Earth setting, that mass attracts mass, right? Other than just
where do you see mass attracting mass? And if that's your natural observed phenomenon, why are you using an experiment to test it as a cause? Because you wouldn't need to. You would already have observed it as a phenomenon. So where do you observe?
This is where it goes next, right? It's like an intuitive thing saying like, well, cannonballs fall to the ground, right? And if I drop something, it falls to the ground. So this thing has a volume, a density, and a mass, right?
Got it. Got it. You don't need to monologue, Santiago. I got it. My question was just the natural observed phenomenon.
My next
point, because I was asking you a question. The answer to my question, natural observed phenomenon, would be No, he interrupted me, dude. I have a line of questioning. He's taking it somewhere, so I'm going to continue. Fuck off. So natural observed phenomenon, things fall into the ground, right? So what falls to the ground in Cavendish?
No, the ground is like one of those balls in Cavendish, right? It's just very large, and we call it the Earth.
Okay, so what falls sideways in nature then that you observed?
Nothing, because there's this really big ball where everything instead, rather than falling sideways, right, which is what Cavendish is trying to show, like that things can actually attract towards each other and not only just downwards.
So who measured that ball in the first place then, to know that it is a ball that is attracting things, or to even have that inference? Who knows that it's
not even really against what you're saying, man. Like, so don't get heated at me.
I know you're not. I get it. I can tell that you're kind of neutral in your tone. I'm just trying to tell you that they don't actually have a natural observed phenomenon.
No, he's telling you not to get heated.
Because they've conflated. Yeah, I got it, Mr. Slow Guy. So they don't even have a natural observed phenomenon. They're just conflating the cause supposition with what they see, right? They see things falling to the ground, and they suppose that's caused by masses attracting one another, and then they just interchange that with, I saw masses attracting one another, when that is the cause supposition that they're supposed to be testing out with Cavendish. But they didn't use the same phenomenon that was actually observed in the natural world, which is something falling down. So they're just begging the question that the reason that things fall down
phenomenon
is
are
mass
linked.
attraction.
Yeah,
No, there's no
I would put it differently, but I can kind of get what you're trying to separate the two things, right? You're saying like falling down is natural, but
Well, they're making a leap. Okay, I'll be really concise. I'm cutting you off a lot, and I'll stop doing that after this because I think I can be concise.
No, it's a problem,
They're
man.
making a leap. They're saying that whatever's causing things to fall down is the same thing that is causing those things to fall sideways, as it were. They don't know that. They're just begging the question of that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. You can say that, right? And like you can analyze these situations, these experiments that people are doing. But I guess like this is the thing. It's like when people have in their head that this solution, this experiment must have a solution, right? That proves us correct, right? So they're doing a Cavendish experiment to demonstrate something that they already presuppose to be true, right? So you have a bias already in your head. Now the isolation of every other variable that could attract these two pieces of mass together is a very difficult thing to do, and you know the electromagnetic field is a powerful force. Okay,
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
it's much
confounding variables.
stronger. It's much stronger than gravity when you're not talking about something the size of the Earth, right?
You're saying that there are confounding variables that you cannot exclude, right?
You might not be able to, but even if somebody did it as best they could, right? Or then maybe they would be able to show that mass attracts mass. But if there was anything that was unaccounted for in that situation, they would just be proving themselves right? And attributing some other effect as mass attracting mass, right? Because they're like, thank God we did this, like thank God we're done with this, like.
Yeah, go ahead. There's another big problem with this, though, which is that mass attracting mass doesn't actually happen within the Glober paradigm, so it doesn't make any sense for them to argue it. There's no force, right? It's the bending and warping of the fabric of space-time, which is not actually a pull. It's not a force. It's a pseudo-force, right?
Right.
So why are they even putting this forward to prove mass attracting mass? That would undermine their paradigm. It's ridiculous, dude.
It's really sad.
So it's like when people say like the bending and warping of space-time, right? What that is akin to is like you're on a merry-go-round, right? And so when you're on a merry-go-round, when you're spinning, you're getting pulled outwards, right? But you feel a force, an inward force that corrects for that balances that out, right? And the reason why you feel that is actually because you're sitting in a chair that's bolted down to a piece of metal, right? That's not going to move. So because you can't actually move outwards and you're not moving outwards, there is an equal and opposite force pulling you inwards, but that's just the chair. So Einsteinian gravity basically says like that chair is there, but it's just the warping of space-time. Right?
Oh. Okay, that's a really good explanation. I haven't thought of it that way.
Both of those are fictitious forces. They don't actually exist, right? They're not actually. They don't have a source. They're not actually contingent on anything. But what gravity says is like the source is. It's not an emanating field, a gravitational field in the same sense as like as an electromagnetic field would be, like electricity, but from an electron. But instead, it's a field in space-time that's creating a depression, and because of this depression, there is a quote unquote force, but it is a fictitious thing. It's not a classical force.
It's made up.
Santiago. So I was just going to say, Santiago, man, I've been thoroughly enjoying
Listening to you, man. To be honest, I don't know what side you sit on, but you make the most sense of probably anyone I've heard today outside of the regulars.
Yeah, man. I know some people in here. I've been in the flat Earth community for a while. I love it, man. I'm entertained by it, but I just hold an open mind. I play with both sides, I don't really try to
pick
I
a
don't know.
side.
I don't know, right? I don't know. But what I do know is not enough to tell me, either way, right? What I see is these models and how they apply and where they apply, and they are measurements, right? You're taking a measurement about something. I studied high energy physics, so what you can actually measure in physics is very limited. What you can solve for in physics is very limited. So that tells me immediately,
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. Thank fuck to hear that out of someone's mouth who's actually studied this, because most people that you hear talk about it, they're like, "Nah, I can answer absolutely everything." So your honesty, man, awesome. Absolute hats off. Really nice to talk with you. Absolute hats off, buddy.
No worries. But really, it's like what that tells me is philosophically, those measurements that you make about something, they're not the truth, right? They have a utility in a certain area, and only for that purpose. But if you extrapolate that out to it being the quote unquote truth about an object, you're probably going to be wrong every time. Okay. Now, I mean, does that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? I don't know. Those types of arguments are shaky for me. But for science, or scientism being, the projection of reality in terms of what we can measure and only that, I feel like that's extremely ignorant, and will always be. But you have to put science and measurement and models in their correct place, and that's all. I don't think we're doing that. I don't think science is doing that. Some scientists are, but
so-called.
Like who? You asked me who?
I'm
just assuming that some
science. You said science, and I said so-called, as in it's not. It's actually pseudoscience.
Sure, and it can get into pseudoscience, right? Like when you're talking about something that you can't actually directly, you can't actually go there, right? So you have to make a ton of assumptions, about what's outside in space, what a quasar is, what these objects are out there, and you could be entering into just a theoretical mindscape where you could call it pseudoscience.
Like the Big Bang itself?
Sure, absolutely.
Call it. It is that by definition.
And it's funny that all your science is based off of the Big Bang that's not proven.
Yeah, that's scientism. Pseudoscience, scientism.
So let's start with an assumption and then make a whole bunch of other assumptions and call it the truth.
Yeah, so draw conclusion. This is what I try and explain to people when it comes to quote unquote science, and that they just oh no, that's a conspiracy theory, man. But it's right, you got people paying you that want you to prove something for them that's going to make them a lot of money. You're not going to go against that, are you? Follow the money, man.
You're not even a scientist, though, if you don't believe in this scientism, though, right? You'll be ostracized and thrown out.
Yeah, it's happened to men.
But that's the thing is you can still put things in their correct place, right? You can see the utility of learning a model, right? And if you're in class, like I have been in class, and you question the model, right? Or something comes up and you ask a question that's kind of in left field. Sometimes it works out, right? Sometimes there's actually something interesting that comes from it, and then other times you get a frown from the professor, right? Because he's looking at you being like, "Look, I'm teaching this graduate course for you to know these things and be able to respond to them correctly, right?" And that's it, because the next person is going to ask of that as well.
Yeah, it's like people in like I know a lot of people in the medical community, and no heretic than the others. I'm not going where I'm not supposed to with this, but like a lot of doctors that prescribe things like more holistic or more natural or even more traditional methods that go for that instead of the typical just write a script and drug you up. A lot of times they are ostracizing that, even though their patients have far better outcomes. I don't know if that's breaking. I don't see how that is breaking rules. That's very verifiable, and it shouldn't be anything like misinformation, disinformation. It's very easy to look up. Like for example, getting out in the sun every day for a minimum of 10 minutes will improve your health. That's very, very verifiable. But a lot of people say, no, you don't need that. Just things like that. But a lot of these, they're not shouted down as much as they were. But a decade ago, 15 years ago, like doctors that were moving towards this stuff, doctors who were prescribed acupuncture, for example, a lot of them were just completely thrown under the bus by the community because they went against the current consensus, even though it worked better.
Absolutely. And I mean, there are a ton of examples of this, and a lot of people would call it pseudoscience, or, it's not the practiced field of medicine, right? But it does definitely go into cross that barrier of parapsychology, paranormal things. But I've done enough research into those things to realize that they do exist. I've played around with these ideas, like not ideas, but ways of living. That have shown me that there's much more than just knowledge, right? Obviously, there's much more than just like what your brain is thinking and what it thinks knows is possible mechanically. There's a lot more acting, and if you don't give credit to those things, at least have a little bit of space in your mind for the possibility of them, I don't see how you aren't trapped.
Yeah, and the biggest trap I think is human hubris, because it's like we can answer absolutely everything, and we've got the answers for absolutely everything, and this, that, and the other, and consensus equals truth, which is I don't to this day when I hear people bring that up. Consent. This is the consensus, therefore it's true. It's like, well, okay, yeah, because a whole group of people coming together that are indoctrinated in the same institution, and they come together and say it's true. That's 100% truth. Like I just that one blows my mind. A bunch of people
It's
get
a
together and
forced
say something.
consensus.
Yes, yeah, that's very well put, Subdued. Very well put. And this is what you find with a lot of this pseudoscience, this scientism, this modern quote unquote science is just, well, this is a consensus, and there's plenty of people outside that consensus that are saying things completely different that are much more provable and actually a lot closer to the truth, but they just get thrown under the bus and sidelined, ostracized, and called kooks. It's like, well, they've been through the same training that you have, and they just, they've come up with different conclusions. But they just get sidelined, and yeah, I find that amazing about humanity.
They will get labeled as pseudoscientists or performing pseudoscience by the ones that pseudoscientists.
Yes, T-Dub, 100%. Or they're snake oil salesmen or something like that, and then it turns out 5-10 years down the track that they were 100% correct. It's you bang on the money there, brother.
Let's say that they can be pseudoscientists, but really they're more like mechanics, right? They're just dealing with something that's totally mechanical, and they're assuming the mechanism that of that mechanical thing that they're looking at can be applied to something that, if they apply it far enough, they're going to get into pseudoscience. It's going to be clear that they're just operating in such a way that their mechanism is no longer the truth.
It's
only pseudoscience when it's mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. And if nobody's claiming it is based on the scientific method, then it can't be classified as pseudoscience. And that's a misconception in here, that when we get nitpicky about the scientific method, when somebody invokes a cause and effect relationship of something occurring in nature, right? Get this idea that, well, then nothing, we can know nothing then, right? You're saying science is just we don't believe in science. No, that's not what we're saying, right? because we're bringing the term science, we're holding it to its feet and not allowing people to just use it as this umbrella term to encompass all things that we can, all knowledge that we can gain by whatever method, whether it's just observe, because you can observe things happening in nature and learn from it. Well, I know that animal does this, right? Not science, because you haven't established a cause and effect relationship. You've just observed something happening, but you've learned something about what the animal does, right? It's just not fucking natural science. Just because you observed it occurring in nature doesn't mean you're doing science, right? But you still learn something. Nobody's saying that you can't learn in other ways.
Yes, bang on, T-Dub. I'll give you a prime example with that, buddy, with what you're talking about. You're a bit further south than me, but I brought this up previously. So, for example, up where I live, there's a lot of mango trees. In fact, mangoes were introduced into Australia where I live, in Bowen. Anyway, so you know that you're going to have a bad cyclone season, and you're very likely to get a cyclone when the mango trees, you can see more flower than leaf. Just like up here as well, like you know that you've got rain coming in the next couple of days when you see the red-tailed black cockatoos. Now, is this 100% scientifically proven? No, it's not. But you're still learning something. I don't know how the hell you could actually experiment that properly using the scientific method, but I guess it's common law, I guess you could probably say. And you can't tell exactly when, and you can't tell exactly why that happens, but you can observe it, but you just can't test it. And to back up T-Dub's point, like there are definitely things you can learn, but calling it science, no. Calling it scientifically proven, no. Definitely not.
Scientifically proven is an oxymoron because science isn't about proving things.
Not true.
I would argue that it's only about proving things.
Okay, so do you have any citation? Because I believe you would ask that question to any then would say completely opposite things. Science is only about
citations to what? Something you can't prove?
Theories. Yes, citations that science is about proving things for 100%.
But you can't prove that.
You can prove things about language. Because language is an abstract thing. About terminology.
Hey, Dove Darwin, you're hot micing. Okay, good on you.
People are silly, right, Skinny?
What was that? Sorry, Sydney?
I said people are just silly, right?
I think that most people just like to be told what to do and have very little ability to think for themselves, and they go along with things.
Silly. It is very silly, though. They're both true.
It is silly, but it's also a matter of, same patterns throughout history. Is the vast majority of people can't think for themselves and they want to be told what to do, and there's a minority that don't, and they're ostracized and outlined.
Yeah, no que si te moi, my friend. Absolutely.
I'm hearing you, Doc. What's the saying? Those who fail to learn from the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them, and those that do are doomed to watch, and that's exactly what we see.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you, my friend.
You too, mate. It's good to see everyone here, by the way. Yeah, it's always good to tune in. It's always good to see you guys here, every one of you. Even you, Scott. Do we have any newer globies in here that want to ask a question or are curious or have an argument?
Okay, I have one question to T-Dub according to the message just shared on the text chat. So he has one source saying that a hypothesis has to be able to be proven or disproven. So has one source saying something otherwise to my claim. My claim is that hypothesis can't be proven or disproven. They can bring up hundreds of sources saying otherwise. Then which of the sources would you consider more reliable, considering the fact that both say contradictory
The one that
facts?
isn't pseudoscience. The ones that aren't based on pseudoscience and are coming
how
from
do
a
you determine?
pseudoscientific field of study.
Okay, how do you determine which one is based on pseudoscience and which one is not? Besides your
Because
personal
what they're
bias.
doing will either be based on the scientific method, claiming to be science, or it won't be based on the scientific method and will still be claiming to be science.
Okay, how do you determine which one is based on the scientific method and which one is not?
It's specifically outlined, right? Natural science, what the scientific method is.
Yes, and how do you
How to
determine what it
conduct
is? Okay, but to determine what the scientific method is, you have to learn it from some sources, and then you reach a paradox, because in order to determine what the scientific method is, you still have to select some sources that you believe that are more reliable in order to believe what it really is. So you really reach a loop.
Are you rambling about? The scientific method is the scientific method. There's an end of discussion. There's an agree or disagree matter. It is what it is.
Okay,
it's designed to eliminate bias.
So you don't believe that in the case of what scientific method is, you will find contradictory sources? Like the scientific method is an absolute topic which all of the sources will
method.
agree
There's
on?
not many, okay? It's very specific what it is.
Okay, so on what basis do you decide which one is the only true one?
Because the other ones will allow for missing steps or adding steps, right? Or allowing for excuses to not actually conform to the strict scientific method, which doesn't allow for bias and which will only result in one of two outcomes. Either X caused Y to happen or X didn't cause Y to happen. If it goes beyond that or misses steps trying to achieve that result, it's not the scientific method.
Okay, but
yeah, and backing up what T-Dub said. Sorry, mate. I wasn't trying to interrupt. Anyway, all right. One is what T-Dub's talking about is objective. What you're talking about is subjective. And if it's subjective, and it can be a different, quote unquote, truth or quote unquote proof, depending on what you use, then it's hardly scientific, is it? Science is supposed to be objective.
Exactly.
Okay, but in this in the example that T-Dub gave, he's comparing these different sources and descriptions of the scientific method to one objective scientific method that isn't subjective and is something that is like set and it can be changed. So what I'm asking for isn't like how do you determine which of the sources conform to that scientific method and which don't. I'm asking how do you determine which one is the ultimate one to which you will be comparing the sources in the first place? How do you determine what is the ultimate standard for something being scientific or not? It is just something like you just read and then you establish that it is that one thing because it like matches with your beliefs. Is it like based just on your
Then that would be
bias?
subjective.
Yes, that's why
The
I'm asking
scientific
how
method doesn't allow for subjection, allow for
Okay.
bias.
But how do you determine the objectivity of the scientific method?
It's based on predictive capacity, right? Capability. So it's a competitive theory, right? You lay out a hypothesis, right? You collect data, then you lay out a hypothesis, and you try to prove based on your hypothesis results, right? And if those results are repeatable, then it works, right? Then if somebody else comes up with a different hypothesis and it's repeatable and that hypothesis has more predictability, then you go with the latter, right?
Yes, I fully agree. But my problem that I'm trying to point out here is
There's no
that
disproving. Once it's been tested, that's it. You can only repeat it, right? And if you happen to get different results, then you have to identify what was done differently, right? Then there must have been unspecified variables involved that you have to then identify and get it to the point where the two independent researchers can then perform that experiment until they achieve the exact same results.
Right. Let's consider that for a second, because
Yes, I
that's
fully
actually
agree
really
though.
interesting. No, in order to perform like a good, clear experiment, right? You have to block everything out, right? You have to isolate exactly what you're looking at, right? And under those circumstances, you can get repeatable results, right?
Yes, definitely.
But in most cases, in most scenarios in life, let's say, right? Even physically in life, having to do with physics, the laws of motion and things like this. There's no repeatable experiment that you can do, because you're not actually taking that step in blocking everything else out, isolating a clear and concise experiment. And at the same time, though, like, while we're not being clear and concise, we're still applying the nature and the truth of these clear, concise experiments as quote unquote truth, even though they're not repeatable.
Yes, and
Even though what we're doing is
Is
no
that a
longer
cogent thought? Anybody else?
Sorry, I was just going to say, Santiago, just quickly, but then that is not scientifically proven, then, is it?
No, it isn't.
Because
That's where
it's going to be empirical. It's going to be observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Wait, what? Who said something? Did somebody say, is that a cogent thought?
Turquoise.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Yeah,
understanding.
sorry, T-Dub, mate, you want to say that again? Sorry.
It's going to be observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. That's the conditions, man. That's
Right.
it.
And what I was saying is, like, that's only actual, right? That only happens in very specific scenarios. Right.
Then so be it. Sorry, then that's it. That's the natural science, man.
Okay. And
If it's that strict, it's that strict. I'm sorry. Anything that falls outside of it is pseudoscience.
no, well, you can explain. Can you explain how
It's claimed
how
to
it,
be, if it's
how
claimed
that's
mistakenly regarded as being based on science.
right? Can you
If someone's
explain how
claiming
that's
it to be
still
science, you know?
Yeah, can you explain how that still applies to something that isn't, repeatable?
Well, it has to be falsifiable. Like when you're talking about natural science and dealing with cause and effect relationships only, right?
Sure. Yes.
Yes, I mean, you like, I'm not particularly mathematical or scientifically brained, and I'm not claiming to be, but however, it's pretty straightforward. You have cause and effect. It's proven, or it's not. It's really that simple. Anything outside of that is nothing more than assumption or conjecture, even if it is an educated guess. Yeah.
Right. That goes outside of, like, the realm of science and knowledge and the scientific method. Correct. And I'm saying, my point was that's actually most situations, right, in the world that we live in.
That's why I would give it to you that the pure data that you collect from the experiment and the observations is something that can be objectively proven, that there's some correlation between two variables, and that step it indeed can be proven or disproven that it happens objectively. But the conclusion you draw from that data is something that can't be proven. It can only be supported by the evidence or falsified by the evidence. Because for every single piece of evidence, you can draw infinite number of conclusions.
Oh my gosh, can we finish the sentence? Wow, sorry, guy.
That is the conclusion, though, man. That is the conclusion. You're not making any more conclusions after that. You've done your test. You've found out whether X caused Y or didn't cause Y.
You knew exactly what I meant to say. Thanks, man.
And pseudoscience, they will come up with theories after theories after theories.
Oh gosh, Kimbo.
The fallen theories. That's pseudoscience.
Are we questioning the scientific method itself, you?
I love Kimbo. What's up, Brandon?
What's up?
Is that what's going on here? Are people questioning the scientific method?
No, I don't think
Scientific
so.
method is perfect in theory. My dad's a scientist. I use it. I love it. Love it. Science is my best subject. So what? No, never question it or doubt it or doubt
Yeah.
Lily ever. So
Science, yeah.
No, all
Science-
that I was trying to do is
science is
make an
king.
interesting distinction. I've actually never thought about this myself, but like,
good to
but
see you, man, Kimbo. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Kemba. Morning, Stacy. Hey, everyone.
Hey, good to see you guys too.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
Sydney,
trying to
bro.
ruin-
I'm
but-
Sydney every time. Anyway.
Oh, sorry, Sydney. Do you know what?
Yeah, right, Roots. Anyway, it's always good to see you, friend.
Good morning, Sydney.
One
No,
more
hey,
time.
Roots, good to see you,
One
mate.
more time. It's gonna be a running joke. It's cool, man.
Please,
it's fine.
please forgive me,
I get-
Sydney. I know.
No, it's cool.
It's getting
You're like
bad.
everybody else. It's cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
no one was questioning the scientific method, but Embo was trying to highlight that correlation is just as important as causation, and it's just not.
Well,
Not the same.
no, not really. Correlation
Yes,
is
it's
not
not
equal
the same.
causation, and it's not
Because
that important either.
the only thing you can really prove is the correlation. The causation is really the thing you just can guess based on the evidence. You can only manipulate one thing and then get the correlation that it correlates with another thing.
So you can't
When
prove
you
nothing,
manipulate
right,
it.
Embo?
You can't prove anything ultimately that something is the direct cause of other thing. You can only manipulate one variable and observe that the change of that variable affects the change in another variable. That's only the correlation. It isn't the direct causation.
Yeah, buddy, and this is why there is quote unquote. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I think there's a bit of lag here. This is why you can find quote unquote peer-reviewed scientific studies to prove everything on either side of the fence on the planet. You can look in scientific journals, and some will say one thing about one aspect or one thing, and say the exact opposite, and both are peer-reviewed, and like this is the problem, and this is where you run into problems. But when you use the scientific method, it's proven or it's not. That eliminate scientifically proven, like Santiago was saying, is very narrow. It doesn't matter if when it comes to physics or whatever the case may be. It's very, very narrow. It's proven or it's not. Anything else is nothing more than a guess, conjecture, assumption. Matt Lone admits that. Santiago admits that. Fucking yeah, it's proven or it's not, and that's what we work off of. That's why we work off of what we can actually use, what we can actually see, what is actually provable. Everything outside of that is nothing more than, at the very best, an educated guess.
Well, I got a question. So, can we prove the Big Bang? What 20-something billion years ago? Can we prove that?
I don't think so. I can only think that
No.
we can make observations and then they can be an evidence supporting it.
It's
That's really
it's
all.
our best guess of how the universe began, but no, we can't prove it.
That is not mankind's best guess. That's misleading.
Okay, what's
So,
the best guess?
so it's just a
then?
theories then.
Wait, what's the best guess?
Are there any proofs at all? Anyway,
Brandon, that's a loaded question. Like, come on now. We love you. Like, why would you? No. Like, that's
I
just a
didn't
load.
know
That's just a
how is
weird.
it, I don't know how is it
It's a
loaded.
weird loaded question for us because we're all friends here. Yeah.
I'm happy to answer
yeah,
that. How can something coming from nothing be the best guess when nothing in science tells us that something comes from nothing? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. So now you want to convince people that something can come from nothing. There's no science to back that theory, that ideology.
Somebody's hot micing with their kids in the background. Sorry, Roots.
Well, energy can also turn into matter due to E equals MC squared.
On paper, right, Brandon?
What's up, dude? Well, that's
Does anyone have any proof
what
at
about the
all?
Manhattan Project? Explain the Manhattan Project and what
Anything?
happened now.
Oh my God! And somehow Scott Mackey is still in here. What? Sorry.
The atom
I just
bomb
noticed
explosion.
that.
We took a small amount of matter and turned it into a huge amount of energy.
Yeah, you had something though, right, to start with.
Yeah,
That
did you
sounds
miss the
great,
whole point?
Brandon. Go on with that.
Well,
Does anyone have any proof to talk
is
about?
that sarcasm, or am I right about that?
No, I just like hearing about metal and making energy, so please go on. I'm actually curious.
Nah. Okay, I have a speech impediment. I didn't say metal. I said metal.
I apologize. That was
It's okay.
insensitive. Go on.
No. I'm not. No,
Like,
nothing
both
like
my
that.
parents have had speech impediments. I should have known. I really should have. I apologize. Continue.
No, that's on me. I'm
Brandon,
not.
Brandon, no one in here is going to give you shit for a speech impediment, buddy. Just like no one's going to give
I'm just
anyone shit
curious
for
about whatever you were talking about, for real. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Carry on.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, what is the
I was
most?
just talking to Brandon, sir. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay. Well, you thought I said metal, and I was just explaining that I didn't.
Yeah, you carry on with this story, dude.
Thanks, Turquoise.
You weren't giving me
I was
shit.
genuinely intrigued, because most people just suck nowadays. So I was actually curious because I've always been a Polymer fan and a metal fan. So I was just curious, even if it wasn't what I thought it was. I was hoping you to elaborate on that.
I didn't say metal. I did not say metal. I said metal.
Oh, I gotcha.
Don't get hung up on that. Brandon. Just start again, dude.
We took a little amount of metal and through science created a big amount of energy, a la the atom
Big bang.
bomb.
Nice. Well, I
The
mean, a lot
atom
of things
bomb.
do that, like on micro and
atom
macro
bomb.
levels. So I get excited about all of that. I just want you to continue. I'm actually curious. I like it when people are excited with stuff. So you're good.
That kind of demonstrates E equals MC squared, though, doesn't it? The atom
E
bomb.
equals MC squared has like a weird varying definition from week to week, just like gravity, in my personal subjective opinion. So I really can't say that for sure.
It changes from day to day. For you,
The general, if you want to appeal to majority fallacy, you can use that from me right now, just using it as an example. Yeah, it's very, well, it's damn near impossible because they like to use it as a cause and effect, and E equals MC squared is just one of those things, you know what I'm saying? One of them things they like to use. It can be an observation, it can be a cause, it can be an effect, it can be whatever the hell that disorientates or destroys the entire scientific method, which I absolutely respect. So, yeah, it just changes.
So subjective, Sydney. In other words.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing against you.
All right. Cool. Whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Oh,
all right. Yes, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, what do you think is a most prominent example of the accomplishments of the scientific method? Like, what's the knowledge that we obtained using it? What's the name of a prominent scientific experiment that isn't pseudoscientific?
That was a very biased statement with the pseudoscientific, the way you put that in the sentence. It's like you'd have to elaborate on that and give that definition for it.
But I think that
because we all have our own here, so I was just kind of curious.
I think that everyone in this room is very knowledgeable about the definition of pseudoscience. It's simply something that claims to be science but doesn't fulfill the scientific method. That's why I'm asking, what's a prominent example of an experiment that isn't pseudoscientific?
That's actually not how I'm using the word pseudoscience. But
Not even a bad question, yeah.
I think that there's things that we don't know, right, that we can't explain, and that are not repeatable, right? They're not measurable in the same way that you would use the scientific method for. And what you learn from those things, right, are different from what you learn from applying the scientific method. And if you
Like
try,
what you learn from those things are individually subjective too. So yeah, just to elaborate on that, he's right.
well,
A good example would
I don't
be
know if they're
in the form,
individually
in
subjective.
medical science, right?
I would say there's an
medical
objective
science.
truth to them, but it's a more complex situation, right?
Thanks, Timbo.
Embo, without getting into a whole rave about the medical field, right? Like we're not supposed to, but there has been the cause of certain ailments, let's say, right? They actually have manipulated the independent variable, the thing that they thought was the cause of something occurring within cell structures, what have you, and it either did or didn't do the thing that they predicted. It's a good example.
So like the medical science you were talking about, because you can test the medication on some animals and see if it causes some kind of medical effects before
You can
you apply
introduce. You can introduce or vary the amount of a variable that you think might be the cause of some type of ailment you've observed in the subject. Yeah.
Or for one that steers a little bit further, away from what we're not supposed to be talking about, and whatnot. Like, for example, I grow a lot of my own crops. These crops have very different tolerances to the amount of salinity in the water, and this is very easy to find out when you water crops that have a very low tolerance for salinity, and you know the water that you've actually tested is quite saline. If you water those crops with that water, they die. If you water the crops that have a higher tolerance for salinity, they don't die, and you actually get a yield off of them. Might be a pretty decent example of that.
I reckon that could possibly, quite easily fall under the within being testable with the scientific method. Yeah, you basically did a really rudimentary scientific method test. Yeah.
Yeah, farmers do it all the time. when you open up a new block, you clear it, you test the soil, you test the water, and you find out what crops you can grow and what you can't. It's really, really straightforward.
Yeah. So what do I ask you is you need a control, you need a example which you don't interfere with or you don't change any variables to see if your variable changing affects the outcome, and then you just add multiple variables and try and fine tune to get the hypothesis kind of in the outcome essentially with what you predicted.
Yeah.
Like in all tests, like them jibby jabs and everything, there's always some control, some saline kind of test, and they always use that control as like the judgment of the rest of them basically, like to see how it goes.
I'm sorry, Turquoise. It's a little hard to hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I mean, for another example, I can give you another example with that. So, something I didn't know, I didn't run the experiment myself, but we were wondering why all our little chicks were dying when they hatched, and it was found out that it was something called myoplasmosis, and the way you get around that is you have chicken crumble, which has an antibiotic in it. We started feeding them that. They stopped dying. Now, whether that is actual scientific method or not, look, I don't know enough, but maybe that could be another example, I guess. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. To make that more accurate of a science experiment, you would have had to not feed some of them that, or not to give some of them that, to see if that was the decider in the factor that healed them or made them better. You'd have to have a control.
I'm glad you brought that up, buddy, because we actually did. We had two batches that hatched, and one we fed the chicken crumble, and one we didn't. And the ones we didn't, they were dead within a week. The other ones, they're adults now.
Oh damn! Well, that's science, man. Well done.
Consider.
Oh, holy shit!
You guys.
Wow! I did a scientific experiment. I didn't even know that. Fucking thanks for that, man. Hey.
Do you guys always use the scientific method, like 100% of the time in daily life?
Okay, so I ate breakfast. Where is there scientific method in that? What kind of question was that? No offense.
It's not needed.
Oh yeah,
for everything.
Right. So where is it needed and when is it not needed?
It's applicable when you're trying to find the cause. Hold on, Turquoise. It's applicable when. Hey, what's going on? It's applicable when you're trying to find. Yeah, hold on, Turquoise. It's applicable when you're trying to find out the cause of an effect. So when you see something in nature,
Yes.
so like natural science, right? You want to see something that's happening in nature. You want to understand what's the cause of that effect. So you're going to want to apply, a hypothesis test to it. So you want to know how to manipulate an independent variable to change the dependent variable to see if the reaction you get from that is going to cause a change. So you want to do a hypothesis test, right? You want to see
Yep.
what is going to cause that. So when it's applied, it is a rigorous method that you try to figure out the cause of the effect. So that's
Well,
what's
it's
happening,
not
but
always
it's applicable.
rigorous, but like just
Yeah, it
trying to
is.
figure out the cause of something, you could be doing an experiment that's extremely not rigorous.
Well, what you're doing is you either are going to be doing science like natural science, and then you'll be applying the scientific method to that. So what you probably are talking about is something outside of that. So in regards to the scientific method applied to natural science, you're going to be doing science on that. So
I don't even know
what
why we're talking about the scientific method, to be honest. But I'm just
you
trying to
brought
put
it
it in
up.
its correct
I'm
place.
just clarifying the fact that when it's used is going to be to figure out the cause of an effect.
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Okay.
Or no?
Yeah, but if
And
some
you could borrow this a similar principle, right? You could lend from that, right? And you could apply a similar principle to when, like, for example, trying to find out something's wrong with your car, because like there's
Right.
value in that principle, in that method of investigation, right?
Absolutely.
Doesn't mean you're doing science, natural science.
Yeah, because natural science doesn't deal with man-made things. It deals with the natural world that's around you. So nature itself,
It
right?
does
So
absolutely.
natural science is not something like working on a car because that's synthetic, man-made. So doing that is not going to be applying natural science to that. So that makes sense.
No, not really. I would disagree with that.
Well, that's
I
fine
would
that you
say that
disagree, but then you're going outside of the parameters of what natural science is. So you're taking
no,
something
I would
that's
disagree.
yeah, what
I would
doesn't
say that
matter.
this is a basis
You're
assertion.
gonna have to define what natural science is versus synthetic. If you're gonna be doing something like working on a car or anything that man has made, that is synthetic, sir. It's not natural anymore, by
It
definition.
doesn't matter on your side too. You're simply
Yeah, it
saying
does.
basis
No,
assertion just
no,
as me.
it really does. It really does because when you go out in nature and you trying to find out the cause of an effect, you're looking at nature itself do something. Man didn't have any interaction with the thing that you see in nature. So when you see something
Exactly.
happening in nature, you're not doing anything or seeing anything that man has created. So nothing synthetic can be applied to the natural science.
Yeah,
So
and
you are
bringing up
incorrect
nature is
if
a
you think that is
tough area to bring
yeah.
up because like
Yeah.
there are actual things in nature which you can't apply the scientific method to. If you
Yeah, but
do,
see, in this regards, you're trying to figure out the cause of an effect of something that happens in nature. But Ambo is saying that it can be applied to anything, even within the construct of something man-made, and that's incorrect. You can't do that, and
I would
it's a category error. You can't do that.
okay. I would not only disagree. I would say that the use of the scientific method involves man-made instruments because the entire point of the experiment is to create some kind of apparatus which is usually man-made in order
Yeah, but
to
you're not doing natural
control for
science,
the
Ambo.
other
You
variables.
can keep replying that you are, nuh-uh, but that's not nature. You're dealing with things that man has made, so it's not natural.
Okay,
So
but
it's in the word.
you know
It's in
that
the
I
word
can.
natural science.
You know that I cannot care at all because you're just saying basis assertions without any citation.
Yeah, you can say anything you want. It won't change
Just
the fact that
assume.
you're not doing natural science. So
Your assertions
you can
have as much backup as mine. But the only difference is just I can actually provide the sources, saying that the natural science doesn't mean the thing you're trying to claim, because the natural science is just
well, then you're gonna have to
science.
pull out. Yeah, you just pull out your citations where it says that natural science, the
Okay,
cause of
fine.
yeah, dude, just relax. The cause of an effect. All right, stop hitting your keyboard that loud, dude. Mute your mic when you start banging on your keyboard. All right, so let's talk
I
to the
didn't
rest.
know if that was a real effect or not. Wow, sorry.
That was his keyboard. He's typing mad.
It wasn't
typing
somebody's
angry.
soundboard.
Nah, he's typing angry. He's upset that I said that. All right, I guess I want to go back to the gentleman's question, Santiago.
I'm still trying to follow what you said. Yeah. Why do you mean? What do you
It's
mean by
not. It's
natural
very
science?
easy to follow, sir. It's not that hard. When you go out in nature, you see things happening, and you're
Yes.
trying to figure out what the cause of the effect of the thing that's happening in nature.
Sure.
Very easy. Very simple.
No. It's not that simple. But I
Oh
mean,
yeah, it is
but you,
simple because like the concept of going to out in nature and not doing anything but observing and then seeing what's happening and then going back and trying to make a hypothesis test of the
okay.
natural phenomena. Yeah, you're trying to figure things out, right? So in regards to that, you're not there's nothing that was man-made that you could say like well a plane was interacting with nature or something. That's not natural science, right? Because you meant something synthetic has got involved
Mechanic.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see on a
Okay, so
controlled what, Embo?
I just posted a definition from a dictionary in the text chat, and
Mhm.
the definition says natural science, any of the sciences such as physics, chemistry, or biology that deal with matter, energy, and their interactions and transformations, or with objectively measurable phenomena. So the
Mhm.
natural in the context of science doesn't mean that something has to be without the interaction of a human. It simply means that it has to deal with matter, energy, and the measurable reality. That it
Yeah.
isn't something supernatural. It's just an element of the physical world.
Supernatural.
You could say that it's a
When was
synonym
supernatural
of
involved in
No, let's not
this?
get caught up in all these words. I think I have an interesting point to
Yeah,
make.
Embo,
Right?
relax.
So
Go ahead,
so look,
Santiago.
like let's consider. You can consider looking at any part of nature, right? But I'm going to bring up like a specific example, right? The monarch butterfly, their life cycle. Okay, it's very anomalous. How it works, what the causes of it are. You know, nobody really understands how a monarch butterfly goes in one generation from Canada down to Mexico. They all meet at the same tree, right? And then those monarchs leave from Mexico back to Canada, but they make it to Canada in 4 generations, right? That means cocoon, caterpillar, butterfly 4 times. Then they go back to the same place in Canada, and their life cycle starts over again based on poop droppings from a certain bird, a certain finch or something, where mistletoe grows from. And that's like where they replicate again. Okay, so if you're going to look at this through the scientific method, right? What can you actually find out about this that is telling of this whole picture, right? Maybe there's some cause and effect to do with the poop from this specific species of bird, okay, that attracts these butterflies, right? And maybe you can break that down to molecular level where, now you're just talking about protein structures and enzymes, clicking together, okay? That's like you can make that discovery. I'm hypothesizing here, right? That might not be the truth, but like you make a discovery like that, and you think that you've learned about
hold
this,
on.
this situation.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but and like it has to do more with like what you're studying of the patterns of the butterfly.
Sure.
More like you're trying to figure out statistics, more of data analytics, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the method that you're using, right?
Yeah, so it just depends. Like it's basically a different subject altogether. Not the fact that the scientific method hasn't any involvement in any part of what you're saying, but what we're trying to figure out is cause and effect relationships, right?
Sure.
So specifically, we see something happening, right? And I'm not talking about the monarch butterfly's flight to one place to another. What I'm saying is something is happening in nature, and we want to know why that thing that happened in nature is happening the way it is. So there's some type of effect, right? There's an effect happening. An effect is happening in nature. We want to know what is the cause of that effect. Does this make any
Right.
sense to you right now,
It
Santiago?
absolutely does, and
Okay.
let me continue. Right, the only way that you can do that, right, is by presupposing knowledge. Okay, which means that you are already operating mechanically. When you look at a monarch butterfly in the first place, you see it through your realm of your idea, your knowledge of it. Okay, that's collected information. It's data, right? And your knowledge is limited. You can't have complete knowledge about anything.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Flatsy. I saw you lighting up. Go ahead.
I know it's lighting up with it. Like it's, I'm not making any noises, but it's still lighting. Anyways, can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the reason why it's important that the observation is something that happens without any intervention and influence is because that is something that is absolutely true.
Different
Before,
in
listen,
nature. Yeah.
just listen, okay? Yeah, in nature, yes. It is something that is true before you were here, while you're here, and well after you're gone. That's why it's so important that these things are observed without any kind of interference or influence. So the scientific method was made because of this reason, is so that it was outside of any kind of influence and any kind of interference. So you're gonna any appeal or appeals to these certain types of manipulated things that they will label science, and we did this and we came up with this because we made this. No, I don't want to know that, because I want to know something that happens without your influence and your um, manipulating the
Absolutely.
so this is why the scientific method is something that is, it's one thing, it's not a bunch of things, it's not there, it can't be defined in all these other ways. It needs to be well defined outside of
Cool.
human interference, because we're intelligent agents. We can absolutely make things allocate in other ways and make entropy increase in different ways because of our influence, but it's still allocated. It's not completely gone. There is no zero entropy and there is no negative. So this is why we have to allocate it. That's why we have deep freezes and we have freezers and refrigerators, and these things are existing now in this time that we live in because of this. We have
Flossie, that's let
allocate.
me can I go back to something you said at the beginning of this, which I completely agree with, and I don't disagree with you standing up for the scientific method in that way. But what you said was there's something that came before all of this, right? That will be here, after you're gone. That was here before you were here, before the scientific method even existed, right? And that is akin to observation, right? In the purest sense of the word, right? Without your distortion, without your
No,
knowledge getting in the way, right?
when I think about observation, this is what I want to say,
Yeah,
because
I
a
can
lot
take
of
that
the
word
time,
out.
yeah, but you're talking about observation. You said
No,
observation.
I could change it with just seeing, right?
That's a problem, because to be able to make any definitive statements on anything, you need at least two or more senses to be a part of whatever you're doing to make a definitive statement about it. Like, you need to be able to experience
What we're doing here is
or
looking at the scientific method in the same way that the scientific method looks at other things. That's all.
it doesn't look at anything. It's not a person. It doesn't have eyes.
Yeah, you just anthropomorphize the scientific method. You
No,
can't
no,
do
no, no.
that because it's not a being.
It
It's a
comes. It's a
method.
process, right? It's a process.
It's a
but
method. It's a method, not a
yes, yes.
It's
But
the method that is used here is used to get clarity on a cause and effect relationship. So it's not.
right, and the method that I'm using to get clarity on that method, right, is seeing, right, seeing the nature of it, which is that it only applies to things that it can actually measure, right? It's assuming a cause and effect relationship based upon knowledge, right? And this observation, this seeing, this quality of ourselves has been here before you had a personality and you had a motive and an ideal, right? It's a capability of a human being. Okay, but that observation, right, if it's done in the correct way, is unbiased. It's not trying to assert. It's not trying to assert anything. If it is, then it should be able to see that. It always supersedes the fact that of what it's doing.
That's why it's very important to be able to interact with something with two or more senses. Senses, I mean by your five senses. Like, you can't make definitive statements on anything that you can only see and not touch.
By seeing, I mean all the
Feel,
senses.
yeah,
I mean touch, taste, smell, feel, everything.
Yeah, but these things you can make definitive statements on. You can even have opinions on because of so many senses and how that affects so many people. But certain like when you can detect something with two or more senses, you're able to have more of an understanding of
Yes.
what it
More
is. You have
information.
a what
Yeah.
is statement.
Why only two? Or I'm not
Sorry.
talking about just. I'm not talking like
Yeah,
by
but I feel
seeing.
like
I'm not saying
I
just
feel
like
like we
just
got. Yeah, hang
objectively
on.
visually.
I feel like we got off the beaten path.
I want
So
to say have
let's get
you
right
have
back. Let's get
what
right back on the horse because we just fell off, and I think we're off into the weeds. So I don't want to do that. So we were actually talking about where the scientific method can be applied, and then we just went like left field into another subject. So let's not
So
do that.
what I was
We're
in the
right back
middle of
on.
saying was like in
Yeah,
order
but we're
to
not
apply the
going back there.
scientific method.
Yeah, we're not going back there. We're gonna go right back into the application of the scientific method and where it can be used. So
No,
that's where we
The
were
application of the
on the
scientific
beginning.
method I'm interested in is
Embo,
physics.
we're
It's
not
really
gonna.
the only
Yeah,
one.
we're gonna wait for you
I'm
to
not
kind
going
of just
back.
mute
I'm
up.
not going back anywhere. But this is actually
Yeah,
important,
yeah,
right?
we are.
When the scientific method is being used, right? It's based on your knowledge. And my point is that your knowledge about the thing that you're using the scientific method for is limited. Okay, and that's apparent in many different situations in life. When you're trying to find out the
So
cause of something, okay,
yeah,
how are you going to do that? Okay, it's based on what you know about it, right? That you're going to test. That's how you're going to make a hypothesis in the first place, correct?
I addressed that earlier when I said that there are other methods by which you can gain knowledge, right?
yeah. And
But it
in
doesn't
regards,
involve the scientific method.
yeah, that doesn't involve the scientific method. In regards to your monarch butterfly going from one place to another, that doesn't involve the scientific method. So we don't need that tool for that specific observation. And
Wait,
then
what? Wait,
gaining.
what do you need then?
Well, it's different because you're not trying to find the cause of an effect. You're trying to figure out the life cycle of some organism. So when
Well, you're
you're
trying
actually,
to understand it,
all
right?
right, so you're at this point you're just I don't know if you're just being obtuse or what it is you're doing, but it's not the tool that's being used here is not going to be the scientific method in regards to the monarch butterfly's life cycle. You're observing things and taking notes. You're wanting to know why it's doing the thing that it's doing, but it has
Right.
nothing to do with a cause and effect relationship in that specific sense. So we're not going to be and this tool, right, is not to be used only when it is used. It's going to be very specific, right? So
Absolutely,
in
that's
regards,
what I'm
right?
saying.
So yeah, so you can't say that it's a broad thing that you're going to use for everything.
Yeah,
That
you
everybody knows that. Everyone
but
knows that.
but you can't solely rely on someone else to do it for you either, because once you do that, you're giving up. You're literally mankind. We're the only intelligent agents here on Earth. We are able to do what we do and cause what we cause, and so there is no others. So you
That's your belief.
others to tell you your reality without verifying it
All right.
first.
All
You've
right.
got
So
You may be
able to.
wrong though, Flatsucran, about that.
yeah, that's fine. But what is the? I mean, I want to go back to if we're all in agreement, then are we good on the point? Because I think we're going to go round in circles in a moment. So what else is there to talk about other than us agreeing that we know it's a specific tool used for a specific
Great,
case?
great. I mean, I think
Right?
there's
no?
like a little bit, rather than like cutting everyone off. I'm glad that we
It's
do
not
agree.
cutting everybody off. I'm trying to get us to round up a point so that we don't have to exhaust it into some other subject.
I think
So
the point is very subtle, right? It's very subtle, and that's all. Which is like, it's the specific area and the nature that you are using the scientific method and where it should be applied and can be applied in is not without its own ignorance. Okay, and that's the point. Is that even though you're applying it and you're getting some results of your hypothesis, you're the basis of your hypothesis, which is the limited knowledge that you have about that subject and what you're using to determine a
I
cause
get
and
it.
effect
I
relationship.
get it. I get
Yeah.
it. I was trying to figure out what your point is, and I get it now. I don't know if I could steel man you, but I'm gonna try. So
Sure.
you're saying that the scientific method isn't the end all be all for the subject that would be studied. Like
Absolutely
if
correct. Yes, and
that's
it's
I knew it.
it's
That's it.
ridiculous to me that that's not more important to people. right? To act, that fact of it
Yeah.
should
So
be like
yeah. So let's
gating
kind
the
of
whole.
form this into a let's put it into a statement. That's not how science works. That be better?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So if I was to say that science doesn't deal with absolutes, would you agree or disagree with that?
It does deal with absolutes. It has to make the assumption of absolute.
Okay, so you agree that you can deal with objective truth
No.
in regards to science.
It makes an absolutism about objective truth, which may be wrong.
What?
It's constantly dealing in absolutes. Like you're.
I get what you're
right.
saying. I get what he's
Right.
saying. Saying that we may not understand fully the things that are happening, but we can have a pretty good idea, like water boiling with heat, and then there being the exception of a vacuum boiling water. You
Well,
get
let's see.
like
Yeah, let's see if he can
we
agree
may
with
not.
you. Flatsy.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Do
for
you agree with Flatsy's statement?
I barely heard it. Go on, Flatsy. Water boiling with heat. What about it?
So you know that the scientific method has elucidated the cause and effect relationship with heat and water boiling. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's simple enough.
But there's an exception to the rule, but it is still a rule because it is still very true. The
Right.
scientific method has elucidated, it's proven that heat causes water to boil. So you need heat to boil water, but also because of our humans' influence and interference in nature, because we're intelligent agents and we're the only intelligent agents on Earth that can know anything. By the way, I wanted to put that in, that we have created a vacuum that also boils water. So it's not really a vacuum, like a complete vacuum, but you know what I'm saying. So to evacuate most of it, almost to every bit of matter besides the container itself of the vacuum and a bit of you can't evacuate, you can make water boil in a vacuum. So
Yeah, but the vacuum, it deals like heat temperature doesn't exist alone, right? There's pressure, there's volume, right? So if you increase like the pressure, there are relationships between all these things, right?
hold on.
Yeah.
You have to identify what you're talking about when you say heat, because there is natural heat and there is, influence and interference of an intelligent agent like us that can do it ourselves because of the already existing heat, and we can replicate it in a device.
Yes, you can. Where's the problem with that?
No, there's no problem. That's awesome. I'm not
All right, so
having
we're all in the.
to just be able
Sounds
to
like he's.
differentiate it.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like once we get to I guess a point where everybody's agreeing, I think we've come to the end of that point. So
I was just
is there
curious
some-
where people were disagreeing on, because
I don't know.
really feel.
It seems like you agree with everything so far.
Yeah,
I mean,
no disagreement. We're having a
I guess
discussion.
I felt you guys were disagreeing with me about something, and then
well, it's,
We
no. Here's
discussion.
the disagreement that happens in this room. It's something different than possibly the conversation you were having. So, I mean, if everybody understands what we're dealing with in regards to the scientific method, then I think we're good to continue to another point, or perhaps
absolutely
take another caller.
Yeah, we can either continue. Yeah,
We can take another
Hey,
caller, perhaps.
I do want to say this at least, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Um, sorry, the silence should have been enough of an answer, but just it really is. There is objective truth outside of us, but we are the only intelligent agent, intelligent agents on Earth that can differentiate the actual like nature of where we live So be cautious of that when you research this subject, because it doesn't matter of your, you don't have, just, it's logical to be able to put aside your preconceived notions and your beliefs and take on any kind of information without emotion or like some sort of aversion, unless you already know for a fact the reason why it isn't true. So information can be taken in, and it can be taken in without emotion, and you can go and take that information and
So
verify it for yourself.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
do that, Flatsy. I'm gonna do that right now. Okay.
want people to verify things for themselves. It's so easy to. You don't have to believe us. You don't have to believe anyone. Don't have any beliefs. Beliefs is the problem right now. Apparently, in society, they believe things that they don't actually go and verify for themselves. It just sounds good to them, but they also don't know that some things that are logical fallacies sound good. That's a problem. If it's bad, a logical fallacy is illogical, by the way. If it's bad, then it may not be true. Then you need to not just believe it.
Well,
Okay.
you
So,
said something interesting, and I think it might be a fruitful conversation. You said that
Yeah,
you
yeah, but we'll let,
know that there's objective truth.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, I think she was just kind of tidying up the point, so
Okay.
that's all that was, and then we're gonna see if there's any other callers that want to
What do you
question
mean
if
callers?
the Earth is a globe or not. So
Okay. All right.
we're on a call right now. This is a voice call that we're on. So what I mean by call is that this call that we're on, there's other people in here, so there are
Okay.
other callers.
I
Right?
put my hand up to consider objective truth.
Yeah, but we're
I'd
gonna
like to
see
go
if
down
there's
that path.
anybody else that's yeah, we'll come back to you if there's no other conversation for sure. So just kind of see if there's anybody
Go
else
ahead.
that wants to come in. So all right, so welcome everybody if you're a part of the 24/7 flat earth discussion.
hey,
If you think that what's up, Flatsy? If you think that the earth is a globe, go ahead and chime in and bring your best evidence, bring your claim. Tell us how you think the earth is a globe in 2024. Welcome all. And so, yeah, we keep our platform open so that you guys can have the floor and bring your evidence. So, if anybody has any evidence that the earth is a globe, let's hear your claim and then bring forth your evidence. So, I'm going to open up the floor. If you haven't been speaking just right now, the floor is open. So, anybody that thinks the earth's a globe, go ahead, guys. And I usually give this little time tidbit for everybody that's new, kind of like that have been listening in, have been wanting to chime in. So I usually give a little breathing room to those guys to come in and ask questions.
No, I'd love the
I always do
conversation
that.
too.
Then, of course, we'll come back to the other conversation. We got Incidentally Geeks is in here. I'll give a few shout outs to people that I haven't seen. Ethan is in the chat. Ethan, welcome.
Hello.
How's it going, Incidentally? How you doing?
Well,
Welcome to
we're well.
24/7 Flat Earth channel. Do you have any questions on or claims that you have that the Earth is a globe, and do you have any evidence to back it up, or do you know that the Earth is flat and stationary? What is your position, sir?
I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, we're in here to discuss that, so yeah.
do you really?
Yeah, but every time I just keep every time I try and speak, I get I get
Oh,
angry, mute me.
yeah.
I don't.
Incidentally,
I'm
yeah. Sorry. Incidentally, Geeks. I think I know who you are. Your voice is familiar. You were actually on the 24/7 Discord, so I am familiar with your voice and who you are. So, yeah, I think
okay.
I know who you are. But you basically were wanting to have a higher level discussion at one time with these guys, so I know who you are. I've kind of been listening to you, so I listen to everybody, kind of see where they're at. Yeah, but yeah, if anybody else wants to chime in, I think Incidentally Geeks feels that if he starts going on about anything that he brings up, he might get muted. If I'm not mistaken,
No, we'll get muted. We'll get muted.
We'll get muted. Okay, so he said before that if you fly on a Concorde at 60,000 feet, you can see the curvature of the Earth, and I think there was a lot of dispute about that point.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
At the very beginning, but
I got called lots of names as well.
Lots of names calling. Yeah, couldn't speak. Yeah, according to Incidentally
Yeah.
Geeks. But I
Poor
was
me.
listening. Yeah, poor you. Yeah, victim status. But
Oh,
no, this is the thing though. Well, this is the thing though. What we do is we want to make sure that the people that discuss any claims are thorough. So it's not just saying, "Hey, man, I saw it." So I mean, what are you gonna do with that? What we do is like, okay, so if you saw something, how can we verify that what you saw is exactly what it is, right? We kind of go through what it is, and then if we can find any information that would substantiate that claim, then you actually have something to work with. If you don't, that means that you're just saying you saw something, but there's no way to verify the thing you saw. So in the case
No,
of
no, no, no.
in
That
the
was in
case,
response. That was in
yeah, go on.
response to someone saying, "Why do I believe it specifically?" That wasn't
Okay.
like what I was. No, yeah, the whole that was like secondary. I don't expect other people to believe it based on what I saw. Of course, it was just in response to when someone said, "Why do I personally believe it?" So
Okay. But if anybody else, like guys, look, Incidentally Geeks is in here. We got some other caller, Santiago Dunbar is in here. There's a few other callers that are in here. But if you are questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe and you want to know what we think or whatever, ask us some questions. We'll fill you in. So if you're in here right now, you're brand new to
come
this
on.
room. We got let me see, what's his name? The Wrong Drugs. The Wrong Drugs. Welcome to the server. This politics server, and welcome to our channel. Anybody else that's new, other than the gentleman that just spoke?
we need more people like you, Alpha.
Well, I don't know about that, man. I might change your mind in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course,
I'm
because
just saying.
the nuance of being online, people don't realize it. And everything is confused in their minds on how they should react and act. Not just react, but act online. And people act like they're something than they are, other than who they really are online, just to see how people will react to them. And people do react way weird, dude. It's so crazy weird. But yeah.
Oh,
And
well,
Flat Earth is here because we're just like, hey guys, why don't you go verify things for yourself and be critical thinkers? Because that's not happening on a regular basis with societies.
so we would say too that when we use that word critical thinker, it denotes a lot of things that come along with someone analyzing the information that's being processed by your mind. So when you take in whatever piece of information that you hear about or whatever, like it doesn't matter if it's current events or something to do with science, how do you process that information? In what way can you substantiate that or validate the information to be objectively true, or in some way falsify that information, right? So however you take that in, we kind of examine that here. So if you say, for example, they showed us images from NASA, pictures from the ISS, and that we start
That's
to
a classic one. That's a classic, that is.
yeah. I mean, we start to talk about things like it's like a wide range of discussions. We talk about like what type of film they use, what videos are they using, what cameras. I mean, it's just broad, right? It goes into that, whether or not they're in the medium that they say that they're in. It's a wide range of things that people bring up when it
No,
comes
it's live.
so
No, it's live stream.
yeah, there's other methods, mediums, right, that they use. So live stream is one. Images is another. Like there's other mediums that they use to say that these places that we're seeing on either images or video are true, right? So we kind of
Ignore all of that. Just the live stream. Surely, no.
yeah,
Just wait.
live. So when you hear the word live stream, what does that denote to you? Incidentally, just the word itself, not what you see from like whatever you're seeing live stream. When somebody says live stream, what do you think that means?
I don't know how to answer that question without using the
Oh, what
words
is it?
live stream.
Yeah, I know. And you might be it may be redundant, right? But just what does it mean
Just
to
go
you when
ahead.
somebody's Just what does it mean to you? I know. Just if it sounds redundant, just say it.
Can you help me out, Alpha? Like, maybe you
Sure.
could give like a benchmark, and then I
So
could agree or disagree with it.
if I was to tell you, like, I'll do Flatty. Flatty, what does live stream mean to you?
It's something that happens like in real time that you can't change.
Is that what live stream means to you, incidentally?
Yeah, because if you are on a live stream, you know that everything that you say can't be changed, and you may hope and wish that you could change it, but you can't. It's
Let me
already
ask. Yeah, let me ask incidentally if he agrees with your what how you stated it, Flatty. Incidentally, do you agree that that would be a good way to describe a live stream?
One more time, Flatsy, please.
sure. It's something that you can't change. Like you're doing it in real time and you can't change it, right? So that's a live stream. And even when you mess up and you say something that you wish you shouldn't have, but in the hindsight, it's still out there. You said it.
I like the real time element.
Yeah, because it's very prominent to the fact that you're being live streamed, and it's something that everybody's hearing in real time.
Yeah. So would you agree or disagree with that, or would you
No,
add
I know.
your own definition on it?
I think that's 90% the way there. I guess you'd have to say what is being streamed. Is it voice? Is it image? Is it
Yeah, sure. But we
video?
can in any context, live stream, something that's live stream would fall in line with
real
kind of like
time. Real
yeah, kind
time,
of what
yeah.
Flatsy's saying. Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I like that.
So
yeah.
would you see the thing is you have to be firm footed when you actually like fall behind something because we would say, okay, based upon that baseline that you just set forward, either we're gonna be able to examine that or not have you shift off to it. Well, that's not what I said. I don't mean that. Like, we don't like that. Either you
Okay.
stand up. Yeah, you
I
have to
won't do
stand.
it. I will stand by
on-
that. I'll
Okay, stand by it.
Promise.
When you stand by it, then we know that you're not going to be like changing your mind later and then make it sound like you didn't say that kind of thing.
Sounds good.
That's
Sounds good.
all right.
Sounds good.
So live streaming, and let's get back to what we said prior to this. Let's say NASA live stream, right? That's a good one, right?
Well, ISS live stream.
Yeah, from NASA, or I mean, what
ISS
other
is
agencies are we
NASA,
going to
I
look
don't-
at?
I mean, it's a group. I think it's ESA, NASA. the
Okay,
Russian Space Station.
space agencies. Let's say. I mean, let's not get too.
Agreed.
I don't know, in
Agreed.
the weeds with like figuring out who's up there. But like, if we're saying that whatever agency is using the live stream,
Mhm.
for that purpose, the International Space Station.
Mhm.
So if we're gonna say that they're live streaming, would you agree that that's something that would fall under the line of what Flatsy described?
Yeah, sure. I'll stand by that.
Okay. And if somebody was to show you something different that's not live streaming but has the same name, would that cause conflict in what you think live streaming is?
Say that again. Sorry.
If somebody showed you something opposite of what you thought live stream was, like if let's say you said the International Space Station is live streamed right now,
Mm.
real time,
Mhm.
and if someone
Mhm.
else showed you something contrary to that live stream of the International Space Station, would that
Mhm.
cause conflict in your mind?
Is it still a live stream? Is that what you're
That
saying?
everything is the same. It's the thing that the person shows you is a live stream, and it's of the ISS, but it's not what you're seeing. Would that cause conflict in your mind?
I don't know because I don't know what it would look
Well,
like.
it would be obvious that it would. I mean, I'm looking for you to be intellectually honest. It would cause conflict in your
am.
mind because if somebody's showing you something that's live streamed and you are seeing something
What's
that's
it
live
showing though? What's it showing though?
the same thing, the ISS. That's what we're talking about. The
So that
ISS.
wouldn't then no, there wouldn't be any conflict if
So,
it's showing
right.
the exact same thing. I don't.
But it's
don't
no. It's showing you the live stream
Yes.
of the ISS, but it's
Yes.
not the same one. It's a different video altogether. It looks different. The ISS is not where in one live stream as it is in another.
Uh-huh.
Do you get it now? Two
It wouldn't
different
cause
live streams
conflict.
calling. Two different
No.
live streams calling themselves live stream and of the same ISS.
Would it cause conflict? No, I don't
Yes.
think so.
No. So if you see two live streams that I don't think he gets. Does anybody else get what I'm saying so that you could spell it out for the gentleman?
Yes. That's why I was trying to say Elon
I don't know
Musk.
why it's hard to follow. Am I confusing the audience, or do you guys get what I'm saying?
You're saying if
Yeah.
there's two live streams that both purport to be ISS and they both show
Yeah.
different things.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Or there's another situation. So you either have something that will be catered in an algorithm to people or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, no. All I'm saying, yeah. Let me just. I'm confusing the audience. Let me just be clear. If somebody showed you a live stream, right, and it's of the ISS, that's one live stream right there. They showed it to you. You said, "Yeah, that's live stream. I get it. That's the ISS."
Should we do?
and it's
Should
being
we
live
do
streamed."
it? Should we? It would help me a lot if we're doing it
Hold on. Yeah,
practically.
but just 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Just 1 second. So they showed you. I don't want the point to get lost. They showed you a live stream, and it's of the ISS. There you are. That's a live stream, right? You got one live stream.
Yeah.
Another person comes in and says, "Hey, I got a live stream of the ISS." When you look at that live stream, it looks way different than the one that you're seeing prior. Do you understand what I'm saying? It looks different. Doesn't look the same. The ISS is not in the same location. It's daytime. It's not nighttime. Do you
Same
follow?
footage.
Same. It's ISS, but it's not the same looking live stream as the one prior to the one you saw.
Yeah, same.
You get it? Do you get it? First of all, incidentally, do you get what I'm saying?
It would really help if we could just maybe.
No, but I mean, do
do
you
it?
get what I'm saying? Like, listen, intellectual honesty is needed here. Either you get what I'm saying or you don't. I need to know that
I
now.
get it. I get it.
No,
Can you go? Can you go? I get it. I get it.
No, not you. Who said I get it? I'm not. That's not incidentally geeks, is it?
I don't get. It would really help.
See,
me
he
get
doesn't get it.
It would really help me get it, though.
No, I don't think so. I don't
No,
think
you
you
don't
get
want.
it. No, I don't think you
want
get
to?
it. Yeah, no, I don't think you get it though. I want to see if anybody else in the
Why are
room
we
gets
fucking
it.
discussing about the definition of live stream
No,
for 50
no.
minutes?
No.
Claimed
Do you
footage.
let? No,
Same
no, it's,
claimed footage.
no. Wait. It's not the same
Yo,
footage.
look,
1
look.
second. 1 second.
Look. I get what you're saying. Can I say it? Can I say
Yeah,
what
go
you're
ahead. Go
saying?
to steal. Please steal man me. Go ahead.
No, okay, all right. So you got a video, 4K live stream, ISI reported. You got another video claiming to be ISI, claiming to be live stream, showing something completely different, right?
Yes. That's it.
Okay.
See how easy that was, incidentally geeks, when somebody's just being honest about what they hear. I'm not putting anything else into it. Exactly just what I said. The gentleman got it. That's it.
Okay, now develop the point. I'm very interested. I've been very patient.
So right. So the point is, if that was demonstrated to you, incidentally geeks, would that cause conflict in your mind? Now that
No.
the gentleman understood. Even though there's two different streams that call themselves live stream.
No.
Okay, now I need you to tell me why that's not going to cause a conflict.
They're both showing the ISS.
Mhm.
Yes. Right.
But they're not the same, because on the one hand the ISS is on the daytime side and on the other one it's on the nighttime side.
What do you mean daytime, nighttime? We're in space.
So the ISS is going around the Earth at 90 minutes around the globe, right? Every 90 minutes it goes around the Earth. So
Yes.
on the one time that it's going around the Earth, it could be either on the daytime side of the Earth or the
Yeah.
nighttime side of the Earth. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. Now that we understand that point, if one live stream is showing that the ISS is in the daytime side and the other live stream is showing that it's in the nighttime side, would that cause a conflict in you saying that it's a live stream?
No.
On one video? No. Why not? Why not?
Because one might have a delay, I suppose.
So then one is not live stream then, right? One of them is not live stream.
By definition, yes.
Okay. So see how that's easy. So either one of those is not being live streamed because
But
you
one is.
said
The other
there's
one is, though, right?
well, both of them are allegedly. They're both claimed to be live streams. But if you're saying there's a super delay on one, then one's not actually a live stream. It's by what Flatsy was saying. Remember how she stated live stream was, or no?
I do.
Something that's happening in real time.
Correct.
Okay, so if it has a super delay on it, it's not happening in real time because there's a delay.
But it wouldn't
So
cause
it's
conflict about what it's seeing.
It's
would
yeah,
it?
it is. I'm telling you, because the delay would mean that it's not real time. You're seeing something that's like maybe 30
45 minutes late.
whatever. Yeah, we could put some time in there. Yeah,
But it's
before.
still seeing the same thing, though, right? Just 45 minutes later.
Well, we don't know the exact time frame, but we know that we're not seeing the same thing. So one of them is not actually real time. One has a
Sure.
delay.
I'd agree with that.
So it's not live stream.
Yeah, I agree. One wouldn't be live stream, correct?
But both may not be also.
Yeah, so there's that too, but we haven't even gotten to that yet. But what we're saying
Can we do that though?
No,
Can we do that
yeah,
now? Or-
yeah. So the issue here, because of the fact, the issue here because of the word live stream, it carries a specific idea. So when you look at a video, it says live stream, your mind automatically goes to that this is real time. This is happening right now. There's no delay, right? Okay, that's not always the case in
Agreed.
live stream. And so now I'm going to go into a broader general sense, right? So I'm going to switch from talking about the ISS to just a video that's considered live stream in general. So when somebody uses that word, I think you have a very specific idea of what's going on at the specific time that you see a live stream. You think this is real time footage that I am seeing right now. When in fact, the thing that's called live stream could have a delay or be a pre-recording of something that happened, a time before.
Agreed.
But you don't know that because they're using terms like live stream. Do you get it?
I do.
Right. So that's the issue that we're having when someone who thinks that, no, wait a minute, this is live stream footage right now. It's happening in real time. And if somebody disagrees with that, you would then be saying, no, you can't disagree with live stream because this is happening in real time. And somebody says, they could tell you, well, this was pre-recorded like 2 hours ago.
I'm not
So there's a
sure-
delay.
I'm not sure I understand what you said when you said, would that cause conflict?
So if somebody shows you two videos and one of
Yes.
them has a delay,
But
is
when
it
you say
live-
conflict, are
Yeah.
you talking about whether or not one is a live stream and one isn't? Or are you talking about what the videos are showing? Because that's what I'm talking about.
So if you're making a claim that something is live stream, it has to be in real time, right now, right? So if something is not fitting that description, it's not live stream.
Yeah,
right?
so we can ignore it.
Well, that's what I am telling you. So they're both. That's the conflict. The conflict is they're not happening both in live stream.
And so we
They
ignore
can't-
one.
They ca- right, but they can't be considered live stream, is what I'm telling you. Even though presented to you as a live stream, it couldn't be considered both as live stream. Only perhaps maybe one could.
No. You get rid of one. You don't get rid of both.
That's what I just said.
Okay, cool.
So my thing is to you is that
Can we
still
do
some,
that?
yes, even though and I went to the broader general sense so that you can understand a lot of people that come into this room are really giddy about the word live stream. No, this is live stream. It's happening right now. And we can show them evidence that this isn't live stream and they would still say this is live stream. So, which means it's
okay.
happening in real time. So that's the pitfall that people fall in because they see the word live stream.
Okay.
You get it now? So when you say live stream, you're like, look, this is live stream footage, and we could show you something opposite to what you're looking at, and it will show you, no, that's not live stream. This is, and then would you still hang on to the fact that what you said is live stream is actually live stream, even though somebody could show you what you're seeing is a delay or something happening that's not live stream.
Yes, I guess not. I wouldn't call it live stream anymore.
Right. That's the point that I'm making. So you can't say something's live stream just because of the name.
I'd agree.
This is what the only objection I'm raising at this point is when people come in here and say, no, this live stream is true and it's happening in real time. If we challenge
agree.
that,
I
Well,
agree.
yeah. So this is the only point that I'm making for this specific moment, because we get a lot of people who think that the Earth is a globe that come in here and say these are live streams right here. This is a live stream. You can't say that this is not real time, and that's a big issue, because once we say, wait a minute, how do you know it's not pre-recorded? How do you know it's not another stream? Or that's another layer of an argumentation that takes place in here, outside of it being not in the location where they're claiming that it is, right? So we can go based on just live stream and tell people that's not really the live stream, because here's the real alleged real one. You know what I mean? So
Cool. Yeah. Can we look at some videos now? Or?
yeah, I don't know if you wanted to put one out. I mean, it's up to you. You can put it in the text channel. But that was just that this kind of this exercise that I shown you was just to get down to, like, when people say things, if they can't back up how they know it's specifically the thing they're saying, and they can get shown that something else, another video similar to what they're saying is a live stream, then that
Is it
causes a
possible to
conflict.
stream? Is it possible to stream someone stream it on the is that possible? I don't know.
In here, like stream live, like
Yeah, someone share a screen or something, because then we can all see it.
No,
Is that
I don't
possible?
know. I think you can, but what might limit the bandwidth in this channel.
I don't think I can.
That's what I heard. Even if you do it, it could limit the bandwidth. So just maybe, I don't know. Just try. I don't think you can share your camera.
Oh, shall I
but
try?
I think you can share screen. It don't bother me. If it's for a
No,
short
it
time,
says you can't stream into this channel. It says so.
we might be over the limit. Then there's a certain
Understood.
There's a
Understood.
cap on like how many people are in here on how when you can.
Could
do
you
that.
try? Could you try? Have you got the same?
No,
thing?
it's a room limit. It's just a room limit. If you can't, nobody can. And this is done to keep the bandwidth.
Aren't you a moderator? But you're a moderator.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a room limitation. It's not because of moderator status. That doesn't change
Nightmare.
anything.
Okay, cool. I mean, I did put a link. I don't know if you can see it or not.
And then this is just, I mean, the only point here is that some people will be standing on the point of the word live stream, saying that it is a live stream, and it's like, just that point alone could also be something they haven't really looked into. When somebody hears the word live stream, they think it's real time, like the way Flatsy was describing.
Okay, cool.
Just the only point that I wanted to bring up too, because that can get people
Well made.
like
Well made.
talking. Yeah, they could talk about that point and just make it sound like they have the gospel truth of something happening in real time. It's like, wait a minute, this is a pre-recording. Like,
okay,
it happens. It happens all the time. I mean, just regular news media. Somebody sees something that happens, 5 hours ago, and they, the news comes on. It says live happening now, and then you just like, oh, this is happening now. So your mind thinks that it's happening now. It's not really. It's something pre-recorded or has a delay.
Or maybe there's simply a third option where some of the alleged live streams are pre-recorded while at the same time a real live stream exists.
Yeah,
that could be the case. I don't mind that there is
Did
that.
you click the link? Did you see the link by any chance?
The one that you put up?
Yeah.
It might have been a long time ago. I'm scrolling up.
No, it's like 5 minutes ago or something.
It's while you're scrolling up there, Alpha. Just quickly, they pulled the same thing with a particular dish in my country in 1969, and said it was live streamed down to people who had TVs in 1969, which is
yeah. I mean,
that was impossible at the time.
No, but yeah, everybody I think understands the point that we're making here. So there might be some disagreements from people that think that the Earth is a globe, and we got every time somebody sees those words live stream, they would think that it's happening real time. That's always been one of the big hiccups for argumentations in here. Like, oh, this is live stream. We can depend on it being real time. And when we talk about it being real time, it really comes out to that they don't know if it is or not real time. So then it could be something pre-recorded, or it could be real time. We don't like that whole thing. Even if there is a delay, would not make it what they think that it is, right?
I reposted the link for you just in case you couldn't find it.
Yeah, I actually found it, but it didn't load for me.
Oh.
Yeah, Alpha. I used to do the same thing. Like I used to do the same thing. I didn't have my own YouTube channel, but I used to do a Thursday night thing, Day of Thunder. You know, Thursday. The same thing. Sometimes when I couldn't actually get on there for the actual night at the time, I'd pre-record it, and then I would play it as an actual live stream, and people thought they were commenting in real time.
Yep.
And then I'd have to be there saying, "No, sorry, it's pre-recorded." Yeah.
Did it load? Did it load for you?
No, it didn't load for me, man. Like I'm being
No,
honest.
no.
Like I don't know, somebody else might have got it to load, but I didn't get it.
Damn.
Just maybe you can post what you're or just tell us what you want us to search. We can search it up or something.
Oh, well, no. I want you to look at exactly the same thing I'm looking at, right?
That'd be good, but if there's a link somebody can drop that we can all use. But
Yeah,
anyway,
sure. So I'll post the link again. See if you can just give it one more
Can
try.
anybody? I would ask the room. Can anybody click on that link and see if they can go to that YouTube?
What do you see? Does it just not load?
It's
Does
just
the whole
loading.
thing not load?
It's just loading.
I'm able to.
You're
do
able
it.
to? Can you
Yeah.
send me something? Let's see. I can't.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah.
I clicked on it. It's just not loading for me.
Mm.
It is
Same old NASA live feed of the ISS. Sure, you've seen it 100 times.
Oh, that's it. Okay, OG, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it like 100, maybe 1,000. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Amen.
OG, appreciate you. Okay. NASA live feed. Yeah.
Well, ISS live feed.
ISS live feed. Is there any other live feeds that are saying that the word live feed is there and it shows that the International Space Station, because I think there's 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken, OG, 3 or 4 live streams that say they're from the ISS and they're all different. They're not the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if the gentleman knows this or not. Incidentally, geeks, do you know this information is true? They have like a couple of live streams that you can compare that are from the same organization, NASA, but they're not the same. They're not all like linked up to say that they are the same.
Let's go with one first, and then we can bring other ones in. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So one other one than the one you posted, or
It's 4 different live streams.
No, I've only posted one. Let's start with one. Let's start with the one I posted. Can you see it?
Yeah, the one you just posted just froze.
yeah,
Nightmare.
I couldn't even click on it. So, all right. Well, let's see. OG just put one in there. OG Meatball.
No. I let's go with the one that I did.
No, I know, but he posted another one. So,
okay.
Damn, dude, none of these are being able to. I can't even load OG Meatballs one.
I was able to get the initial one, but it froze while I was watching it live stream. Like I was listening.
What did you see, Patsy?
I just saw it froze.
Yeah, I
In
don't
the-
know. Maybe the links are
in-
bumped. I don't know.
No. What did you see before it froze?
Oh, you mean like the curvature? Yeah.
Oh, did you see that?
I see that they depict the Earth with curvature. Yeah.
Cool. I see that too.
Well, you sound a bit giddy, like you got a little gotcha there on your hands, incidentally. Do you feel glad about that? Do you feel glad that you said no? But here's the kind of the
Is that a
psychological.
gotcha?
Yeah,
Is that
no.
a gotcha?
Here's the psychological kind of breakdown of what you're trying to do right now.
Wait. Is that a
It's
gotcha?
a bit, yeah. It's a bit of a. It's kind of like when somebody's really happy and being sarcastic about things.
Gotcha.
Did you kind of catch that, Flats? It's like him saying, like, "Oh, what is that, by the way? Did you see that? I mean, did you get what? What is that?"
That's why I answered
We
it.
we get it. Incidentally, we know what you're trying to do,
What
You're
am I?
trying to
I
act
don't
like
understand.
that's
What am I trying to do now? What am I
so.
trying to do?
Let's kind of spell it out for the whole room, right? Shall we?
Okay,
Because
please.
I'm very good at exposing people. So what you're trying to do right now is you're making it seem like this little video is like the proof that you need to show all people who think the Earth is flat that the Earth is curving. So with that, this you're just like, dudes, what are we looking at here? What is this? What do you call this? So that other people that think opposite of what you think that are going to look at it and be like, oh well, I guess we have to now say that the Earth is a globe because we got evidence. But if that's the case, we'll go down that road. You know, if you honestly think that this is evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I'm going to go back to you because I just exposed your point of your little sarcastic, way of saying that. What is that, Flatsy? What do you see? Now we know what you're doing, dude. You can't masquerade in this room. Everything is exposed into the light, so we know what you're doing. Every tactic, every scheme, every kind of gimmick that people come in here with, you're not going to be hiding from us. Incidentally, I told you 20 minutes later, you're probably not going to like me.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
starting
not
to get
lying,
that.
bro.
I'm starting to understand
Ah,
that. So,
exactly.
mm,
So we here, we know all the types of ways people come in here. So I would say, is that evidence that the Earth is a globe to you? Incidentally, because now we're in a argument stage. So would you think that that's evidence of the Earth being a globe? That live stream.
yes.
Okay. Now I need you to verify that that is the true gospel truth of the Earth as a globe. I need you to verify that for the whole room. How can we do that?
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
I'm not going. No, I won't. Do you
All right.
think
So
it's evidence?
you're no. It's just a video.
You don't think it's
So
evidence?
no, it's just video. That's all it is.
Ah,
Evidence encumbers things such as measurements. Evidence encumbers verification methods. And if nothing's being applied here, and just like you're saying, well, what do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? I could do that with King Kong climbing the Empire State Building and say, what do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? King Kong climbing
oh
the
yeah,
Empire
no,
State Building. What do
Alpha.
you guys see?
I got you. I
And
got. I got
and
you.
I
I
can do
got
that.
you.
I
I
can
got you.
do that. Yeah, but I don't think you did.
I
I
get
don't think you do. Incidentally, I really don't think you do. I think let me
Yeah,
drive the
just
point home. So the
okay.
point is that once you start to get to video as the standard of evidence, then we don't have anything to go by to scrutinize or at least apply a method of rigor to what you're looking at. So all we got is based on a belief because someone showed you something. Therefore, believe it to be true. So we don't have methods that we can inquire or investigate. All we have is someone showing you something, and then at that point, it's a belief that kicks in. So
Cool.
there's no method,
Understood.
right?
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah. So,
Thanks for the
Flatsy, did
chat.
you?
Thanks for
Yeah.
chat, man.
No
Appreciate it.
worries.
All
Flatsy,
right.
did you
Good
have
luck.
something? We don't need luck. We got skill, brother. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Okay.
Oh, you said
Nice to
it so.
talk. Nice to talk.
He
for
said it
sure.
so perfectly. I was about to interject, but I didn't because he was right on track, and I just muted up. So there you go.
All right. So we have people in the room right now. Welcome, one and all, to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel in the politics server. If you guys think that the Earth is a globe, please provide your evidence that it is, and also bring in your claim if you have one, and we'll talk about it. Any evidence that the Earth is a globe will be discussed. We'll examine the points. We don't usually go off into like 5 or 10 different points. We like to stay on one, exhaust it, and then move to the next. So this is for anybody that's in here right now. If you think the Earth is a globe, the floor is yours. It's open right now. The gentleman, incidentally, Geeks, was just speaking. Prior to him, it was another guy who doesn't seem to be in here any longer.
My friend, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
We got
Thank you.
Bolt. We got
Thank
Bolt.
you,
Go
guys.
ahead, Bolt.
Hi, guys. Anyway, on July 4th of this year, I'm turning 62 years old. That means right now I'm 61 years old. Okay? When Apollo 11 landed on the moon, I was there that night watching it on TV. I was about maybe 7 years old at the time. To make a long story short, how could the world not be spherical? It's not a perfect.
Okay.
It's not a perfect globe. It's not a perfect sphere. Actually, there are different densities in the Earth's crust if you study this. So therefore, I'm going to say, by the way, if anybody here has an argument of how can the Earth actually exist if it was flat, come on. Because I look at you made your point. I'm going to make my point, or I could just leave.
Yeah, you could leave at any time. So this channel is not dependent on anybody to bring content. This channel is one of the biggest in this server.
And why is
So
that?
so
Why is that?
basically, let me just lay it to you this way, Volt. If you want to be here, it's a privilege. If you don't, the door is that way, sir. You don't
Thank you,
give us
thank you.
you don't give us conditions. We give you them conditions.
I
Okay?
appreciate that. Therefore,
Yeah.
we're going to
So
follow. Therefore, on that note, we're going to follow these conditions.
yeah. So the
Therefore,
conditions are
I'm saying that the Earth is obviously spherical.
sure.
We have thousands of pitches. We have We have orbital satellites. Right now, if I could talk to my friend in Australia, we're actually bouncing off a satellite. Okay. The only way that can happen is if the Earth is spherical. Therefore, I'm going to say this: which person here believes the Earth is flat, and what is your bullshit excuse about that?
All right, so it's not bullshit, but hold on. So let's get some clarification. So you saying that it's a globe, but I have another question that's relevant. Do you know that it's a globe, Volt?
Absolutely, scientifically.
Okay.
And also my friend from studying physics, astrophysics, and understanding how the solar system works and how the universe works is quite obvious. How could it possibly be flat? I want to see one picture, one description, one scientific theory of how in the fuck can the world be flat. Seriously.
All right. So now, I would say just calm down. We're gonna get to it. There's no need to get all up in a tizzy about it. So let's figure this out, right? Let's
I
reason
agree.
together.
So therefore, those who think that the Earth is flat is therefore the only thing two-dimensional. Would you agree with that?
All right. No, I'm not gonna. No,
you understand mathematics?
No, we're not gonna agree with that.
Therefore, Alpha, let me ask you a question. How old am I?
We're not, dude. We're not gonna get into
How
that.
old are you?
61.
All right. So here we're gonna do this. This is what we're gonna do. Server mute. All right. So let's take a breath. All right. We're gonna get some questions, and if you want to kick rocks, that's up to you. I don't want you to leave, but if you do, that's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna simply ask you 3 questions. You can answer them honestly, intellectually, right? And or you can skip rocks and leave this room or whatever. All right. So I'm gonna ask you the first question, and then I'll mute you. You can answer or not. It's up to you. So the first question would be: if you have the knowledge that the Earth is a globe, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? So if we were to say that the Earth on its surface is curving, then who measured that curvature any time in history? And we're looking for drop over distance. So Volt, go ahead and see if you can answer that question. That's the first one. I got 3. And go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you, my friend. Therefore, the circumference of the Earth is actually 24,855 miles around the equator. It has always been measured plenty of times, many times, over the past, century, perhaps, maybe. So, I'm just saying, my friend, it's quite obvious. I've seen thousands of pictures.
That's a circle.
It's
a round point.
Hold on.
The circumference is the distance around a circle, right? Around a sphere. The Earth is not around. Therefore, the circumference, the distance around the Earth at the equator, like I said before, is 24,285 miles. Google it.
Okay. All right. So let me hold on.
Google it, dude.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna restate the question because I don't think you understood the question. So I'll just restate it and then see if you can answer it. Who measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? Relative to you, often to the horizon, we want to know the elevation change that there would be if it was measured. I want to know the method by which it was measured. Drop over distance, sir. Who measured it? Go ahead, sir.
And all this time, and nobody Google this? Just Google it and paste it in the chat.
I'm waiting for you to tell me, sir.
Just told you what to do. Just do it already.
No,
I
told. No, come on.
Somebody, please.
Buddy.
I know. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
We have.
This is your Volt. This is your moment right now. This is your moment to go ahead and take the bull by the horns. Right? You got this, bro. I have confidence in you. You'll be able to get through it. Trust me. All you got to do is produce the information that I requested. If it's that easy, sir, it would be put in the text chat and all would be done. It's that easy. But please, go ahead, sir.
How's that working out for yourself? Let me ask you a question.
Well, I'm saying, no, we're not going to play the ask me a question.
To answer your question, my friend, I already did.
No, I'm sorry, sir.
I didn't hear an answer.
Yeah, that's not how this
Who's
works.
the who? I didn't hear a who.
So the who.
You didn't answer
who.
it?
No, not yet. So the who is important here, right? Because we want to know who did it and the method by which it was done. So two things: who did it, and what was the method that they measured elevation change or drop over the distance. So please, sir, go ahead and put that information in the text channel for everyone to see. And if you don't know, sir, here's the out. I'll give you an out. It's pretty easy. Say, I don't know. And I'll easily excuse you from that point. I'll go to the next. So just say, I don't know if you don't know, or give us the exact person and the method by which it was done. Go ahead, sir.
All this time I was just Googling. Anyway.
Okay, go ahead.
Exact name, my friend, I cannot give you. I have not found the information yet.
Sure.
You don't know. That's fine.
Therefore, next question.
Okay, so right, the concession is I don't know. That's the words that I need to hear so I can move on. If I don't hear that, means I think that you still have an answer. Either you say I don't know, or I have to wait.
I do not know the name. I do not know the name. It takes a little time. I think Google is holy shit. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
No worries.
So you don't know.
No worries,
so you
right?
don't. You don't know the answer, right? I just don't want to get this correct. You don't know the answer.
At this time, currently, you're correct. Therefore, next. Let's move on.
So next question. There's only 3, sir. So the second one is simply this: if the Earth is spinning on its axis, axial rotation. I don't want to get you lost in it. You know what I mean, right? Spin of the Earth, that it's spinning. Earth is spinning.
Of course.
Okay. So if it's spinning on its axis,
2,400 miles an hour.
Okay, well, just let me ask the question. So if it's spinning on its axis, who measured the spin of the Earth, and or by what is the method that they found out that the Earth is spinning on its axis? And I'll tell you this way, because I'll give you kind of like an insight to the information that's pretty much public information for everybody. They're saying that the Earth is spinning on its axis at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. So
Incorrect.
Okay, that's fine. So even if that is the
It
case,
is incorrect. It's not 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's cool. But here's the thing: if you find out the information by who done it and the method, that's the thing that I need in the text chat, or just tell us verbally so we can look into it. Or say you don't know, and then we'll go to the next question, which is the last one.
A better idea. Why don't you just type these questions in the chat? You'll just Google it. We'll say a long time. I thought you were smart. Apparently, I was wrong.
No, that's not the case, sir. What the case is here is that hold on, guys, I'm taking the point. Relax. So if somebody says that they know that the Earth is a globe, what we do is we challenge them for the fundamental questions about its existence. The 3 main tenets are curvature, spin, and cosmic vacuum. So we're going to go to the third one. On the second one, you say you don't know. So all I need from you, sir, is to say you don't know that question.
Did you say cosmic vacuum?
Yeah, but we're not going to get there yet. We're still on the second one right now. The second one, either you know or you don't know. I need to know that information from you. Either you know or you don't know.
Speed at which the Earth rotates around its axis is 24,000 miles an hour. Who does know that?
Yes, sir.
Google it.
What is the name of the person? What is the name of the person that discovered it? And also, what is the method that they used to measure it?
But he's wrong.
I did let him go.
Let me continue Googling this, please.
No.
I'm Googling this.
Yeah, if you don't know, sir, it's easy.
I Google it. I'll give you a link.
No. If you don't know, just say you don't know, so we can go to the next point.
Don't know.
It's that easy. It's that easy.
Oh, therefore, my friend, you require a trigger word. I don't know. Next.
Okay. All right. So the third question is this, and of course you heard that cosmic vacuum, right? So they're telling us that the Earth is immersed in a cosmic vacuum, right? So everything outside of the Earth is the vacuum of space, allegedly, right? That's what they're saying.
It's true.
So, right. So if I would say it this way, do you know that you're surrounded by a cosmic vacuum, or do you just believe that you are?
Quite obvious that we are.
Yeah, Google it.
Wait.
You can't Google it, dude. What are you doing?
No. I'm asking.
I'm talking to a moron over here. You're talking to a kid, by the way. I'm probably more than 3 times your age. Stop being a moron. Let's move on.
That's fine, Volt. So hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on, guys. Let me get through this, okay? There's only 3 questions, guys. Three questions. All right. So if you're saying that if you know that we're in a cosmic vacuum, Volt, can you provide some evidence to substantiate that? As in, they're telling us that the vacuum of space is next to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So on the surface.
Whoa. Incorrect. What did you say? Whoa.
He didn't say
you were just incorrect just now.
No,
okay,
he
so
wasn't.
what did I say?
The pressure of space is the same as the air we're breathing right now? Incorrect.
No.
Pressurized. Come on. Know your physics.
I didn't say that, Volt. I didn't
A couple
say
of Fig Newtons and we'll start talking.
He didn't say that.
I didn't.
You understand physics?
Yes, I do. But
I don't think so.
I didn't say what you think you thought I said. Okay.
Therefore, say it again. This time, say it better.
Hey,
Say it better. I can clarify what I said because
Thank you. Please do that.
you want me to be an asshole?
You, honey. Allow us to speak. We're being gentlemen here, and I like talking to Alpha.
All right.
A few things. I told a few things to Alpha about me, like everybody. I have no secrets. This information is quite well known.
Okay.
Why not focus on why people think the Earth is flat? How about that?
Quite known, but you don't know it.
So
hey, when I was 6 years old, I thought the Earth was flat. I really did.
How about you get through the third point first, and then just
There
listen?
you go. Thank you. Somebody here is smart. See that advice? Alpha, that's really good advice. Sounds smart. Take her advice. Go.
I don't deny it.
Wait, why is this lady participating in this one-on-one?
She's right. She's right.
Wait. Why is this lady sniping from the ranks? I don't get it.
Right on.
Yeah.
She made a good point.
All right. So
Gave Alpha some good advice. Let's see right now if Alpha actually follows it. Are you ready?
What's up, Volt? Just show Apocrypha.
You like that, right?
All right. So Volt.
Bad cop.
So Volt, what it is that people are making this claim that they know that the Earth is a globe, right? And I usually give 3 tenets of the Earth being a globe. The 3 tenets, like I said before, I'll state them again for everybody else who just joined us.
Put them in the chat and type it. Can you? Can you type English?
Well, I'm just
All
gonna
caps.
say
Come on, make it look nice.
So you
Make
know,
it look
Alpha,
nice.
It's tenets, not tenants.
Yeah.
Tenets.
Thank you, Eggshell.
We've abandoned
Thank
the
you,
first
thank you,
2.
Eggshells.
I think
Somebody type it out.
it's just up to the last one.
I can't even hear you anymore, Eggshells. What'd you say?
Good grief.
Yeah, it's becoming a shit show because everyone's talking over each other because the gentleman Volt is triggering, I guess, the panel.
No, I'm not. Don't blame me. It's not my fault.
Let's think about the point, okay? The point is,
type it.
Listen, I'm going to tell you very clearly, and Alpha's going to tell you nicer, but I'm going to tell you that the Earth's atmosphere, that you think it's an atmosphere, but gas can't take a shape. So, anyways, the air.
Full of shit, lady.
What did you say? Gas cannot take a shape?
No, wait. We're all over the place.
Full of shit.
Wait a minute. Time out.
air that we breathe, the air that we breathe, the air that we breathe is under pressure.
Of course, yes. This is true.
All right, just wait.
Yeah, we're breathing out under pressure.
I'm starting. Volt, I'm gonna have to mute you as well. All right, let's gain some control. All right, guys, don't jump in. Please let me take this point with this guy. I know you want to jump in. Just relax. Last point. All right, so Volt, they're telling us that the Earth has a vacuum that's adjacent to the pressure we breathe. According to them, the vacuum of space, beginning right above the Kármán line, is said to be around 10 to the negative 6, somewhere around there, torr value. So super low pressure, right? Not all the way down to 0, but it's super low. And as you go farther out into outer space, the pressure decreases, so it gets lower and lower, like somewhere outwards of like 10 to the negative 17, and just on like this crazy vacuum. All right. So, but on the surface of Earth, we're breathing the pressure air that we are breathing at around 14 pounds per square inch, somewhere around there. So the question then is, how can we have gas pressure in the system that we're in without a container? Because the Earth that is a globe is an open system. So I would describe 3 systems that you can look at. One is isolated, one is closed, and one is open. And in each one of these, you can see something different in each, right? So an isolated system, matter and energy cannot be transferred in and out of that system because of its name being isolated. So isolated system, matter and energy cannot be transferred. On a closed system, only energy can pass forward through the system back and forth, and matter cannot. On an open system, matter and energy can both transfer back and forth through the system. So we got 3 systems. So the system that they say that the Earth is an open system. So all intents and purposes, energy and matter can exchange back and forth from the Earth system. So that being said, because of us being in an open system, then gas that's here on the surface can escape into the available space. Allegedly, they say that we live in an open system, but I'm asking you, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Do you know, Volt? Now the answer is to you. Go ahead. Gas pressure without a container, sir. Is it possible?
Okay, guys, I'm back. I had to go grab a beer. Now, what were you saying?
Oh my
So that's 5
God.
minutes.
That is a champion. That is a champion. Give him a
I
chance.
gotta give it to him.
I got a
Gotta
brand
give
new
it to him.
beer. Now, I got my 40 ounce. I'm smoking a doob. This time, my mom. Next time you open your mouth, you talk to me. You better know your facts. Okay? One does not speak unless one knows, especially in my presence.
All right,
Hope,
have
hope
your
you,
beer.
I hope you got that.
Yeah, have your beer. I'm
You
gonna
one more fucking time. Watch what happens.
have your beer and drink your doobie, or smoke your doobie, drink your doobie.
Says the
Smoke your
guy
doobie.
that does not know the answers to the questions
He's fine.
presented.
He's just a bit high strung. That's all. That's okay. I'm gonna mute
I
Flatsy
think
now.
I have answers.
Yeah, that's fine. Ethan, we'll talk to you next. Obviously, Ethan is. Oh, excuse me. I mean, Volt is. He's a bit on edge or something. I don't know. He probably needs to have a drink.
Can I add some context? Like, not everyone who joins these debates like are as established as Alpha Veritas. Like Veritas, like he does this and he's good. But we have people that like join for curiosity, who are part of the mainstream society, who believe in the mainstream society things. They might not be accustomed to like these styles of debate, so we have to give them a little bit of charitability.
Yeah.
Like we have to give them like a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, no doubt. Me, I'm not looking for the. I'm just gonna be gotcha. It doesn't matter to me, dude. Like
No,
the guy
you're very
clearly,
charitable. You're very charitable.
The guy clearly just wants to, kick back and listen to some discussions, which is fine. I mean, we got some other people on the panel. I think Ethan, if you wanted,
Yeah.
go ahead, Carter.
I mean, I just want to venture an answer to your question about gases. It's just
did you want to
right?
start from the? You want to start from the beginning because I haven't spoken to you, Ethan. So if you want to, we can.
Yeah,
go from
sure.
The beginning.
Actually, sorry, the beginning of what? Just
The 3 questions that I usually ask everybody as they come in.
Okay.
Just through, the 3.
I mean,
so.
I don't really have like that many answers. I would actually rather ask questions, but I could try answering.
Okay, remember, and I gave the gentleman Volt the out. If you don't know, just be intellectually honest and say I don't know.
Sure.
You don't have to say, wait a minute, let me see in Google. Like we don't need to go there. Just say that you don't know to save us time and all that. So, all right. So the first question is, what is the? Excuse me. Who measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, as in drop over distance?
I don't know.
Okay. Second question: who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth or the spin of the Earth, anytime in history?
Don't
Do you
know
know?
either.
Okay, they're telling us on the third question, right, that the cosmic vacuum that we're in. Of course, you heard the third question. So, do you think that we can have gas pressure without a container, Ethan?
I think so. Just through gravity, right?
Okay.
Gravity would pull the gases down and exert pressure on things.
Okay,
Just
so
like
gas,
water pressure.
Okay, like water pressure. Are gases and water the same?
They're both fluids, I think.
Yeah, they share something that they're both fluid, but are they the same?
Not in everything. No, they're always different.
Okay, so they're different, right?
Fluids.
So we're
Yeah.
not talking about the same thing when we say that they're similar. They're similar in that they're
Right.
fluids. They're not the same, then that they're very different. One and the state of matter that they exist in, right?
Right. But fluids might share a property, right? That
They might.
is relevant here.
Right, they might, but we're not going to say that they share all. So
No, of course not.
So okay, let's find the distinction and how we can understand the difference. But first of all, I'd like to say, can we have gas pressure without a container? And your answer was gravity, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So is there any way possible that we can see gravity be in a container anywhere on Earth?
Gravity in a container?
No,
I'm
no,
not sure
gravity. No, gravity being a container.
Oh, being a container. I don't think. I mean, I'm not sure like what that would mean either.
So
I don't
if
think
you you said gravity's the container that's holding the gas pressure of the Earth, I want to see. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, gravity is
Yeah,
not
go
the
ahead.
gravity is the force that is holding things together. The
So
container.
does gravity act on gases?
Yes.
The air.
Yeah.
Volt, we're having a conversation with Ethan, so we want to know if he's going to be able to get through the 3 questions. So allow the gentleman to finish. So you said yes, Ethan?
Yep.
So is there a demonstration that we can see gravity acting on gases?
I mean, I think stars are like that, right? Stars are
Well,
condensed
stars are not.
gases.
Are stars in the same system as you and I are in? The same Earth? Are they around us so that we can see an example of gases acting on with gravity?
I mean, they're not like in front of our faces, but we
Well,
have
but
tools,
in
right?
this, in this particular scenario, we're looking for gravity being the culprit for keeping the gases on Earth, right?
Right, but on Earth there would just be one direction for gravity, right? There would just be one sort of example
Yeah,
of gravity.
that's the claim. One direction, that's the claim. So what we got to see is how does gravity act on gases, Ethan?
It pulls them towards the center of mass.
Okay, it pulls them towards the center of mass. How can we see that in a demonstration? Where do we see that happening? How can we demonstrate that to be true?
We can see it in the atmosphere, can't we? Like,
No, I'm asking you. You got to tell me. Like, I'm not going to be able to tell you because it's not my claim.
I mean, I'm not a physicist. This is just
Okay.
sort of my common sense.
So would it be intellectually honest to say you don't know?
No. I mean, yeah, I would be honest. Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
everything. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know. So will the third question then be unanswered and say that you don't know? Because right now we're at a state of that we reached that we can't go any farther
Ethan
because you
can't
say you
answer. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
Okay.
But Ethan
Wait,
can't.
Well, it
provide
doesn't
an
mean
answer.
that.
Can I tag
Wait,
in?
it doesn't.
I don't know.
It doesn't. Hold on, Cortical. It doesn't mean that you're. Okay, so we have a bit of a issue here. Either you know or you don't know. Would you say that
Yeah,
you know
I don't
the
know.
answer? Okay, so the answer to the third question is you don't know. How we can have gas pressure without a container? Ethan?
I believe it's gravity, but I don't know for sure.
I'm not gonna close it out until you say that you don't know. That's the only way I'll close it out. If you say you know, we're gonna keep going until we find out if you know or you don't know. Is that fair? I won't close it out until you're ready. Until you say you don't know.
I believe it's gravity.
Yeah, but belief is a suggestive term. Do you know or not?
I have reason to believe it as well.
Do you know or not?
Not with certainty.
Okay. So no to the third question. So then we're gonna just close it out for you, as I did with Volt. Same thing. So the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is a blind belief that you have currently. It's not that you know it.
No,
You
that's-
believe it. You believe it to be true. So this is correct because by your own concessions that you couldn't substantiate these three claims, it's simple to see that the information you think about the Earth being a globe is just a belief you have, nothing more.
Okay,
That's
sure.
it.
We can say that. I have some questions
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
though. Yeah, like why can't we observe? Why can't people in South Africa see Madagascar with a telescope?
Okay, so we have a thing called perspective, where things are in a distance converging to the eye line. So if you see something far, like that moves away from your position, like a vehicle or something that moves away from you, it appears to get smaller. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so as it moves away, like a vehicle moves away from you, at a certain distance, it will disappear in your vision. Not because it's completely gone, like it's terminated out of existence, but because your vision, there's a limitation to it. You can't
Right,
see
my vision
that
has
far.
a limitation, but
Does that
there
make
are tools.
does that make
Yeah,
does that,
it makes sense.
yeah,
It
does
makes
that
perfect
make
sense.
okay?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's just say now let's use some tools, right? Let's bust out some binoculars. If you busted out some binoculars or a telescope, could you see a little bit farther?
Yep.
Okay. With that, is there a limitation to that optic that you just pulled out? Like where you
Yes.
can't see like farther than the limitation of that optic?
Depending on the tool, yeah, each tool has its
Yeah.
own limitation.
Right. So you agree with that or disagree?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're saying here is just answering your question. It's not possible to see the distance that you just claimed with a telescope because everything has a limitation to its view. Does that make sense? Your eyes have a limitation. The optics have a limitation. You could see a little farther, but it won't be, forever.
So, right, not forever, but more
Okay.
powerful tools could see further.
Yeah, but it won't see forever.
You don't need to see forever. You just need to see enough.
Okay. Well, we can see enough, but we don't have to. Like, there's a limitation to what we can see with an optics.
Right, but it should be
Okay.
able to include the distance that we're trying to.
Oh, right, but it's
see-
not.
see.
It's not like magical to say, "Well, I'm going to include 100 miles with my telescope."
Well,
Would it
we
be fair?
we
Would it
don't
be
just
fair to?
declare it. Like,
Would it
we
be
have-
fair to
we-
say
we
that if a
can-
yeah? Would it be fair to say that if a car drives away from you, you're going to see it in 100 miles with the telescope?
Yeah, with the telescope, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually see a car drive away from you for 100 miles.
Well,
Has
no,
anyone
because the
ever-
Earth. Well,
no.
you wouldn't be able to because the Earth is curved, right? That would
The
be the
Earth is
explanation
curved.
you get.
Okay, so now there's a claim that the Earth is curved. We're getting to the claim, right? So, first of all, we're trying to figure out why we can't see that far due to the fact that when you tell us that why couldn't we see if the Earth was flat forever, right? Like from, you gave me two distances. What were the distances, sir? From what to what?
From, say, South Africa to Madagascar, it's about 2,000 miles, two and a half kilometers.
Right, 2,000 miles. You're asking on a flat Earth why we couldn't see that far. But I
Yep.
just showed you that even if we're looking at a car drive away, it appears that the car gets smaller. So we're seeing something happen. So,
But to our naked eye, yes, but not
well,
with a telescope.
it doesn't
It's
matter.
optical.
It does matter.
Telescope. No, it doesn't. Because let me explain something. Optics work in a very similar way, but only the range and the aperture of the optic changes, so that it could increase like a specific line of sight that you want to see to something in a target distance, but it itself has a limitation. It doesn't see things like telescopes don't see forever. I can't pick up a telescope and see from South Africa, Madagascar. It's impossible.
It's only
Now, if-
it's only 2,500 miles. It's not that long.
Yeah, but like if you were to say that you could see it with a telescope, that's a claim, right? Then you'd have to say like, okay, well, who's done that, right? But if we're saying that it cannot be seen, it's not due to the fact it doesn't have to be because the Earth is curving. It could be because the limitation of the optic, is not able to reach that distance.
As
You can
in,
only
your
see-
thumb can cover up the moon. If
Yeah, but
you
we're
just saying,
we're
this is
yeah,
the
yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, but do you understand?
Yeah, your
Ethan?
thumb can cover up the moon from your side.
I mean, I
Ethan,
guess someone would have to run the math. Someone would have to run the maths on, the
No, it's
optics
not.
and
It's
the
not. Listen,
lens.
bro. It's not about running the maths. It's just that everything has a limitation to its viewpoint. So, telescope would have a limitation to how far it could see. That's just
Right.
everybody
You
understands.
don't
It's in
need
optics.
forever. You don't
Right.
need forever.
So you couldn't see 2,000 miles with a telescope.
That's a claim.
No,
Can
it's
you
not a
demonstrate
claim.
that?
This is the
Yes.
fact. Everything has a limitation to the viewing of it. Everything converges to the eye line with perspective. Not a claim. This is fact. This is the way vision works. If you say that vision is able to be enhanced so much so that with a telescope you could see up to 2,000 miles, that's a claim. That's
Yep.
a claim, sir. That's
Yeah.
not. I'm not saying the claim you are. What I'm
Sounds like
telling
we're
you
both
is that
making claims, actually.
no, because
Yeah.
I'm telling you that everything has a specific limitation due to the fact
Yeah, you're
that
telling me that.
yeah. So if you haven't looked into either how how our vision works, or how optics work, then you have no knowledge on the subject, and you're just really thinking that because you changed the Earth from being a globe to flat, that all of a sudden you could see to a specific distance, and that's just not true.
Yeah, but
No.
also,
Should I take your word? Should I take your word for it then? Because I
That's
don't
not really
know.
taking
I don't,
my
I don't
word
have
for
the
it, but
knowledge.
I mean, well, I would say
Yeah, but-
this: look into optics, right? Look into how vision works, and then see what the limitations to those two,
yeah,
optics and
Earth
our vision. So
disc. Earth is not a disc in space.
no, he
It
didn't say
is
that. He
space.
didn't say that.
No, I know, but he's
Hold
new.
on, Flatsy. Hold on, Flatsy.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So yeah, we are talking about optics at the moment, Ethan. So what we have to remember is that when we do this investigation for you, right? Look into these things and then come back and we'll probably
Yeah.
listen to
I'll look
and
into optics. Yeah.
sure, that'd be great. And once you do, we can discuss further, I guess.
Alright.
Do you have any more questions? You can ask some more if you want.
That's all for tonight for me.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming by, and also just stick around if you want to have more conversations later. But
Yeah, sure.
anybody that's in here, if you think that the Earth is a globe, please chime in. I'm going to open up the floor. We got everybody that's in here who's on the team of 24/7. We got people like Apocryphon that's in here. Let's see. I'm going to mention a few others.
Hey, sorry, Alpha.
second.
Just can we get
Fusilli-
that Sir Dazzig? Can we get Alpha? Can we get that Sir Dazzig guy in here? Because he's spazzing out in the chat, and I'd be interested to see what he has to say. Because 5 fucking times we've exchanged, and he still can't give me a straight answer. So
Well,
Sir
well,
Daza, you're up.
yeah,
man.
hold on, Skinny. Hold on. I'm just, dude, relax. Hold on,
Yeah.
Daza. Hold on, 1
Can you
second.
hear me,
1 second.
guys, or not?
Yeah, 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. Yeah, I will. I'm announcing everybody who's in here so that everybody can have like the floor. Like the new Daza's been here a while, Skinny. So the new people that come into this room, they haven't had a chance yet. So Daza, he's a long time guy that's been in here. So if you're new to this server or new to this room, if you want to speak up and ask any questions, we're gonna take your questions. We have people on the panel. Like let's see, let me go through it. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you the people that are on the panel. We got OG Meatball, we got Cyclone, we got Quad, Quetzalcoatl, Quiet Noobs, part of the 24/7. Skinny Vet's a part of 24/7. Some other people here, Under Heaven Earther, Old Dude. We got some people join us, Metagard. Guys, we're here to take your questions in the text channel or in the voice. So if you're brand new to this channel, please ask your questions. We'll go to the other guys, like Skinny Vet wanted to have a conversation with Daza. So if nobody chimes in, then they can have their conversation. But if you're brand new, if
I'll jump
you
in.
wanna ask, yeah, Corey,
Like,
go. But, just 1 second, because the new guys that are here, I want to let them kind of the floor.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Do I still count as new?
not really. You've been here a while, like a couple weeks, so you kind of had. I'm looking for the people that just entering the room, like today or maybe yesterday or something, and they're really wanting to ask some questions.
Okay, cool.
And, I'm gonna kick it to
one.
the old guys. Yeah, don't worry, man. I'm gonna give it to you guys. So just
Yeah. I've got another thing. If you've got time, that's all.
yeah, who's that?
Geeks.
Oh, Geeks. Yeah, just maybe write it down and put a pin on it because I'm gonna let Vet go with Daza.
No, I mean afterwards.
All right, so Daza and Vet, yeah, go ahead.
Right, Daza, I'll ask you a very simple question. How did the communications come from the moon down to Parks and were live streamed via analog means to the entire world in real time? I asked you that 5 times in the chat. You couldn't answer me. So your floor, man. Go nuts.
Cool. So can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you, Daza. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, because I'm in an area where I've got poor coverage, so it's a bit
Yeah,
crappy.
you're coming in and out, bro. You're.
So my understanding of the video stream was that the lander broadcast. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Any better now?
You just
No.
cleared up when I said that. Try again. Go ahead, try again.
Sounds like it's no good. Yeah,
I can hear you.
So my understanding is that the lander broadcast up to the orbiter relayed to Parks. Parks converted the slow scan to normal scan, used terrestrial links to the TV networks, and the TV networks did the broadcast. So the link from the orbiter to Parks was 500 kilohertz bandwidth on about 2 gigahertz frequency, and 10 or 15 frames a second, a couple hundred lines. They actually used an analog method to convert the slow scan to normal frame rates for transmission across the existing international. My understanding of how it worked end to end. So,
and how did they actually do that? Get through the radiation belt, get through the atmosphere, get through all of that, and then manage to actually live stream that to the entire world via one satellite in Parks in Australia?
Yeah, so it hit Parks, then got shot off to all of the terrestrial broadcast networks, right? So they didn't broadcast from the moon to everywhere. They broadcast to Parks, or transmitted to Parks, and then Parks retransmitted to the terrestrial based.
Yeah, it's retransmission. I get what retransmission. Sorry to cut you off. I get what a retrans station is, mate. I worked at one in Timor for about 4 weeks, so I know what a retrans actually is, and it was a VHF retrans where I was. So whether they use UHF, VHF, HF, whatever the case may be, what I'm asking you is how one satellite dish managed to live stream this thing to the entire world? Because that's the original question you asked me about the live stream from the moon when I stated something about it an hour ago, and you haven't given me a straight answer yet.
So it didn't, right? That Parkes dish picked up one stream from the orbiter and used terrestrial networks that then broadcast it to everybody that was watching it.
Sorry, I just dropped something on my foot then. Okay, yeah, righto. So it was transferred from the moon to the orbiter to the satellite dish, and then to the rest of the world in real time. Is that your claim?
Yes.
And how was the signal strong enough to actually do that? And again, was it VHF? Was it UHF? Was it HF? What were they using?
It was about 2.2 gigahertz frequency. So it's higher than normal UHF. UHF's only like a few hundred megahertz. So yeah, it was 2.2 gigahertz, the downlink. And then terrestrial broadcast at baseband rates.
Any actual proof of that?
There's fairly extensive engineering documentation about the downlinks, the TV system, the radio links.
So why didn't you put that in the chat? That's all I was asking for from the start. Why didn't you actually put that in the chat?
I'm currently on the east coast of Tasmania. I've got barely enough internet to talk to you guys, and I don't have the links available. But happy to do it next week when I get back home.
Fair enough, but I'll tell you what, if you've got enough to actually talk clearly here on the live stream, you've definitely got enough to upload here to this chat. That's pretty simple, dude. That's all I was asking you from the start.
Yeah, I'll dig it up.
That's kind of cool that he's on the east coast of Tasmania now. That is like the fucking remote.
That's pretty out there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he does that. We wait for that. If anybody else has anything you want to bring up, I think Cortigo, you wanted to bring something up.
Yeah, we were
I
talking
won't be able to
about
do it
the.
today. Sorry, guys.
I just want to say, like fucking Tasmania. Like I've looked up Google like pics of Tasmania. It's a cool place. Like I want to. I wish I could go. It seems really cool. So when we were talking about gravity and gas, so traditional physics like understands that the sun is made out of hydrogen. It fuses hydrogen into helium. So it is essentially a gaseous entity, right? And so when we point our telescopes to it, and you have to have filters, and they have to do really ingenious ways of looking at that star. It does seem to me, and there's magnetism going on along the way, but like it does seem to me that gravity is affecting the star. Like it will jettison gases, and they will combine, and it seems to have a surface.
So are these things that you're speaking of concrete? Like we know these things are an
Yeah.
object? Or
they are concrete.
Yeah. Okay.
For certain.
How do we know that? Cortigo.
Well, so my understanding of concrete is something that exists in the physical world. Is that
Sure.
right?
It's also something you pave the roads with, right? Or am I wrong?
You don't pave the roads with concrete, bro. Relax.
Yeah. Alpha, we've had like a back and forth before, and I like you. Like you're.
Well, AT's saying you You pave roads with concrete, dude. You pave
Oh,
roads with
continue.
concrete.
We do. Wait,
Continue.
how,
My bad.
can we get to like the origin of concrete? Was that like 2,000 years ago?
Oh my god, dude. We're gonna get into the minutia of concrete, really?
Alright.
What the fuck, dude?
Alright. We won't do that. We won't do that.
Thanks for the derail, AT. But go ahead, Cordy, go.
But it looks like the sun has a surface, right? Like
Well, I mean-
when we see like really refined from Earth, like from even amateur astronomers, a surface to the sun. Like it
Okay,
looks
so-
like the
So we're describing the sun, or at least you are, right? I'd say we. But you were describing the sun as something that you can tell what its constituent parts are made of, what elements and such.
Uh-huh.
Would you say that's fair? What you're trying to do is describe the sun as something you can know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And now the follow up would be, how do you know what it is?
Well, it goes to a word that that people don't like, and that is trust. Because I don't know anything about spectroscopy. What I do know about it is that it splits the light apart from. So it looks at a thing, and it splits those photons apart. And photons absorb and re-emit light, but they absorb light according to their properties. So a carbon element will absorb light in this frequency and that frequency, but it will absorb light in this particular frequency. So we can look at the sun and we can split apart its constituent atoms and know what it is made of.
Okay, so there's something called a best guess, and there's something that affirms something as an objective truth to say that it is
Well,
that.
hold on. You
Like,
said it's a best
right?
guess. I mean,
No, I'm saying there's something called a best guess, right? If you were to say, well, if I'm going to tell you what this is, I'm going to give you what my most educated guess would be about what makes this up, and I could then go in to tell you, the same thing that you said, right? Would that be what you're doing right now? Is it an educated guess, or is this something that you would say we all know as a known fact for sure? That's what it is.
A known fact
that I could
versus
examine, verify,
best
test.
guess.
Yeah.
I don't know that science works in known facts.
Okay, so it's a best guess, right?
Yeah, but it's good. Like I don't.
Yeah, but so it's still an educated guess, right?
Yeah, but that almost seems like it's falling
Yeah, if the
on
best is
straw
not
man.
good, I don't know what we're doing.
Well, I'm just telling you, as far as what people are claiming currently with the knowledge that they have right now, do they know what environment the sun is in its current state? Do they know what environment it's in?
Yeah, but like what
I don't know.
what are
feel
the
like-
best claims for science?
But I feel like
could
the,
you
the
reduce
questions. I feel like the question has been obfuscated to answer this one that you're asking. When I asked the specific question, I don't think it got answered. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like I feel that's unfair.
I will try my best to answer
Well,
any question you
Right.
have.
It just feels like when I ask the question, it would lead you to understand more of either you know or you don't, right? And so that's
Yeah.
why I asked the questions. So I'll ask it again. Do we know the environment that the sun is in?
We know the environment that the sun is in.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of things. So I will say on the offset, no.
Okay.
But that I don't think is a defeater to
Did
what
I say
we
it
know.
was? I didn't
No,
say it was.
absolutely. You did not. You did not.
So what I'm saying though is what I am saying is when we lay claims down about something and we say we know something, and if we say that it's an educated guess, like the way you've been describing, right?
Yeah.
Using spectral lines and going into spectroscopy, saying that we can examine something. We're doing it in a controlled method here on Earth, and when we're actually looking across vast distances, if we're saying that We don't know the exact distance to the sun, but some people would claim that there is a known distance. But if we're saying that, it could be the distance to the sun or where the environment the sun's in might be different than the one we're in, then it's no longer controlled as it was here on Earth with the spectroscopy.
I don't think you can say that it's not controlled because
No. I'm saying here on
we
Earth,
establish variables.
No, here on Earth it's controlled. Is what I'm saying. On like saying that we're going to use it to look over vast distances and then tell what type of element that we're looking at.
The environment is controlled.
Here on Earth, not through the what I would say this: what type of mediums are you going through to actually look at the element that you're seeing at a vast distance? Do you know all the? Would you happen to know?
Assume space. We have to assume space.
This is what I'm saying. So if we're assuming things, it's not an established fact. Like here on Earth, we can have variables that are controlled, right? We can say we know certain spectral lines that are given off of the light that emit certain things that emit light. We're able to work with those because they're in a known environment, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I do.
Okay.
Well-
So when we start to say that we're going over vast distances, that we're having variables like unknown environments, right? That are going to come into play.
Not completely unknown. Like we do know things about space.
Yeah, but the variables of saying that that's another thing that needs to get examined.
Okay,
So that's kind of claim stacking. We can't jump.
Fair.
So if we're saying that hello,
I'm with you.
No, somebody else said something. What did you say?
Yeah. I have something to say after you're done.
Well, I was gonna go with the point, but I mean, if you want to interject and add something.
No, let's roll with it.
Andreas, is it important? You want to add something?
No, I'm just saying that if the ISS is up there and they're doing tests in there, then they know what the.
But the thing is it's like I don't want to be pejorative, but your reasoning comes from like a more basic simplicity. Like it comes from a deeper simplicity. So like talking about the ISS and talking about pictures, like that's not going to accomplish anything in this forum.
No, I mean
we
the
have to get more
environment is known if there is an ISS up there.
We have
or
to get more
within the space.
abstract. I think we have to get more abstract.
That's really high on his burner right now. I think he really wants to talk about that. I guess we could talk about that after this point, Andres, if you want to hang around. I don't think Cortigo is going to be much longer. He just wants to get to a point. So
Yeah, it's fine. That's all I was saying. That we know if there is an ISS, we know the environment, and that's it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it had anything to do with the point he was bringing. That's all.
No, you were saying that we can't know the environment that sun is in.
Yeah,
that's step 37, and we're on step 2.
Yeah, sorry. But go ahead, Cortigo. Finish your point. I was gonna say something. I've kind of.
I think I made my point.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, and so we're now with the information that we're saying that would, I guess, on your part, substantiate the part where you say that you're comfortable to say it's an educated guess, and you're good with that information. I guess some people are. Like it's up to you, right?
So okay, I will elaborate. Like when we see the sun, and we see what it is, what is its constitution. Like we see that it is made of mostly hydrogen, some helium, because it is a nuclear reactor, and we see that it has some higher elements from the effects of it being a gravitational anomaly for 4.7 billion years. Like so it emits light due to its constituency. Like it constitutes
iron. It constitutes carbon. Like these elements do consist within it, and there are reasons for all these things. Like there are reasons why it contains these things, but it is mostly hydrogen and helium, and it has a surface. We can observe the surface. Why does that surface happen? Like why is there a surface? I believe that it is because of its own gravity. And how do we disprove that?
Well, I mean, it's like saying that, and I'm just going to frame it in a way that I'm listening to you kind of speak about the sun. If I was, this particular analogy kind of sounds like if I was to see something and not know, the moon is made of cheese, and we know that because we see cheese here on Earth. So we know that the color of cheese is like the color of the moon. And if you put a flashlight on some cheese, it could like resemble the moon at sometimes, you know? So if we say that the moon is like that, what we're seeing up there, then that would be a fair statement because it does look like cheese sometimes, right? Some cheeses look like the moon. But if I don't know because I've never examined the moon myself, I would say that's my guess. That's my best guess of what the moon is because it looks like the thing here on Earth that I have here. Looks like cheese. So I would say that it's cheese. How can you disprove that? What would you say, Cortigo?
Because we've done a lot of work. Like physicists have done a lot of work in establishing the pressures that exist on the sun and the amount of I believe that they have, and the amount of forces that the sun must exert, and that creates so the pressure of gravity and the nuclear forces the sun exerts. It does create a barrier where those two forces match, and we can call the surface of the sun. There's these two forces that go against each other. But I feel like they've done the work. They've done the math. They've done the physics.
I could say the same thing, Cortigo.
Makes sense.
I could say the same thing with my moon cheese example. Well, see, let me tell you this way, Cortigo.
Okay.
The scientists out of today, the guys that are out there doing the work, they've examined the moon and they've seen that the moon does resemble cheese. So their analysis is that the moon can only be made of cheese. Now, these are the top scientists. They're looking into this information and they all compared notes, and they now know that new information has come forth to say that the moon is made of cheese. So their understanding of physics lines up with the facts that cheese and the moon are comparable to each other because of the rigorous methods of science that they implied into knowing that the moon is made of cheese. It is like done in so many laboratories today. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like I can use things to like, it sounds like I'm dressing up the argument, but I don't have anything to substantiate. It's basically what it sounds like you're doing with the sun.
No,
So,
I get exactly
it's
where
the
you're
same
coming
thing.
from.
Yeah, it's the
I
same
Does
thing.
that argument involve
you're doing-
spectroscopical analysis of the spectrum of cheese and the moon?
Yeah, of course.
Not then your
Because all the
comparison is
scientists agree.
shitty.
All the scientists agree. All the scientists
he
agree with that,
saying?
Embo. So
Could he repeat that? Like, could we get it one more time?
Go ahead.
I was asking if his analogy involves the spectroscopical analysis of the moon and the
it
cheese,
did.
and then comparing it.
Yeah, they did.
Each
They
other.
they used the elements from the spectral lines to identify that the light that's coming off the moon is identified with the same elements that cheese is made of. So because
Okay, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
What's going on, guys?
Oh, there's rigor. Why is there rigor? I didn't know there was rigor. I thought we could
Yo.
just say whatever.
I don't care about
What are we
babbling
talking about
rigor,
now?
I care about pure data.
Hold on,
Pure data.
let's not all jump on. I think that is a fair question.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Maybe
like
it's
when we
okay,
talk about
right?
spectroscopy, we're talking about like the nature of things. And when he asked for the spectroscopy data of the moon, I think that's fair. Like it's a realistic question. What is the answer?
Well, the scientists have already discovered that it has these spectral lines that resemble cheese. So, the data's out there. You just have to Google it and search for it. That's all.
But it's a
out there,
basis
though.
assertion.
Oh, really? Well, why is this a
Yes.
base? Yeah, why is this a baseless assertion? And the sun being made of whatever elements they're saying that it's made of is not.
Because the second thing is actually backed by real observations.
Now, how do you know mine's not?
Well, hold on. Like we can
Because you haven't provided any evidence.
we can
Well,
discover hydrogen.
Did he provide any evidence?
Hold on.
I can at any time.
We can
Okay. Says you.
we can see hydrogen on Earth, and we can look at the spectral lines, and we can compare that to that of the sun, and they have the same spectral lines, and we can conclude that they are made of the same constituent atoms. Now, when you talk about cheese, of course, that would have different spectral lines. Like, what are we comparing that against? And
cheese. You're comparing it against
I
cheese.
think we have to like accept that would be like an absurd conclusion.
Actually, it's very valid.
Same
If
as
we're
the
talking,
sun.
yeah, if we're talking about the sun being made of the same elements that you just described, and I'm talking about the moon made of the elements that I'm describing, I think it's a fair statement. We're both in the same boat because guess what? I cannot disprove a claim that cannot be disproven. So you can't do the same for me. How are you going to tell that the moon's not made of cheese? What's your argument for that?
Wait,
I'd like to hear
hold
it.
on. Okay. Like, can we accept that absorption lines do entail the chemical properties of what they are like visually seeing?
Yeah, so spectroscopy is handled in a very specific way here on Earth in a controlled environment. Would you agree or disagree with that?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay. So if we're going to take it out into a different environment, like the one that the sun is in, which we don't know what environment that it's in, and then claim that the same environment that we have here on Earth controlled using spectroscopy is going to be done over a vast distance where an environment that we don't know the variables to are going to be looked through, how can we definitively say that the same element that we're looking at here on Earth is the same element we're looking at an environment which we have no knowledge on, sir?
Yeah. So, like, for one, we're not claiming. Like, we're just looking.
Oh,
and...
really?
No, I don't think
I thought we were definitively saying some statements about the sun, and Embo was backing it up too. Aren't you, Embo?
Well, like we're viewing it, and we're using our instruments, and we're seeing the wavelengths and the diameters of
Diameters.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Cut me a
there we
little
go.
bit.
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah,
Cut me a little bit of slack. Cut me a little bit of slack.
We got you some slack, man. Don't worry about it.
Maybe I don't know the X and the Y, but I know that there is an X and a Y.
Well, here's the thing. Do you think we need to speak to a scientist, or do we need to speak to you, Cordigo?
It would be helpful if I had a scientist.
Yeah, well, that would be helpful, right? Yeah, I get it.
No, Alpha, like, by the way,
ask Embo. Maybe
I
Embo's
like
the
you.
scientist.
I like
Don't worry
fucking
about it,
Alpha.
dude.
Like, I've told you that before. We talked like 3 days ago. Like, we're a little bit amigos, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to, yeah, we're two peas in
We
a pod.
we
Peanut
can
butter and
be
jelly. I
we
don't
we
know.
can be on the X, Y, and there can be a little bit of curvature, and we can still be cool.
A little bit of curvature.
What's
Wow.
curvature between friends, right? I mean,
exactly.
we got some Timbo. What's up, man? Like, I just shout out to everybody.
Yeah, I just jumped in, and you guys were talking about cheese, and
I don't know.
agree
I
with
don't know
what
fucking
I agree with what
everything.
Don't worry about
Alpha's
it.
saying with you know, like you guys claim that the spectral analysis of the sun is
Yeah.
confirmed, therefore the sun is made out of this, and I agree with how ridiculous it's being with. Okay, the moon could be made out of cheese because the spectral analysis, because that's a claim and no one's proven it.
Well, I
Yeah,
want to hear the debunk
But
of my moon cheese theory.
And,
There you
and
go.
so the thing is like I had heard like the spectroscopy like talk about the moon, the sun rather,
Mm-hmm.
and like it was convincing to me. It was super
Sure.
convincing to me, and
Yeah,
like
no
I've heard
worries.
none other. And so when we were talking about, well, when they were talking about it, I was like, I got something to say about this. And
we actually, I think what's important. I'm sorry to cut you off, Cortical. We spoke to, it was Mick West. He's pretty famous scientific communicator. He came into the 24/7 channel. Timbo, were you there? It was about maybe 5 years ago now, or maybe
Yeah,
more or
I
less.
can actually,
you
I
guys
can
have been
grab
doing this
the,
for a
I can grab
minute.
the
It's been a minute.
I can grab the clip from the podcast actually, if
Yeah,
you guys want to watch it.
that would be
Yeah, I'll
great.
go and get it.
Yeah,
I'll be
I
back.
actually I was one of the guys featured on there. There was a panel of us on there.
Jedi's in there, and
Jedi's in there. I was in there. I think Indio was in there. There was a lot. Everybody was chomping at the bit to want to talk to that guy because he's Mick West, dude. Like, if you don't know who he is,
No, there's some superstars. There are some superstars in
Yeah.
not
I don't
only
know
the
who he is, for example.
You don't know, Embo?
Yes, I don't care
Oh.
about this science communicator universe at all.
You don't care about him. Well, science cares about
Yeah.
him. They made him a top of a platform. And come on,
Now-
guys.
now hold
let's
on,
not-
Veritas.
Let's not downplay the guys who are top of their fields, man. Like, what are we doing?
Hang on. When we talk about top of the field, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So, could they publish a paper? Like we can get into like the weeds, but like, could they publish a paper that would really challenge like the in-depth, focused scientists in their field? Like, okay, so one of the main reasons why I come to this Discord is for the Atheist Helpline, like the Darth Dawkins thing. And I would just really love for him to write a paper. Like, if he is so
Who,
confident. Yeah, Darth. And he fucking disappeared. Like, I don't know where he's gone. But, like, if it is so in depth, if they are so knowledgeable, even in this channel, could they not write a paper that would shake the wave, that could do something, that could produce work?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but there's a certain boys club that involves that type of kind of society, if you want to.
I agree.
There's a culture.
I agree. I agree.
There's a culture around those guys, and basically, if you're not in the boys club, you're not really going to get much work done. So it's kind of like getting admitted into that club and then playing by the rules of the game. So you can't step outside of the parameters of which they have set forth, right? So this is like, okay, do it this way, and you will have tenure. You will have, the thing that you desire. Money, fame, whatever. So you'll have that. So long as you don't, say something outside, and stay as ambiguous as you can, that sort of thing, and just play by the rules. That's all you got to do. So these scientific communicators, they're not ones who give you these objective truths. They will say things.
They don't want to shake the fundamental. They don't want to shake the wave. They don't want to.
Yes, they want to leave the door open. Yeah, they want to leave the door open so that further interpretations can change or modify something that they've said,
Yeah.
and then it'd be okay. Like,
But
some other.
how has history ever
Yeah.
been
I just
established?
put it in the chat. The MidQuest chat is linked in the chat.
Yeah,
So if
click on
anyone
that,
wants to listen
Portugal.
to it, yeah.
Click on that
Okay.
link whenever you can.
Let me click on it.
Gentlemen, if I may, is it Cortica? Sir,
Cortica.
were you? Hello, sir. Were you asking when you said put together a paper to challenge the
You have a
science?
beautiful accent, by the way.
Oh, flattery will get
Oh
you
my.
nowhere.
Bullshit.
Can it get me somewhere? Can it get me
Yeah,
somewhere?
it'll get you with incidentally geeks. It'll probably get you everywhere. You'll probably be cast up. Go ahead.
Continue.
Go ahead, guys.
That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Anyway, so Cortico, were you asking for a summary, a paper, like of the best argument to challenge the scientific community, or were you asking for the other way around?
I guess it could go either way.
Brandon, you're
No.
hot miking.
So if there was a disproof of the nature of the spherical nature of the world, that would be the greatest accomplishment in the history of the world. And I personally believe that all eyes would focus, all the
I think you're right. Without a doubt.
You'd be on TED Talks. You'd be.
No. But there would be a explosion of
on Star
emotion.
Talk. You'd be on...
because the forces that were containing, because obviously this information would have been known to others.
Yeah.
So there would be suppression elements involved, and there would be explosion elements involved from the public.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
This would be the
I think you're underplaying it. It would fundamentally change the way that we did, loads of different things, did in loads of different fields of science, I think.
I think so. I think that we would have to reevaluate the way that we view logic, the way that we view the fundamentals of nature.
Maybe not logic, but nature definitely.
Okay, I think you're right.
Logic wouldn't change.
You're making it sound like somebody would produce something better than, since the invention of sliced bread, man. Like, what the hell?
It would be the brand new sex.
What in the world? What in the world? Well, I'd like to see, first of all, I'd like to see this paper. that you're talking about, because
it would change. It would change everyone's on the planet. It changed everyone's life. No one could get away from it. Everyone.
It's so sad. It's only fantasy.
Wait, one sec. What would change?
Hold on.
Change?
Why don't we
go clear it out though? Clear it out. What would change? Say it.
Are you asking me?
What would change?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. What would change?
How science is done, or our understanding of...
No, incorrect.
Oh, sorry. Why don't you tell me, because you know.
Yeah, well, how would science change? Because science is a method.
Are you guys both Australian and arguing?
No.
I'm English. I'm Australian. Yeah.
Many of the theories would have to be rejected,
we're
like
not
gravity.
Arguing, though. We're not arguing. No. Yeah.
I think right now we're actually on
People would be making new maps.
Exploring the same on the same side, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Geodesy would work differently. Astronomy would work differently.
Second, man, you just mumble. So what you're saying is the scientific method would change. Is that what you're saying?
No, not the scientific method, but many facets of how we understood scientific models would change.
Scientific models.
The
What's
theory
a
of gravity.
model?
the theory of gravity would change, would have to change to accommodate for the fact that it's not a spherical mass that
It's malleable.
It would have to change, wouldn't it?
It's like a clay.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would have to change because it wouldn't make sense. What else would change? The economy. The economy.
Economy's got nothing to do with it. Yeah.
No, but it's
The
fascinating.
entire
It's
space
fascinating.
industry.
It's fascinating, though.
The way that we understand how planes work.
Planes. Wait. Okay. All right. So how do planes
understand how we would understand how the way that we understand how planes work? Not necessarily,
So
they would stop flying.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
How do you think that? Do you think that planes react to a spherical surface?
Can we now agree that this is completely
Hang on, I just want him to answer
hypothetical? Okay.
Do planes react to a spherical surface?
I don't. I'm not. Let me give you maybe an example that I have a bit more knowledge on. Is that okay?
No, but yeah, we can.
Planes-wise.
Planes work. Yeah, they work on a flat stationary sphere.
But I mean, we would have to stop using nautical miles, for example. We'd have to stop using nautical miles.
No, nautical miles are based on the sky.
What?
On the circumference of the Earth.
They're based on the sky.
And the sky is the method to derive the circumference of the Earth, isn't it?
Hey, dude,
I've never
Embo, just
understood
relax, man.
nautical mile the right way.
I can explain.
Nautical
I can give
miles
a brief
are based
explanation
on
if you
the
like.
sky. Right. So you got latitude,
like me to explain?
longitude lines, always based on the sky. Yeah.
Yes, and they are terrestrial coordinates. Like the
Embo,
method they are derived from.
conversation, dude. Just chill
Would you
out,
like me
man.
to explain very briefly, maybe like
go
40
ahead, man.
seconds? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we just take the baseline, like everybody knows what a straight mile is, right? It's just.
Hopefully, everyone knows, but apparently they don't.
If they don't, I can't help them. It's literally direct line of sight.
As the arrow flies.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you said? As the arrow flies. Thank you. Yes, exactly. It's straight line of sight as the arrow flies. Thank you, sir. That's what I'm. That's just a. I can't remember what the terminology is, but let's just call it just a regular mile.
Yeah.
My understanding. So, but when a plane is in the air, my understanding is that miles are used for things like visibility because it is direct line of sight. But nautical miles are actually used for distance, and the reason why is because a nautical mile is. No. A nautical mile is about 1.15.
Yeah, and how do they get that nautical mile?
Well, that's exactly my point. Is they'd have to get rid of it because the nautical miles. Well, because nautical miles exist.
Yeah,
look,
nautical miles are based on the
just
sky.
instead of asking, just tell them what it is, Timbo. Like, friggin',
That's
it's
69 1 degree per 69 miles.
That's difficult, though.
But again, more than that, like you were saying about like how they got it. It's about the angle to Polaris, like as you go further south from it. So it's just a map based off of the stars.
So we're talking about like a measurable thing, like
no, nautical miles are measurable from the sky, and that's it.
Okay.
I'm not okay. Well, I mean, I don't want to keep like forcing the definition, but let's just leave it there. Let's leave it there.
Okay, you explain what a nautical mile is then.
Well, so
No,
when you are in a
Hang on.
summer,
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
when you are in a submarine and you've traveled for 14 hours,
submarine.
Yeah.
Submarine.
Keep the plane. Let's keep it with the plane. Let's stick on the plane.
Okay, well, a submarine at the surface level, like
Yeah.
like
Like a
how
boat.
do you?
We can just use a boat then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think so. Okay, you're right. You're right.
Works for boats as well. Yeah, works
Submarines are cooler though. Submarines are cooler.
works for boats.
Explain a nautical mile for a boat.
Oh no. Cortico was going to ask something, and then I'll explain.
Like okay, well, I don't know anything. Like, how do I get any information about the position of the Earth? About the position of the boat on the Earth?
Well, you got to use the stars.
I mean, you're kind of testing the limits of my knowledge. I mean, I wasn't talking about where it is.
Okay.
I was just talking about what a nautical
uncharitable.
mile is.
I may be being uncharitable.
You're
I
fine.
think that you can chart with a sextant or whatever your position.
Yeah, using nautical miles. Yeah.
You can
using angle
you can do the
measurements
work.
of the stars. Yeah.
You can do the work.
Yeah, but so you're getting your nautical miles based on angles to the stars. Yeah.
No.
Can we not agree?
Okay.
Can we not agree?
Explain that then? Can you explain a nautical mile?
Sure. I'll tell you what. Instead of mincing my words, I'll read out the definition. How's that?
Awesome.
Cool. A nautical mile is a unit of measurement used in air and marine navigation. It is based on the circumference of the Earth and is approximately 1 minute of latitude along any meridian. This means 1 nautical mile is equal to 1 minute of latitude, which is about 1.15 statute miles. That's what it was.
Awesome.
The concept
So
of the
how do you get a latitude? So how do you get latitude?
I don't know, but I was just responding to the idea that if the Earth could be proved to be flat for everyone, this is one example of something that would have to stop being used. Because
why?
The nautical mile, because it'd be irrelevant, because you just use the arrow.
Well, it's not irrelevant because you just read out in the definition that it was based on latitude, correct?
Well, not just based on that, but it's an adjustment of the statute mile to compensate for the curve.
Yeah, and
the only
so
thing that would have to change is that definition that you read, and I guarantee you there's different definitions than the one you just read to us that don't say that it has to do with the circumference of the Earth, which nobody's ever actually measured.
But why would you need? But my point is, why would you even need anything other than the straight mile, like the statute mile? You wouldn't need any. You wouldn't need
because you're on
anything
a curve,
other than
because apparently you're on a curved surface. So
no. If Earth was proved flat, I mean, you would just use the arrow flies.
What do you mean? It works exactly the same. So you get latitude lines from the stars. That's the only way you get them. Angle measurement to the stars is a latitude line.
I mean, in that nautical mile, like, would you say is the conversion there? It's 1.95 or something like that. It's really close to the regular mile. It's not like it changes though. Like like there's some kind of a relationship between them. It's another linear. It's just a different mile with a linear
component.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's the same as you go. It doesn't like.
You don't need two. You don't need it anymore.
No, you don't need two, but you don't need two now. Like it's just two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, of course. Like that's the point. But they are used. That's That's the thing. I'm saying
Yeah, they're
if the Earth
used
was
because
proven
of
flat, you'd get rid of it. You would get rid of it.
So get this. So angle measurements to the stars equal nautical miles. So when you're at sea, if you're using angle measurements to the stars, you end up with nautical miles. So you say, we've traveled this far because of the angle measurement to the star. So we've traveled this many nautical miles, which equals this many miles. Yeah, it's not like you're not actually measuring anything. You're just measuring an angle to the star. That gives you your nautical miles traveled. You understand?
I mean, I feel like this is like the kind of thing that's like left up to the experts. Like it's kind of a
Well,
different.
that's just a you know,
It's an
an
appeal.
appeal to
That's not
authority.
appeal to
That's
experts.
just
Yeah,
Leave
maybe it
Let's just
is,
leave
but it's
Look, we
kind
can
of
all understand.
it's
We can
kind
all
of a
understand.
difficult thing.
Yeah, but we can all understand. You know, we're not dumb. Yeah, we can work out angle
I'm a
measurement.
little bit dumb. I'm a little bit dumb.
Yeah, but if you've got any maybe building experience or any mathematical experience where
I
you've
played in
worked
the
out
sand.
angles. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But these things are not measured. They're just measured from angles to the sky. That's the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Specifically, the
They are measured.
declination.
They are measured in the
Specifically,
sky.
the declination of the as Tim said. So like as you go south, as you move south, like you're taking an angle measurement to Polaris, and every 69 miles you go, this is what they say anyway. This is what it is. 69 miles that you go south, Polaris drops in its angle by 1 degree.
Yeah.
That's a nautical mile.
On
Yeah.
average. On average. Yeah.
And is that correct? So you said that they say it does.
Yeah, I mean, I've never tested it. I've never tested it, but
so much of
there's
this.
some minutiae issues because they only take angles to the stars in a certain window. They don't do it when it goes too low to the horizon or too far overhead.
You're right, because they don't claim they don't claim to they don't care about any of these questions. They don't. None of the things that we talk. None of the things that we talk about here are of concern.
Who's they? Sorry.
The astronomical community. Like they're not concerned with the spherical nature of the Earth. Like, do you agree? They presuppose it.
I mean, in this case, they would be like, marine navigators, especially those, before GPS that you did use sextants and stuff like that. That's who they would be.
All I'm saying is, they presuppose the spherical nature of the Earth. The people that are currently doing research on outer space, celestial navigation, they presuppose the spherical nature of the Earth. Like, is that not agreeable?
That is not.
Correct.
I mean,
they presupposed it. Yeah.
No, but I mean, you kind of lumped a bunch of different people in there. Like,
I think all people.
In the old days, the people who developed, celestial navigation, the sextant, they thought that they lived
Based
on
on
a flat Earth.
plane. Yeah.
They did. Absolutely.
Yeah. So they got where they had to go, didn't they?
Well, I don't know that they got where they had to go. Like, I think it was a constant evolution.
Do you think people sailed before they came up with the spherical globe?
Sure. They tried
and
to.
they got where they needed to go, didn't they?
Well, no. So honestly, I think some of those the Polynesians were.
What about the Vikings?
I think some of them were the bravest human beings to ever
roam this earth because
Do you think the Vikings believe they live on a ball, or do you think they just
I
use
think
the
they just
stars
fucking
on a
sailed.
flat plane? Yeah.
I do think that they did it on a flat plane. I think they
Of
thought that they were
course.
on a.
They had to.
Well,
They just sailed and went anywhere without knowing how they were going to get home.
Yeah, I think they
No,
did. I think
because
that there.
they
I
would
think that
return
there were
home. It's
some.
not like they did one-way trips. They didn't make one-way trips. Even if they did make a one-way trip in one direction, they still knew how to get their bearings and return home.
Okay, maybe that. Okay, I think that's probably true, but I think that they had this testicular fortitude, where they
Yes, they were
sailed.
very brave. They were very brave. We agree. But I mean, let's just focus this again, because you kind of mentioned two groups. You were talking about astronomy and people who are navigating the surface of the ocean, right? So
Who's that
people back
talking?
in the day.
You seem to have a really good point.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify, because when I heard you, you said the astronomical community, they're presupposing the globe. So if we're talking about astronomers who are studying the sky and
Yeah.
making assumptions about what's in the sky, yes, they would be presupposing the globe, the heliocentric model, the vacuum of space, all these things in their interpretations of what they're viewing in the sky, which would be the luminaries, basically. As for the sailing, yeah, people long ago, before the globe model was even conceived, were navigating the oceans and treating it as flat. That's why we have the phrase plain sailing. Like when you say something's going to be plain sailing, as in it's going to be easy, that
Yeah.
comes from the term plain sailing, which is a technique of navigation where you do treat the surface of the ocean that you're navigating as a plane, flat. So let's try and focus the discussion a bit. I mean, maybe like you say, this is maybe a bit advanced. If you're new to this topic, maybe you want to take it back to something more basic. I would recommend sticking to the curvature, the motion, these kind of things. How we can prove these to be the case, and not just presuppose, like you understand they have feet. Just a suggestion.
That's
Right,
very fair.
and-
That's very fair. And,
Yeah,
and
we
Cyclone,
would all rather keep it on Earth. When I jumped in, you kept talking about the sky. This is where almost every glober or everybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe, they always want to talk about space and all this stuff. But I mean, I guess it is now Sunday. It's speculation Sunday, but that's all it is speculation and hypotheticals and this and you can just go on and on forever and never get anywhere.
Well, I tried. That's not fair. I tried earlier on.
I would
Tried
encourage
earlier on.
Cyclone.
I don't know. I don't know what you talked about before I started listening. I just woke up 45 minutes ago or something. But
okay.
Yeah.
I would encourage Cyclone to grab a mic and start talking, because he has a very good starting point. Like he has said his view, and he has pointed it out in the dirt, in the dirt, and he has marked it, and that is a very good starting point. And I would love to hear more from Cyclone.
Well, I don't want to take over from Timbo, because Timbo is doing a good job. I'm just recommending that we go maybe a bit more basic, foundational.
I'm good, mate. If you want to take over, I'm doing some things. So if you want to take over, Cyclone, you're all good, mate.
Are you anywhere close to a good microphone?
Well, no, I'm driving at the moment, so this is why
at home, at your home. Do you have a good mic?
Every
yeah, I do at home. I'm driving. So.
For some reason on Discord, especially, every single car Bluetooth sounds like absolute shit. It doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound that bad in a regular call, but on Discord it sounds like ass.
No, because he comes from the spirit. It's I want to fucking talk through, talk through, because the world is one of two ways. It is a spherical shape or a flat Earth. I mean, maybe it could be other things, but that's what we're talking about. And I don't care which way.
you know how much more interesting to me the world would be if it were flat? That would be. I would have years.
Well, you know what, man? The world is flat, and you can be more interested right now.
The Earth is flat. The Earth
I'm
is
here.
flat.
I'm here today. I'm here today to see that beauty, to see
Well,
the beautiful nature.
Have you ever asked why we believe the Earth is flat?
Me?
No, sir.
Both of you, even. Yeah.
Do
you understand why we have the thoughts that we have? Or do you think it's just a thought, or do you think that we have empirical evidence?
I think it's a thought, and I also think
there you
that
go.
your empirical evidence, even if I'm not able to do it because I'm just a dumb, stupid ape,
No, you're not, man.
would fail.
No. So we have laser tests over bodies of water, lakes that are supposed to be curving with the rate of the same curvature of the Earth. And
The
it's
expected curvature.
not there. Yeah, it's not there. Yeah. So there's one over 25 miles laser test, goes over, there should be 100. So it's about 40 kilometers. There should be a drop over distance of about 100 meters. No meter droppage detected at all.
So you shine a laser over 40 meters. It is a point blank.
No, not 40 meters. Not 40 meters. 40 kilometers.
Kilometers. My bad.
Yeah.
And it is a point blank drop. And
There's no drop.
the surface reaches the target. And
What?
it is.
What do you mean it reaches the target?
You said the surface reaches the target. You're having trouble right now with your words.
Hold on. Who is that, by the way?
That's Lou. I'm going to take a break. You take it, Lou.
Hey, Lou, what's up? Sorry, Timbo. Hi. What's
good
you got a
morning.
problem with Lou?
yeah, Lou, are you going to do that to me? So the emission source.
Oh, look, I'm sorry. I apologize if you took offense to where I said that, but no, you're stumbling over your words a little bit right now. Just
okay, maybe I was, but did you have to make me feel bad about that?
Hey, Cortigo, that's not Lou's nature. I think you might be misinterpreting it. He's never like that.
Sometimes, but that wasn't my intention.
Well, he killed a bat on my windshield one time, but Cortigo, you're fine.
Okay,
And Lou's fine.
So the emission of the laser reached the target over 40 miles. Right?
Yeah, let me just kind of start over with it if Timbo is ducking out. I mean, there's lots of different
I'm
laser
sorry
tests.
about the disconjunct that happened right there.
Yeah, look, it's fine. Let's move on. If you're fine, I'm fine. All right. No.
We hope you're fine,
Anyway.
Cortigo. I'm sorry to cut in right as Timbo left. It was just perfect
I'm
timing.
bold.
So.
I'm bold. My Chiefs just won the Super Bowl. I'm good.
I just left Kansas City, and I'm so glad because I don't want Taylor Swift anywhere near me. So I'm glad that they won for you.
I'm from Kansas City, and
Wonderful. I live right on Main and Midtown, bruh. So wonderful.
So I'm down in Oklahoma right now, for some reason.
You just sound a lot like another. It's cool. What's up, Cortigo?
Yo.
What aim do you want to have tonight? Do you want to have light propagation? Do you want to have globe proof? What is it?
I want to have anything you guys will throw at me.
Oh, hilarious. No, you have to throw first, sir. That's how it works here.
Well, hold on.
We're talking about
Lou
long-distance observations.
Lou is gonna go through some observations with you. So let's focus on that.
Hold on. We got 4 different things. All right.
Yeah, let's just get back on.
No. He's right. Side's right. My bad.
So we were talking about long distance observations, testing the globe essentially. So the positive claim is one of curvature, and as flat earthers, we set out to see if we can detect any of that curvature. If you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then there's an expected amount of curvature that you should find over a distance, that being 8 inches per mile square.
Yeah, I agree with all of that.
So, using these laser tests, or I mean, even just very good cameras like zoom lenses, and or mirror flashes, which is like the poor man's laser test. We go to try to check for this stuff, and we see too far.
Yeah, you look over the horizon and you see a cruise ship, fucking
Lou,
20 miles away. 20 miles away.
Just 1.5 questions. Are you saying you did this yourself, or someone else did it?
Wait, why are you objecting to like this,
but many flat earthers. Yeah, many flat earthers have gone out and done these laser tests. It's an expensive thing to do. It takes time and equipment and whatever. It's so no, I haven't conducted my own laser test.
That's fair.
Could you link to one for us?
I could dig one up, or somebody will probably find it before me. I mean, I'm just on my phone right now, but
Oh, Lou, you're so funny, but I'm sure one of us can. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll dig up the FE Core PDF. That's a good one.
What is funny though? Like
I have all of them, Lou. What do you guys need?
Dig up FE Core. And then maybe
all right, cool.
you could also,
Which one?
if you got some Dr. John B ones, throw those up there also.
All right, cool.
I'm not gonna hold this as like my evidence, like my evidence.
It's cool. We're not here to please you, Cortico. I love it. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to help Lou.
Like, why are you not like okay.
Still, we're the most aggressive bunch on the world, internet. Isn't that funny? Have you noticed that?
No, I think you guys are a conjoined group of people who I don't know, like you have a focus and you're trying to prove a point. And
thank you. You gonna write a book on it, like some other people?
No, I will never write a book on this. I don't think I'll ever write a book in my life. I wish I could. I don't have the fortitude to.
Or study specimens for some people.
No, it's so funny, right, Lou?
I'm a little bit of a study specimen. Like
at 6:33, just like 11:33. It gets on and popping.
All right. So anyway, I'm not going to go over all the details of this FE Core experiment. It was posted for you by Old Dude there. There's a PDF that it's not long, like 130 pages. There's a few different laser tests.
130 pages?
No. They're short pages. They're like little, there's not much on each one. It's kind of more like a
slideshow. I'm posting the YouTube link to make it simpler. I'm posting it now.
Yeah. Okay, but like, so there was like a Nat Geo like thing. Like I'm sure you guys have probably been notified about it. Like so they went to like. I'm gonna sound so stupid. You're
talking about the Stephen Hawking one where he had the 3 stripes.
Well, they went to like the Southwest somewhere, and it was like a plane where somehow they established it was a flat plane. Like it was a former lake. It used to be a lake, and it was somehow flat. And it had then again filled with water. And they rowed boats out. And these boats had like flags. And the flags had stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they flew them over a distance of miles. And
after a time, after they reached the apparent horizon, the flags dipped, and so say there were 14 stripes. After a time, they could only see 13 stripes, and after a time, they could only see 10 stripes, and
Right.
after a time, they could only
I'm
see.
familiar with what you're talking about. So you should actually, with a little bit more critical eyes, go and watch that again. But the stripes that you're talking about that are going out of view, while that's happening, you can see the actual horizon, like still well behind the boat and the flags. That's not the horizon that's cutting that off. And I would. That's what that is that's the angular resolution limit, like of your eyes being reached. That's why things appear to disappear from bottom up. You can also we can show you that whole documentary is a forgery. They Photoshop edited somehow the there's a helicopter scene in there. That's added in secondary. They reused the exact same clip. One has the helicopter, one does not. You can see the exact same group of birds, and the exact same waves and the exact same, that was a forgery. Somebody might be able to link you a video showing how they faked that as well.
Well, I would be interested in all of that. Like when you say it is an angular horizon, because I don't see that
Yeah, that's
necessarily.
another topic that we should probably get into, but it's a little bit more in depth. I'd
It's
almost rather
definitely a
just
side topic. It's definitely a side topic that I would be lovely to explore. Because side topics are,
Well, I
are
guess
fucking
it's technically Sunday in a few hours, maybe.
no, but
it's
side topics
not
are
even a
just
speculation one. It's
are just as important as main topics. They're
Not
just
so much. It depends on what it is here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the angular, the angular resolution against a flat surface and bottom up disappearance. There's another channel that you should check out. Life is Short. Who's got a great study about that. There's simple tests that you can do
There's
yourself.
also somebody that's on Discord called Jesus Christ is Lord, and he does some pretty interesting things with big names like Alan and Witz that you can listen to on Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter.
I mean, that seems kind of loaded though. Jesus Christ is Lord.
No, that's his name here. So, and he's actually buddies with them. So, I just figured it would be good to drop that, and you can search for it here in Discord.
I'll check it out. It just seems kind of maybe a little bit loaded.
No, that's not my opinion. That's his name here. So you're good.
No,
You seem to be staying really easy. I'll just real quickly
a little bit loaded.
I'll just real quickly finish basically what happened with the FE core laser test. Hopefully you saved that PDF. You can go.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, good. It's going to take you a little bit of time, but I'm just going to explain to the other guy. I don't think he is looking at it right now, but and like I said, it's been a while since I looked at this. I don't know all the details of everything, but the laser was 2 meters off the ground, and the target was actually less, 1.5 or something meters off the ground, and it was approximately 30 miles, which is probably where Timbo was saying 40 kilometers. I'm guessing that's about right. I don't know kilometers very well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
The laser hit. Hold on. The laser hit the target. But if there was any curvature of the Earth, it would have been expected to have been 40 meters above the target's head. I'm
looking at measurement 4. On the 8th of April, blue laser pointed at 2.85 meters above the lake surface, seen on the opposite shore at 0.85 meters.
Yeah, there's 3 different laser tests in there in 3 different locations.
Yeah, well, then again, I go to the 5th, number 5. On the 22nd of April, blue laser was pointed at 2.92 meters above the lake surface, seen on the opposite shore at 1.6 meters.
Right, and none of that should be
You
possible if you
alright?
want
There
to
was
go.
weird inflection. Are you alright, dude?
Hold on. Lou's confirming that does not work on the globe.
Agreed.
Sorry?
Yeah, those
None of that. Yeah. Go ahead.
those don't work on the globe. The laser shouldn't be hitting the target. The laser should be either being obstructed by a curve of Earth,
It's
or be
flat Earth.
sailing off
It's
into
flat Earth.
or be sailing off into the sky way above the target.
The laser drops.
Wait, are you saying no? Okay, all lasers have a little bit of a, what do they call it? A little bit of a diffraction. Like they spread out a little bit over distance. It's not like
2 meters. 2 meters. Measurement
doesn't matter
6,
how-
22nd of April, blue laser pointer at 2.92 meters, seen on the opposite shore at 1.5 meters above the lake surface.
Yeah, how is it being seen on the opposite shore?
Sorry?
Yeah, why is it being seen on the opposite shore if that opposite shore is supposed to be below Earth curvature?
It is. That's the point. The height is lower.
So
it would have also been. It was also viewable above that. That was the lowest point that it was visible.
Yeah, that doesn't
Okay.
work on the globe, bro. That's Lou's point.
What?
So people are shooting lasers across the lake, and if they were curved, the lasers would not hit the targets. They do hit the targets, meaning there is no obstruction due to the curve. Pretty simple.
Yeah. They hit the targets at a lower point.
Right. Okay. The laser does a little bit of a cone shape. Okay, it's small where it's in, where the laser is, and over distance it gets a little bit bigger and bigger and bigger. So that where it's lower, that's because that, like, by the time it reaches the target, it's like 6 feet across, like across the beam, or something like that, or more.
What does the PDF say the expected drop due to curvature over that distance is?
That's a good question.
I don't know. Why is there any drop?
You just read out the page where it's talking about the measurement. What does it say in full about the expected drop due to curvature? What number is that?
So, why is there any drop?
What's the expected drop due to curvature?
Why is there any drop if the Earth is flat?
Why aren't you answering?
Good question.
The laser should be shooting into the air.
Jesus.
From the point of view of the target.
The Earth is flat, guys.
Hey, what's the tension, friends? Thank you, Cyclone. But what is the tension going on right now here?
My goodness.
Well, they freak out when they see actual evidence.
Well, no, it's like it's a weird thickness on both sides. Lou, you're fantastic. Everybody else, fantastic. Come on, man.
By the way, I'm not from Minnesota.
Okay, can
It's
he
cool.
answer the question? Can you do it? Is it possible for Incidentally Geeks to answer the question?
Just not easy listening. Thank you, Heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Can you answer the question? What is the expected drop?
No, I can't answer the question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Much
Will you
appreciated,
answer mine now?
Heritage.
Will you answer mine now?
There you go. If you can't even address.
Will you answer mine? Will you answer mine?
I already answered
you
yours.
clearly don't want to you clearly don't want to really engage because you can't actually address how far the curvature is supposed to drop.
Will you answer my question? I guess.
No, because clearly you're in too much of an emotional state. So which measurement was it? Someone else could read it out.
Jesus Christ!
I already answered your question. Are you just not hearing me, or are you ignoring it, or what?
And these are supposed to be your best arguments, guys. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you already conceded that the laser hit the target, so you've already conceded the globe is incorrect. You don't even realize it.
Yeah, I don't realize it. Blah 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 blah. You
don't realize it, which is why you're now saying,
these things are not going to win you. These things are not going to win you votes,
wasn't
or extra people.
Then why can't you simply read out the number of the expected drop if you don't know that it's a flaw in your argument? If you didn't realize that, you would just read it out. Why can't you read it out?
I refuse to.
Why do you refuse to?
Because it wouldn't make a difference.
It wouldn't make a difference.
Let's go back to talking to the guy who is reasonable instead of this one who's all emotional. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, guys. It's easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Bye.
Take care.
Yeah, because he's going to say, well, because it's like 0.4 meters lower, that's curved. But when he reads that the actual curve is supposed to be like 10 meters, that will destroy his argument, which is why he won't read it out.
Fair.
Y'all tripping.
Fair.
Yep. So, Portico, Lou was explaining that test to you, I think. Did you understand kind of what the point was and what was being talked about?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Yeah, that's it. No curve, no glows.
And yeah, so I mean that's where we're at. Like essentially, I think the question earlier was, why we believe that the Earth is flat, and it's mostly it's this the fact that there is no curve. If there is no curve, then what is it? It's flat.
Interesting.
I mean, then there's I'm not sure if anybody's gone over like the black swan with you. It's another long distance observation. This time just using optics. But
Why don't we talk about that?
The what? The black swan?
Yeah.
And what's in it for us, Cortico? We've been a little bit off the map and not consistent like we usually are. I apologize. No beef here. Do you know anything about the term black swan? Or are you just, grasping straws like a lot of people?
I've heard.
Well, this guy's been the good one. The other guy's muted.
His emoji is creepy as fuck, but it looks like an anime show that I might want to watch. So I'm interested in being respectful to you. So what's up, Cortico? Yeah.
So there's the one guy that he's talked about the black swan, but I don't quite understand it. He has a YouTube presence. He's a really good debater. He has a beard.
Let me guess, Whitsitt or young guy, old guy?
Whitsitt.
Okay, Austin Whitsitt, got it. Okay.
So I've heard him mention it, and so you said black swan, and it said just registered in my brain.
Was there a visual that you got at all from it? Like the photo is pretty much the best evidence of that scenario. I just want to know what you've seen and heard.
So I'm not gay or anything, but
we're not talking sexual anythings here.
He kind of has a force when he talks about it. You know what I mean?
Sir, yeah, I do, but that's not what we're talking about here, right? So have you seen the visual of the water and the horizon and those boat oil rigs? Have you seen that? Those things.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Chat.
Wait, what's that?
You're funny as hell, Cortico. God bless you.
I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be a little bit.
It's not believable. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Wait,
so
are we
the
supposed?
Black Swan image is posted
So
in
we
the.
now have Cortico who has an admitted crush on Austin Whitsitt. What does that have to do with our topic and our subject? You know, like that's
Wait,
frustrating.
but is it or is it not like a good subject?
That doesn't mean man crush, right? Like when
I mean,
when we say
maybe I have a man
when
crush,
you
but
say
like
Black
is it?
Swan, you are thinking man crush. Like what's going on?
Yeah, maybe a
Completely
little bit.
unrelated, nothing to do with whatever, nothing to do with anything. It's like
would it
Jupiter
not
and
be?
lizard people for me. Okay.
Hold on, I can talk about Jupiter all day long. Like,
Wonderful.
you want to talk about Jupiter? I can talk about Jupiter. Like,
Just about getting more stupider. Just about that one, but no, friend, we're good.
hold on, like, why is
Silly.
there this like veiled
Don't be silly.
animosity?
Come on,
Like, I
Cortico.
don't. Wait, what was that?
I said, don't be silly, Cortico. We're not talking about man crushes. I just wanted to know what you knew about it because you inquired about it. Silly.
Right, the idea of a black swan I mean, it's used for a lot of different things, but the black swan comes from,
It's okay.
at one
We're
point.
not going to let Black Swan become Austin Whitsitt crushes. You know, we're not going to let that
I want
happen.
to hear all about it. I want to hear all about it.
At one
Black
point,
Swan is QE's
only
argument.
white
Anyway.
swans existed.
Yeah, thank you, Harris. Yeah, excellent point, bro.
All right, keep going. Keep going.
At one point, people
what else
thought
do
only
you have
white
that you're
swans
curious about, my friend? Cortico.
Cortico, I love hearing.
What else do you have to pick my brain at? Our brain at?
Hold on, I wanted to hear
I'm not
the
going
Black
to insert
Swan.
a subject matter or a topic like the Black Swan. I'm not going to insert things because that's silly and stupid.
I want
And
to
it's
insert
not
things into your mom.
good for the audience. So what else you got?
I'm going to insert things into your mom.
This is degenerating.
No, it's funny as fuck.
That was really cool, bro. Can you tell us another joke?
No,
Right.
but like
Blue,
we were
guys, let's stop. Blue is going to go through the Black Swan with him.
All
I
right,
don't want anyone
cool.
else talking.
Okay.
All right, so it was posted a little bit further up in the text by Old Dude at 13 after the hour. You see it?
I'm not looking at the chat.
Yeah, please do.
All right, here we go.
So 13 minutes after the hour, Old Dude.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the image that we call the Black Swan. The idea of the Black Swan just it is at one point, at one time, people thought that there was only white swans. Okay, that only white swans existed. I believe it wasn't until they went, to Australia and found black swans that that whole idea had to be thrown out the window. That's like where the term comes from. So you just need one black swan to prove that not all swans are white. That's the idea behind the name here. Anyhow, so again, what you agreed to when we started talking about the laser tests is that based off of the radius of 3,959 miles, that there should be a geometric limit to what you should be able to see over a distance. Now, when looking for a horizon, the formula for that is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
For the apparent horizon.
That's what all horizons are. It's there's only one horizon.
The apparent horizon.
Yeah, and it's not a physical, like that's a part of what we have to get. What this demonstrates for those who think that that the horizon is the Earth curve. This will demonstrate that it is not Earth curvature.
Okay.
Like the edge, the leading edge of a sphere.
Yep. Okay. All right. What else?
So, given that formula, the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet,
I'm not going to be applying that to all future calculations. By the way,
No, this is going to be quite simple because the observer height for this picture was at 1 foot off of the water, and it's taken from a video. You can watch the video. You can see the guy place the camera down in the sand, like with the water when he's not zoomed in yet, the water trickling right up to it. So being at 1 foot, it makes it very simple. The horizon, the expected horizon on a globe with the
So
radius of 3.999.
you're sitting here like camera capturing the fucking ocean, and you're like keeping the camera like at the horizon,
No, at the ground, basically at the ground, and right at the surface of the water, just above it.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you're 1 foot off of the water, which it was probably actually slightly less than this one, then the expected horizon on the globe, given the dimensions they say it is, should be at 1.2 miles. But yet, let me ask you, where do you see the horizon in this picture?
At the apparent horizon.
The horizon. Do you see more than one horizon?
You see two horizons. You see
do.
the expected horizon, the geometric horizon, which are the same thing, and you see the apparent horizon.
You don't see an expected geometric horizon. You just see a horizon.
You're right. So the apparent horizon exists, but you do not see it because of refraction. So you see the apparent horizon, but there is an expected
you're
horizon.
getting ahead of yourself. You're getting ahead of yourself. Just tell me in this picture where the horizon is. Is it before the first rig, in between the two rigs, or after the second rig?
So if you see a line,
that's what the horizon is, dude.
Yeah, the line, that is the apparent horizon.
Sure.
The expected horizon, based off of geometry, sits before that.
And how can you be sure of that?
I'm going to be honest, it's what I'm told.
Where is the horizon in this picture?
Are
you going to give me another lesson about different types of horizons, and invisible ones, and visible ones, and apparent ones, and geometric ones, and expected ones? Where's the horizon?
Well, I mean, I don't see any reason why I have to explain it twice.
No, you definitely don't.
You haven't refuted anything that I've said. You just told me to explain it twice.
All right, listen. That line, what you're calling the apparent horizon, where is it?
The apparent horizon is the delineation between light and darkness. Like you see it. Like that is the most basic expectation.
What are you doing right now? Why are you obfuscating?
In the picture, dude.
Yeah. That is the thing that you see. That is the meniscus. That is the difference.
All right, I'm done with you. You were doing so much better before. Never mind.
Okay.
Anyone else want to give that a try?
Nope.
Well, I tried, but I got shut down, so it's okay.
Go give it another go. Oh, wait, hold on. You were trying to make fun of his man crush. That's what you were doing. But if you want to go with the Black
It was
Swan, give it a go.
hilariously silly. I'm like, that's what. Oh my god, we don't need another bro broing out on any other bro in Discord ever. Like, I'm just speaking for myself.
Bro.
Like, in millions of bros on Discord, bro. We don't need it. We're all like marriageable.
You don't need the
you know,
bros.
yeah, we're all able to just have our own merit, you know. So you're good. I wasn't talking shit. Promise.
Sounds like you were.
I wasn't. I just giggled. It's better than being angry. I assure you. That's why I've gotten banned before
I
here.
don't
So you're
think
good.
so. You should be angry with everybody.
Hell nah. It killed me. About damn killed me. Had them curses out of myself. No thank you, sir.
No,
Anyway, next
we have
subject.
nothing.
God bless your soul.
Soul and spirit are different, but yes, God bless your spirit and soul and body.
Soul,
By the
spirit,
way,
different.
Cortico and Mark J's meme there. He picked D.
Wait, what?
When I was asking you for where the horizon was, you picked D in Mark J's meme.
D? Like
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Interpret.
So I picked the dick?
Yeah, that's what he did.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
That's okay. I don't have any problem with that.
You're having trouble.
Wait, by the way, like I think you guys are all great interlocutors. Like I don't have any objections to any of the forum. Like you guys are all great.
I appreciate that. I do believe I am quite fantastic.
Very
Any
good.
proof for spinning wobbling tilted space ball?
Do I have any proof of the space ball?
No, I'm talking to everybody. A spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, to be precise.
That's a big ask. That's a big
He's just
ask.
asking for proof that there's a curve, if you summarize it.
And like
But
if
yeah, that
we
would be the
were to
foundation, yeah.
if we were to go backwards, like because they said they could ascertain these facts, like there's a big ask.
What are you saying, dude?
So
I think
He
he's
just
trying
asked.
to point out the glow proof that he got.
No,
yeah,
he said a big
All he did
ass.
was ask to see if there was a curve anywhere.
I just want to say I've been watching the ISS live stream for the past hour. I watched it go over United States and didn't see one fucking city. And it's nighttime over the entire United States when it was going over. So what a pile of shit that was. But anyway, the people who use the
I've done
ISS,
the
like
same
you need
thing.
to wake up, bro.
I
Just
did the
saying.
same thing once. I sat there and stared at it for about 2 hours, and I saw them playing around with wrenches or whatever they were doing, not actually doing anything with the tools. And I was like, bro, someone's got to catch on eventually. They were just standing there pretending to do shit for 2 hours, and I was like, come on, bro, like what's going on here?
We did one time live here.
so
and
you're like, come on, bro. Like is an
Mate, what is
answer. Shut up. Like your come on, bro, is like an answer to the ISS space cam.
What are you even saying at this point?
So you're like,
He never says
come on.
anything.
Hold on,
Dude,
no, shut
he was
up.
doing so much better like an hour ago, and all of a sudden it's like he just got instantly drunk at 6 a.m.
No,
He's
I
not
am
even
a little bit
talking. He's
drunk.
just wording.
Gotta take his
He
medicine.
said, I'm
No,
a little.
It's just
I am a
words.
little bit drunk. But
Well,
like
we know that, but you're just saying words. You're not really
no,
saying
but you're
anything.
just like, come on, bro. Like that is not an answer to the
I've never
ISS
said "come
space
on,
cam.
bro."
No, you did.
Those words have never come out of my mouth.
You didn't say come on, bro.
I don't think so.
No, you did. You specifically did.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay, let's pretend I said that. What's the problem?
So your answer to the ISS space cam is, come on, bro.
Was there a question?
Yeah. What did you mean
What's the
by
question?
that? What did you mean by that?
By what? What's the question?
I don't think you said it with enough force is the problem.
I think that is a problem.
I'm still confused what the question he asked me was.
So, you see the ISS. It floats
What do you
above.
mean by I see it?
So it's there.
It's
Right?
where?
There.
Where is it?
Oh my god, we can't even start.
Well, you said I see it. Where do I see it, dude?
You have to have seen it if you were like, come on, bro.
Yeah, if I look up, I don't see it, no matter what time of day it is.
You never see it?
No, I've never looked up and saw the ISS. How about you?
Have you tried? Actually, I have. I have with my
You got a
own
photo of
eyes.
that?
With my own eyes.
You got a photo of that by any chance?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I
please
have
show me
a
that.
I have
Yeah, what
some
do you want to do
questions
about
for
that? I have
somebody that
a
doesn't
photo with
have.
my own eyes.
Yeah, I've got
I
a
have.
photo of
I
Jesus
have.
Christ.
All
Yeah,
right.
I have a
Can I
photo of
jump in?
Jesus Christ also.
Okay. Can I jump in? Let me jump in.
Yeah. I'm
For
going to
the
jump on your mom.
for you, that's great. So for you that have seen it with your own eyes, I have a couple logic. A few questions that can guide you down logic.
As
Okay.
long as
First
you're
of
not
all.
going to like precept me. As
Okay.
long
Okay. So
as long
first.
as you're not going to like Darth Dawkins me.
Okay. So first of all. Okay. Can you see an airplane when it's 35,000 feet in the sky? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been in an airplane at 35,000 feet? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Damn. Well, that kind of kills the next question. The next question I was going to say is, have you ever seen a football field from a airplane 35,000 feet up in the sky? Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay. With that being said, when you look at an airplane from the ground, and it's only 35,000 feet up, how big does it look from the ground when you look up?
I don't know, like a fucking arc length. Like what do you want?
Like, is
What
it
do you want me to
okay?
do?
Okay, does it now? The International Space Station, when you saw it with your own eyes,
It was a
did it
fucking
look?
bright light.
Oh, all
I'm
you
sorry.
saw was a light. You didn't
I'm
see it
sorry.
like
I'm
physically,
sorry
or
I
All you saw
ruined
was
your
a star
fucking
in the sky.
questionnaire.
okay. Well, the point was that I thought you said that you've seen it. I thought you meant you saw it go, like, how some people capture it when it goes in front of the moon.
Uh-huh.
Well, the size of it as it traverses across the moon, it it it
Are
it
you a flat
doesn't
earther?
no, it doesn't matter.
How
No,
long did you
The
see
I
point
just
the
want to
is,
know.
ISS,
I just want to know.
Politico?
hold on. The point is that the size of it from where you're standing looking up. If you think that you can see a football field physical object, not the brightness of the light, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the physical framework of it. Like looks like you could make it out as being the ISS, when you're
Uh-huh.
looking at it. If you think you can, at least.
Yeah.
And you can see a football field from the ground, then that's
Yeah.
interesting to me. I don't think you've ever seen it with your eyes. I
How
just
long
think
did you see the ISS for?
I don't think you've ever seen the ISS before.
Hold on. How long
No,
did you?
no, I definitely have. Like,
Yeah, how long did you see it for?
so let me like play it out in my mind.
Well,
Did you
sometimes
see
you
it?
can see it apparently for like 10 minutes across the entire sky.
No,
Did you
it
see
doesn't.
it
It
during the
doesn't
day
appear
or
for
night?
It never appears for 10 minutes. Like anyone that
No,
tells
it says that it's visible for 8 to 10
No, it's
minutes.
impossible. You
no,
can't see it for 10 minutes.
they're fucking with you if they say
Okay,
10
look,
minutes.
look. That's from NASA's
It
website. Like,
doesn't
look,
matter. It's
Well,
impossible.
don't bark at
NASA's
me, bro.
fucking wrong if
Oh,
they say
great.
10 minutes.
I agree with you. They're lying. I get it. I know, but I'm just saying that's what they say. Sometimes you can see it for 7 minutes. Sometimes you can see it 8 for minutes. Sometimes you can see it for 10 minutes.
It's not
It
even minutes.
changes.
It's not even minutes. Like let me do the fucking like physical simulation. Like I'm literally like pointing my hand to the sky and telling you how fast it goes.
Okay, let me explain to you how fast it actually goes,
Shut up.
right? So from the don't shut me up, right?
No,
So from the
shut up.
time you actually witness it, and that's if you're lucky and witness it at the right exact moment. You
No,
probably
be
have
quiet. It's about 12 seconds.
no, you probably have closer to a minute and a
Nah, shut
half.
up. You don't know
Bro,
what you're
you
talking
need to be
about.
respectful. You're being a bit rude to me. I don't like it.
I don't like you.
That's okay, but you still have to respect me.
Why?
Because I respect you when you speak.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry.
Okay, so from the time you witness it passing by, and it has to be a perfectly clear night sky, you probably have about a minute and a half of viewing time. However, it's literally just a dot in the sky like any other star. So for you to actually witness it and confirm that it actually is it, it's ludicrous. You probably should have taken a video. You said you have a photo. Were you lying about that?
By the way, I'm sorry I was rude to you. I was just arbitrarily being rude to you. You didn't deserve it.
That's okay, I don't mind. Because if you take a photo and you just post it in chat, I can just go outside right now because it's really dark and there's probably stars up there. Take a photo of one of the stars, zoom in and be like, hey dude, this is the ISS.
Yeah, so just let me see here. So today, the next time that I see is the 16th at 5:35. I'm sorry, that was a couple days ago. It was viewable for 6 minutes. Today at 4:03, it was viewable for only 1 minute. And then at 5:36, so like in an hour, it's gonna be viewable for 4 minutes. It changes from time to time, and I don't know if it's because they're saying like there's clouds. I don't know. I couldn't see them though. It's total overcast. So they're lying even on their website. It's total overcast. You can't see shit. The point is though that if you watch the live stream as it went over me at 4 something, like a little bit ago, if you look at the live stream, not over me, but in the sky, across the sky, and then it went into United States and then kind of traveled from southwest across up towards the top, northeast, towards like Greenland, but Greenland, but I'm sorry, Canada. But the fact is that there was in the darkness of it from the live stream, there was no fucking city lights anywhere across the entirety of United States. Not one fucking city, and that's total bullshit because. I'm just saying, like, if you believe that it's actually a live stream, that you're
why
fucking.
Does that mean flat Earth?
What was that?
Why does that mean flat Earth?
It doesn't mean any shape of the Earth. It's just showing you that this apparent ISS live camera. So when someone says we know it's a ball because the International Space Station is streaming live 24/7 on YouTube, and then when you could falsify that claim. Then they can no longer use that claim. Do you get that?
You would expect to see it's overcast on the Earth?
No.
shadow?
Holy fuck, dude! Are you kidding me? Okay, so when you're saying that the entire United States is overcast right now? Oh, fucking clouds all over the entirety of the fucking United States? Get the fuck out of here, dude!
No,
they were last night.
Of course it's not.
Well, not last night.
Right now,
maybe in your city, but that's just your area. Like you cannot say that the entire country was covered, and that's why the ISS tonight or this morning had 0 city lights when it was going over. That's total bullshit.
Can we get deeper? Like what? A little bit deeper into like what is going on? Like there has to be something fucking going on that makes this. You're gonna make me use the C word. Like the conspiracy happened. Like why? Why is all of this occurring? Like what is the reason why we have to look over our shoulders when we're talking about the fucking weather?
What?
Who's looking over their shoulder talking about the weather?
Yeah. Like, why do we have to have this like conspiracy theory about the nature of?
All right. First of all, hold on. First of all, we weren't talking about fucking weather and looking over our shoulders. We're talking about the ISS live stream being false, and that was just all I was saying. You can take it to wherever
It
you want now.
follows.
I just wanted
It
to
follows.
sum
It
that up, wrap that
naturally
up.
follows. It naturally follows.
But I'm not looking over my shoulder though. I'm not even talking about the weather. I'm talking about the fact that the ISS is lying. Or people use the ISS as proof
Oh
that
my
it's a
goodness,
globe.
why does it go from like actual evidence or like tangible physical things that we can go and test and measure and touch and anything else in natural science and goes right to like, why them? Like, I'm not a psychologist, bro. Why?
Wait,
Like,
what
okay,
are
you're
you
gonna go
talking
from
about?
lizard people to Jupiter.
What are
I
you
bet you're
talking
gonna go
about?
from lizard people to Jupiter. I swear. Gravity doesn't exist. Go to lizard people. Something weird. Like, just bet. It's like this weird train of thought that's not connected
Hold on,
whatsoever.
no, but you stated something like gravity. Like, are you arguing gravity?
No, because it's not a definition for it today. What is it today, sir? I would never argue for it. I'm saying the train of thought that most people come in here, they're just like, oh, well, if gravity doesn't exist, then Jupiter. Oh, lizard people. Like, literally. You'll witness it. It's
Why
fucking
are we going from
hilarious.
why are we going from gravity to lizard?
Oh man, because there was nothing going on in that in that previous point. It was just not a point at all.
Why
So
don't you
I'm not reprimanding you. You're fine. Just go have a man crush, and you're
no?
fine.
Why don't you
You're still masculine to me.
discharge yourself?
What?
Because you're not making any sense.
I'm a silly boy. Anyway, continue with
doesn't
whatever
get
your thought was going to go to. I
he
apologize.
doesn't get what you were saying. That's funny.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
And I was
And
speeding
that
up
was her
exactly what you just said,
was her
sir. That's exact.
point.
No,
Apocryphon. You know where
you're
I was
continuing to
playing
not
on
make
you.
any
I'm like,
sense.
I had to expand on what you said, Apocryphon, because me
I
and you
know.
were friends.
I know.
So you
But
knew
I'm
exactly where I
telling
was
him
going to go with that. So
but I'm telling him, listen, that was her point. Like we were talking about something that
No,
you
you
could
know she
verify.
didn't make any sense.
Okay,
You're
hold
just
on.
her
Let's just
friend.
listen. Can you just listen? God,
Yeah.
sometimes I wish I was a mod so bad
thanks,
just to shut
Apocryphon.
people
This
up.
is what I was talking about here. Anyway.
The main here, Apocryphon. The main thing is you're engaging with him freely, right? So if you don't want to engage, just disengage. Because I'm sure there's other people who are willing to talk to him right
And
now.
I was literally just trying to I'm like, Apocryphon, let's just let him make himself a fool. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. I gotcha.
Yeah, if Apocryphon, if you were to disengage right now, someone else would start talking to him.
No, I'll just listen. That's okay. He
You
doesn't
need to
make
pick
any
your
sense to me.
accent, friend. It's hilarious to me. It's like, be consistent, man. If you're not gonna have a consistent thought or a globe point, at least be consistent with your voice, yeah?
Wait, what are you
I
talking
was
about?
I was just
I'm from Kansas.
Mhm.
What? Yeah.
I thought you said you were from Canada earlier, so.
No, I mean, Canada and Kansas, they're like distinct things. Like
Let's
maybe
make
you
a
can't
point then.
understand.
Because it's a great
Getting
day.
dragged off
Sunday's a
into
great
the
day.
weeds. Guys, this is getting dragged off into the weeds quite easily. So if we're speaking to the guy, let's try and keep it on one point.
I was trying to say that we were talking about something that we can check ourselves right now physically. We could have looked into it when there's claims that this is what's happening. And just a little bit ago, and we could probably do this every hour and a half because it circles back, right? Or every hour or whatever it takes, because it always comes right back. And you could look at the feed and you can verify this yourself if you want. But the fact is that just funny that if it's a live stream, you can see the ISS from the ground because there's apparently a light on it. Like someone said earlier, oh, I saw there's a light in the sky. But yet it can't see the fucking city lights, like millions of lights below it.
Right above the main
What do you mean?
metropolis, it'll just die.
What do you mean that it can't see the city lights? Of course it can.
Okay.
I'll post some links here in a sec. Give me a sec.
Shut up.
Okay, so what you just said right now, you said, of course it can. And my argument was, I just watched it traverse across the entirety of United States, and there wasn't one fucking city shown. It's all black, and actually it has like a lot of green and red lights because it looks like pixelated from the camera itself, like it's damaged or fucked up. But there's no fucking city lights. You don't see that.
And I just straight object. I see
You
the city
object,
lights.
but Okay, you object, but when I spoke earlier and I said I'm watching it live and direct, and nobody fucking no, then you went off to fucking weather control and fucking or weather and looking over our shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like an easy way to draw a line under this is to say, yes, we observe a light in the sky, as you said, that goes in repeated pattern, that they tell us, there's this thing called the ISS, and then they show us videos of people floating around in the supposed ISS wearing gorilla suits and playing David Bowie songs. But you can't actually know. You can't actually know that those videos are actually what's going on in that light in the sky.
Oh man, are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way,
You don't need to feel defeated there.
by the way,
I do feel defeated. I feel defeated by like.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need to even project that. You're good, man.
by the way, if you go
human like.
Hold on, let him respond.
Yeah. He stopped. Okay. By the way,
I don't have anything.
Okay. By the way, you can go look on your Google Earth that you love so much.
I don't use Google Earth, by the
I think
way.
it's called Johnson Center. I forgot what. It just type in JCE or JC, and then it's building 6.
The spacecraft center.
Yes, just JC. I think it's building 6E, and then go to Street View and just click on the top of the building, and it's gonna throw you into a fucking a little mock-up of the ISS. Amazingly, it's fucking exactly what you're looking at when you're seeing their videos. But go check it out. It's like giving you a preview to the studio that they might just
I'm
be
also
very well
posting a
filming
link to that. Welcome to the ISS of 6E, so he's not lying to you. So yeah, I'm posting it in the chat.
What's the problem with any of that? No, I mean, you laugh, but I want to know. I want to know.
We laugh, but I don't want you to feel defeated, so I'm questioning that, so we don't have to go to either, right?
No, you cannot make me feel defeated.
You just said you felt defeated, and I didn't want you to, so we don't have to go to either.
It cannot happen. Just give me your argument, and we'll hear it. I will hear it. I promise you.
Well, didn't Lou already go through the black argument with you?
What?
Yeah, Lou
I
went
couldn't
through.
hear you, Sai.
What?
Yeah. Didn't Lou already go through the Black Swan argument with you?
I mean, he tried. It wasn't convincing.
Yeah, you refused to say where the horizon was.
Yeah, you said
And
D.
5 minutes ago, you feel very defeated, self-admittedly. So it's I just want you to take a nap, maybe, or just stay in here. We'll be here. It's cool. No need to get emotionally distraught.
Wait, why are you gonna passive aggressive?
Hold on,
Not at all. I was being more assertive than anything.
No, you're being really weird.
Guys. Not important. I want to, because I had to drop off for a phone call, but Lou was going through the Black Swan with you.
No, but she's doing the ex-girlfriend
You're not
thing.
gonna do this to me today.
No, you're being fucking weird.
Ortico, it's fine, chill. So what did you understand about the Black Swan? Could you repeat the argument to me so that I know that you've understood it?
Let me try. There's a real simplistic one, like there can be a black swan.
In regards to the oil rigs image, right? Do you remember the image with the oil rigs?
Yeah, I'm getting a glimpse of it. I can't repeat it.
Okay, well, it's to do with the position of the horizon, right? Did you understand that?
Yeah.
So, according to the globe model, the horizon has to be in front of those rigs at 1.2 miles for a 1-foot observer. Yeah? Do you understand that?
But why does it have to be in front of the horizon at 1.2 miles?
In front of the rigs, because that's the geometric horizon that you would have if you were on a ball of 3,959 mile radius, like they tell us we are.
Wait, so that is the geometric horizon.
Yeah, so that's the curve that they say boats are going over until
Yeah,
things are being
that is the geometric horizon.
right. So that would be at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Right. But when we go out and we see the horizon over 10 miles for a 1 foot observer,
The
that's
apparent
not,
horizon.
well, it's the horizon, right? Yeah. It's an
The
optical thing.
apparent horizon.
Yeah. So the horizon is not the geometric
It's
horizon.
redundant.
The apparent horizon.
That's redundant.
So not
No,
the
it's
geometric
not redundant. You
Yes,
just
because the
you-
horizon by
You
definition
just
is
don't
apparent.
like the fact
Idiot.
that the apparent horizon is different than the geometric horizon.
Right. So we don't have a geometric horizon that we're observing at 1.2 miles, correct?
Correct.
Right. So there you go. So when
There
they
we
say
have
the boat's
what?
going over the geometric horizon, we don't have a geometric horizon. We have an
We-
optical one.
We do not have a geometric horizon. That is true.
Correct.
Wait, how's
So
it
there you
true when you can justify the curvature of the Earth? Is there like an ice wall, or is that just trying to block a guard from watching the
What
thing?
the f- are you talking about, mate?
Yeah. So not having a geometric horizon.
Even the drunk guy was lost.
Hello, Portico.
Wait,
I'm listening.
how's
I'm
that not
listening.
proven true? Because if you have 25 kilometers,
You're
to
not
prove
the
it-
guy. You're not the fucking guy. Step out.
I'm not the guy.
Hamburger. We're just in the middle of a point. Hamburger. We're just in the middle of a point. You can get to
I'm
your point
sorry.
after.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? If you guys believe in something that I'm trying to understand, I'm just here asking the questions, not trying to disprove
That's
you.
fine. We'll get to your question. We'll get to you. Just let us finish off this point with this guy.
Yeah, it's hard enough. He's like drunk and it's hard to talk to him, so just chill.
Yeah.
I'll be cool. I'll be cool.
We'll just wrap this up. The globe necessitates a horizon at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. Even if you want to say, oh, but
that's a claim.
refraction, you could increase it by 7/6R, you're still not going to get much further than 1.4, 1.5 miles we'd give you. But 10 miles, no. That would change the horizon. That would change the radius from less than 4,000
all day long. All day long. That's a claim. All day long. That's a claim.
The claim is that the horizon is geometric at 1.2 miles due to Earth being a ball. That's the claim. But you've already agreed that's not the case.
I'll just like do the math. Like let me just like do the math. Okay, you're wrong. Okay, you're
Well,
wrong.
you can just Google distance to horizon calculator on Google, and it'll bring up the calculator for you.
So the Google calculator will tell me that the Earth is flat. Okay.
So it'll tell you where the horizon should be for your observer height.
And I should be able to infer that the Earth is flat, right?
So when you go out to test it, you won't see the curve.
Yeah.
What?
You just want the calculator don't match reality, basically.
Okay.
Pretty simple. Okay, Cortico, you've had a good while, so maybe you should sit and do some research, have a think, and then come back if you've got questions. Let's let the other guy.
I'll listen. Just let me listen.
This is just the way I understand it. When you have a man-made object that's sent into lower Earth orbit, that can give you the positioning that allows you to get the curvature of the Earth much easier than it would be for you to, let's say, send a hot air balloon 5 miles up into the sky for you to actually measure it.
Right, but you'd be assuming that curvature. We need to know who's measured it.
Well, you don't have to measure it when we have the apogee available to us. When you put something in low Earth
Oh my
orbit.
goodness! Did you really just like justify by laziness, Emberg? Sorry.
You know what? You guys seem to know something I don't. I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate here. And
Well,
to be
it's
honest,
boring and not convincing. It's disgusting. So.
I mean, if I was convincing enough, you'll be my.
Hold on. You've made a good
Unfortunately,
point.
I'm not that convincing.
You've made a good point, right? You've come in and you've recognized these people are talking about something that I haven't actually maybe researched enough. So what is our point? Why are we saying this? What do we maybe know that you don't? Well, what I would say that is that we've checked what the globe model claims about our line of sight for one thing, how far we should be able to see over the surface due to it being curved, as they say. But we find that when we test that claim, how much drop there should be, obstruction, horizon distance, it doesn't match reality. We see much further than the globe model would assert that we can. So this is like the foundation of the whole thing. We see way too far, we shoot lasers too far. There is no detectable curvature of the Earth, where the globe model says there should be curvature in tens of meters, hundreds of meters, whatever.
You know what, brother? If that finds you fancy, for me, it's more interesting when we have data
Oh
that
my
supports
gosh,
the
what?
existence.
It's really hard to hear you, sir. Can you fix your mic a little bit?
His mic
Listen,
sounds fine.
the only way I'll fix my mic is if I married you, but it sounds like you're spoken for, so unfortunately.
I like your
Yeah,
suit, but that's not what we're talking about, sir.
I
like
know.
his suit.
Listen, if I was 20 years older and I had a chance, me and you would have gotten hitched. But unfortunately, I don't know what I'm talking about because
I hardly doubt
man.
that. And so, you literally didn't even respond to Size Point, man.
Yeah,
I was
man,
going
get back to that shit.
Disrespectful as hell.
God damn it! Like shit. Like really, even on Discord, I don't even have a chance. Like, can you at least
Self-pity is a
like,
demon. You can expel that yourself, but yeah, you should respond to Size Point.
the only thing I would like to expel is the amount of passive income that I have.
Okay.
Shit.
Oh
Are you
my
looking for a
gosh.
wife or
Ignore
answers?
the point that he made
Yeah.
again.
No, you've
Wow.
distracted him. You've distracted him.
I know, but let's get back on
It's kinda
track,
funny.
please. Nobody distract this guy again. Obviously, it is way too easy to do, so let him answer Cyclone's point. Nobody
Disgustingly
take him
easy.
off
Sorry, I'll
course.
shut up.
This guy is like easily fucked up, obviously. So, okay, let's try again.
Like this is the last time, I promise you guys. This is the last thing I have to say. But if you're
Whoops, my finger slipped.
Like he's like the reason I left politics, bro. Where'd he go?
Let him go. Let him
Finger
go.
slipped.
Oh well. We were expecting too much
literally.
anyway. Next.
Man, I'm sorry, Heretic. I was just like, what the fuck? I was trying to backside, like, what the fuck? He wasn't being
Yeah.
respectful to Size Point at all.
Someone like that, if they are on a train of thought, just step back because anything
I will
you
do that
will
because
derail
apparently
you.
they're gonna just masquerade with their money and like just self pity, which is not attractive to females. You know, you can tell other server owners that Fresh and Fit talk about that, but they're never gonna.
Why does it matter that they're attracted to female? Like, what the fuck does that
The
mean?
guy's
It's
gone.
just hilarious. We're not talking about that. It's not a server topic.
No, you said it.
Portico is the collateral damage here, right? That guy can't stay on topic, and also Portico is latching on to any topic that's